love when Ninja pops up just to scream stream. Hi guys, hello, hello. We're back at Radiant Tell. We did a poll on the Discord to see what route we're gonna do, and it tied with Eon and Zafora, so I did a coin flip and Zafora won, and I made my controller look like this, and honestly it's giving supersonic vibes. Also, gotta start the stream hype, I appreciate it. Also, I edited my camera quality because I kept getting more and more washed out. I don't know why it was doing it. So if my camera looks better, let me know. I was holding up stuff as I modified it, so all the colors kind of actually match at last. So my shirt's actually yellow. Last time it was like completely white almost when I streamed with the shirt on. So the colors look more true to the room officially. Like this is what the stuff looks like. Like this is what Kirby looks. Well, now he looks a little washed out. Okay. Well, it's close. It is closer. Your controller reminds me of Sonic G-Fool. Yeah, right? Like, this is Sonic. This isn't Zafora. It's Sonic. But I don't have a blue shell yet. So I went with the yellow shell. I actually don't have blue sticks or yellow sticks. So I could have this is what I did. It's the best I could do. So we are hopping into this one. We're going to see how it goes. I'm pretty excited. It just says clown. He's just clown. He feels like a clown. Okay. What do you want to tell me? Just out with it, guy. Just make sure I don't forget to put notes. I'll forget otherwise. What I want to tell you. He's gone. He's beautiful. He's so pretty. Like, how dare he? Oh, it's me. I gotta read. Also, I have 3 drinks again today. I have water, I have coffee, and I have a soda because my coffee's almost empty because I've had it for a couple hours and I was just living my life, if I'm being honest. Located in the northwest, far away from the royal capital, there was a city founded by Libera, the great spirit of wind. It was Kultura, the labyrinth city. This city of harmony, caressed by the wind, was governed by the leader known as a labyrinth sentinel. It had been living in the I had been living in the sentinel's mansion for quite some time. Several months had passed since I left the capital, and I had grown accustomed to life in Kultura. It all started one faithful day. Yeah, I remember this day. Oh, if my camera looks weird for a second, I'm just scooching my stream to make it smaller. It got real big for some reason. Alright, stretch that, lower that. Oh man, we're doing it, guys. Make this make sense. Actually, the problem is because we now have ads, we used to not have ads. The ads take up a big chunk of my screen when they're about to start. So sometimes I can't see chat afterwards, and then I feel bad. Small that. I'm just moving things around on my desktop. Excuse me 1 second, guys. Don't you do it. I've accidentally messed up my cam before doing it. Alright, I think everything's kind of clean and organized now. Not perfect, but I'm getting there. Before, I was just an ordinary girl, living my ordinary life with my family members, Spiria and Radita. Oh, sorry, Roddy. Until a mysterious group called Circus came to town. A boy who claimed to be a dragon. He didn't claim, he is a dragon. A flamboyant noble who was famous in town. An unusual magician. A former officer with a frightening air. Last but not least, a suspicious person who called himself an informant. My first impression of the informant Zafora was... it was just terrible.
おいお前、一体どういうつもりだ?
Hey Hugh, what in the world was that? Oh yeah, this was... this is when we decided just to start shouting at him in the middle of a crowd. This is our fault. This happened because of our fault. We know his job, and we're like, Zafora! And he's ignoring us, and we're like, Zafora! And he's like, dude, I am working.
ベラベラと余計なことまでよく喋る。ずいぶん滑りのいい口をお持ちだな。油でも刺してあるのか？
A loose-tongued chatterbox, are we? Your mouth seemed to slip up quite often. Have you oiled it or something?
ずっとそうやって喋れない方が、俺が平和でいいかもな。
Maybe it'd be better if you were muted like this forever. I'd be left in peace. He lashed out with words that kept everyone at arm's length, so I wasn't too confident about working with him. I can't even count all the times he berated me. I can. But then, when we visited Kultura, we finally found out more about him and his purpose in joining us. The more I learned about his beliefs and his unique brand of kindness, the more I warmed up to him. After we finished performing in the Major Five, the time finally came for him to make his wish come true. At least that was what we believed. Zafora appealed to the king about the wretched conditions of Kultura. Knowing he would be ousted from his role as sentinel, Balto resisted by roping innocent citizens into his machination. Yeah, machination, that's right. Circus, with Prince Culavis joining us, cooperated with Zafora to save Kultura. We used a race, a mystic's tool that rid Balto of his powers. Zafora took up the mantle, all while trying his best to reassure Kultura's people. He led them to a better future, shining bright as a star, while ignoring me for a whole 12 months, not even writing me a single letter, or calling me, or even having his secretary send me something. There was nothing. Meanwhile, I had no magic or particularly useful skills. I began to feel stressed, knowing there was nothing I could do to help Kultura, or more specifically, Zafora himself. I even began to wonder if there was anything an ordinary person like me could do. It's been so long since I felt that way, though. Lurking. Nice. Zafora showed me how I could help.
お前なら、そう言って励ますと思った。
Wait, what? When did this happen? Oh, no, wait, this was... Okay. No. This is all a lie. This was when she was spirited away to the water city with Vilio. No, not with Vilio. Who was she with? There's 3 people. Well, it was, oh god, Ralita. Who was the other person with her? Ralita. The prince? Was it just Ralita and the prince? Was that the 2 people? This wasn't that moment. This is a lie. This is just a beautiful lie. I know you'd cheer me up by
そうだ
saying
よな。俺は一人じゃない。
I'm not alone. I know. But you oh man, this was my favorite CG for them. Look how cute they are. If nothing else, I provided Zafora with a shoulder to lean on. I was more than content just being with him. And finally, we succeeded in taking Kultura back from Balto. Yep. He was covered in lesions, so he needed my help to hold the gun. With the erase bullet that Culavis had made, we shot that fraud of a sentinel. Balto vanished into thin air. After that, Zafora simply stared at the spot where his uncle had just stood. I had no idea what he was thinking at the time. At long last, Zafora's problems had been solved. But at what cost? Oh, it's looking really dark on my screen. See, I can up the brightness now, though. See, that's better, though. I would rather it be dark and I can use this to make it brighter than it being so bright that it looks like my cheeks are going into a different plane. He then brought me to a meadow and held fond memories for him. Oh, God. Between the mystic flowers and the glittering stars, I would never forget the spectacle view. Spectacular, even. Yeah, I remember this moment. We shared a soft kiss under the starry sky, and in that moment, I was overcome by the powerful desire to be with him, to support him. Reality wasn't that kind. Say it louder, girl. A year passed without a single I love you from Zafora. Trash. She didn't even contact me. I began to feel depressed, wondering if my feelings were one-sided. It was then that he visited Arthier for the succession ceremony that he didn't even invite me to, and he asked me to join him in Kultura. I'm sorry, I'm not over this.
ただクルトラに来て、俺のそばにいてほしい。それだけだ。
I just want you to come to Kultura and stay by my side. That's it. Trash. I'll keep an eye on you to make sure that you don't overwork yourself. Back then, I genuinely thought I'd only be helping with cleaning and cooking at the mansion. Also, Asia, if you're still lurking, should we do Eon next since he was the
おはようございます。
second? Or should we do another poll? Good morning, Miss Leah. Why, hello, Zafora subordinate A. Having finished getting ready, I was headed towards the lobby of the mansion. Everyone was already gathered as though they had been waiting for me.
今日のザフォラ様のご予定を確認したいのですが、
I'd like to confirm Lord Zafora's schedule for today. Oh, I missed what you just said. I said, should we just do Eon next, or should I do another poll? Because Eon and Zafora tied. Also, just so you can see my adorable controller today, it looks like supersonic, but it's supposed to be Zafora. A young man born into the Sentinel line in Kotora. With the help of Circus, he successfully took back his hometown from Balto's crutches. Currently investing his time and effort in developing the city as the new Sentinel. Do Eon next. Perfect. It makes sense. I mean, they're the only two that got voted on in the poll anyway, so. Morning here. I'm summarizing his schedule on this document. I plan on doing Vilio last. That's why I didn't even put him on the poll. He's like, he doesn't need to be on the poll. He's last. Vilio is Angel. Vilio is last. Note that the location for the meeting at 3 o'clock has changed.
わかりました。ありがとうございます。わかりました。ありがとうございます。
Is he biting his tongue as he talks? That's what it sounds like. Understood. Thank you for letting me know.
今日中にオリエンスでの会食の予定を組まないといけないのですが。
Vilio is best for last, sure. I feel like it's fair since he was the one you had to unlock in the first game anyways. And I feel like he was my favorite route. Zafora was winning and then he took a year off being her boyfriend. I'm not over this. And Eon's really good too. I have to make a dinner reservation in Odense today. Honestly, this game was really well written for the first game. I won't lie. I liked most of the routes. They made sense. They were consistent. The boys had character growth. Like, hopefully they're not stunted where they just have the same problems in this one. We'll see. I have to make dinner reservations in Odense today.
ザフォラ様のスケジュールが詰まっていて日取りが決められません。
Lord Zafora's schedule is already so packed, I don't know what day is best. I've adjusted his agenda and picked some possible dates for you. Can you contact the other party for me to confirm?
はい。
Yes, ma'am.
ザフォラ様に話があると職人の方が来ております。
Miss Leah, a craftsman, is coming to talk with Lord Zafora. Man, please show them to the reception room. Zafora will be there in 15 minutes.
承知しました。ご案内しておきます。
He said he just wanted her here and she's a receptionist. Like, she was told she could lay about and she is not getting to lay about at all. Got it, I'll do just that. I'm excited for Eon because Otome Kitten said he finally gets what he wants. Just a simple, happy life. That's exactly what Eon deserves. Simple, happy, people kind of call it boring. I fucking love it. It's one of my favorite kind of story tropes. It's my favorite. I just want to like the simplest shit, right? I just want someone who picks me up from work and is worried if I come home late. That's all I really want. You know what I mean? Like, that's so simple. Like, I just want happiness. I just want happiness. Zafora's subordinates are all dispersed to their respective jobs once I've finished answering their questions. It's still early, and things are already so hectic. Another day in the life of being a go-between for Zafora and his staff. Stop being the go-between. Get out of this job. As for how it came to this, it all started when I first arrived in Kultura. Lordy was doing Eons and she wasn't into it, so she started Vilios. I feel like simple can sometimes come across as boring, but honestly, that's all I want. Dude, like, go on a date, go on a picnic, just show me them having fun. I only want that. Especially in the fan disc, this is supposed to be after happy endings to me. Like, this should be the continuation of, like, this is how it's going. It doesn't need drama. Like, Cupid Parasite put in so much drama. It didn't need that. They could just have fun. Like, I hadn't even unpacked all my luggage yet. How long has she been here? When I was leaving my room to take a break, I happened to stumble across Zafora chatting with one of his subordinates. Actor stories don't need drama. Exactly. They're supposed to be past the drama. They're supposed to be beyond drama. This is when the couple should be trusting each other more. They shouldn't have all these doubts in their heads. That's why Ruki really hurt my feelings. Like, honestly, just freaking speak. If either one of them had just said, why do you keep telling me you don't want to meet your parents? Do you think I'm bad? Or if she had been like, I just don't think you and my parents would make a good fit. I think you would judge me. Like, their entire drama would have been gone so fast. Since we're on Zaphora's route, Sim's right to talk about Ruki. Are they talking about work? I was about to turn on my heels since I didn't want to interrupt.
後のことは気にするな。
Don't worry about the rest. Zafora replied with her. But his poor subordinate still had more to say, but the man had already left. Do you mind if I ask what happened?
あなたは確かザフォラ様の。
Aren't you Lord Zafora? Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Is everything
い
alright?
え、僕が不甲斐ないのが悪いんです。
It's all my fault. I'm seriously useless. I don't think that's true. I think you're being dramatic. According to him, he had struggled with the task and trusted to him. He approached Zafora with help but got more than he bargained
そ
for.
のままザフォラ様に仕事を巻き取られてしまったんです。
Lord Zafora took over my job. Just like that, he was done.
お忙しいザフォラ様の仕事を増やしてしまうなんて、僕がもっとお役に立てれば。
Instead of helping him, I increased his workload. I wish I could snap my fingers and be a better employee. See, just like that. It's that easy. Just go, I'm better now. Oh. He probably thinks it'll be faster if he just does it himself. Can't say I don't understand his feelings. But still, it's such a bad habit. He really can't be bothered to explain things. If you don't mind, do you want to go talk to the Zafora again? I know you just want to be useful to him, so I'll help you convey that.
本当ですか？
Seriously?
ぜひお願いします。
Thank you so much. It's so hard to talk to a tsundere these days, you see. The rest was history. As it turned out, the subordinate wasn't the only one having trouble with work. Before I knew it, I became liaison between Zafora and his subordinates. Rather than a liaison, I'm more like his secretary. I heard someone more experienced than me took on this role once and quit for some reason or another. Probably because life with Zafora is trash. Let's be honest. Shortly after I arrived at the mansion, never would have thought it would all turn out this way. Hi, Muma! Hello, hello! I hope you're having a lovely morning-ish time. I was feeling pretty inadequate until I took on this job. I wasn't the type of person who liked to sit around, but there was nothing I could do at the start. Hence, it was felt nice to be relied on by Zafora and so many others. It inspired me to keep working hard. Is she getting paid? So this is how I spent my busy yet fulfilling days in Kultura. Me! An ordinary girl who used to work at Labir, a tavern in the capital. With Zafora's offer, she now lives in the Labyrinth Sentinel Mansion in Kultura. Ooh, I'm so happy you're streaming. I just got off work just in time. Dude, exciting. Was it an early shift today, or are your time zones way ahead of mine? Yes, we're doing this one today. We'll be doing Cupid Parasite, finishing that one tomorrow. And in this afternoon, I'm going to be at the comic book shop talking about new comic books. I was now comfortable in my role as the Labyrinth Sentinel's assistant. Today, Zafora and I were strolling around the city together. I'm so glad the weather's nice. It's been raining a lot these past few days.
そうだな。この空の様子だと、しばらくは晴れるだろう。
Agreed. Looking at the sky, I figured it'll be sunny for a while. The two of us weren't on a date. We were simply doing our regular inspection throughout the city. My god, break up with him.
あら、迷宮森様、視察ですか？今ちょうどパンが焼き上がったので、ぜひ召し上がってくださいませ。
Not that I don't love him, it's just that I don't love the idea of just becoming a secretary. Oh my, an inspection tour, Mr. Sentinel. Have some of my bread. It's all fresh from the oven.
ああ、ありがとう。 いつも世話になってるな。
Sure, I'll have some, and thank you for your help.
あなたも。はい、どうぞ。
Please have some too, Leah. Aw, shucks. Thank you. It smells amazing. Dude, if you give me carbs, we're best friends now. I immediately stuffed myself with bread since they told me to eat it while it was still hot. The soft sweetness of the raisins mixed in with the dough melted in my mouth. Your bread's so delicious. It's as delicious as ever.
ありがとうございます。そう言っていただけて嬉しいですわ。
Thank you. That's music to my ears.
生地が格段にうまくなってるな。小麦を変えたのか？
The dough tastes better than before. Did you change your wheat?
ええ、都市外の小麦に変えてみたんです。
Yes, I'm trying it from outside the city.
ザフォラ様のおかげで外部のものも入手しやすくなりましたから。
Thanks to you, importing is much easier. Balto strictly managed trade between Kultura and other cities during his time as Sentinel. As soon as Zafora took over, he set up a new distribution channels. Now everyone could freely diverge from more traditional methods and recipes if they so choose. Glad he's doing great as his job.
お、迷宮森様、
Hi,
待ちがしたぜ。
Hello, hello. Good day, good day. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Sentinel. Also, it's clown time. Yeah, it's clown time. Also, there is still a poll up in the Discord under the 9RIP channel, so if you guys want to vote on that, that's if we should add the postcards to the current contest or create a different contest for the postcards. The only reason I'm asking is because maybe someone didn't get into the thing, and also this gives two people a chance to win something instead of just one. And I'm fine with either. It's not me getting the prize, so it's up to you guys. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Sentinel.
息子のデビュー作を見てくれよ。でかい図体して繊細な仕事しやがるんだ。
Look at my son's first piece. He's a bulky fellow, but he's got a featherlight touch.
父さん、迷宮森様は視察で忙しいんだから。
Is he a painter? What is he making? Or is he... Oh, wait, this is the craftsman. Craftsman. They make crafts. Father, the Sentinel's busy with his inspection.
街の様子を見るのが視察だ。仕事のうちだから気にするな。
Seeing what's going on in the city is part of the job. Don't worry about it.
はい。
All right. Also, since you just got here, Jay, this is the controller for today. It doesn't look as Zafora as I wanted it to be. Prim, why are you growling? The craftsman handed him a lampshade with the intricate decorations. Lampshade, a covering that is fitted over a light bulb. The one made in Kultura are well known for their delicate and exquisite texture. Some even come with feathers to adjust the light's color and intensity. Screw this man. I'm hoping we get to at some point. Honestly, that'd make up for how he's been treating us. Wow, so pretty.
透かし彫りが見事だ。
The votes are
いい技
tied
術を受け継いだな。
now. If they end with a tile, just flip a coin again. The open work is wonderful. Looks like you've inherited great technique. Were you here, Muma, when we were talking about the postcards I got from IFI? It makes sense, a new contest so new people can join. Yeah, that's part of why I thought that too. But again, it was just so that one person doesn't get 2 prizes. We can have multiple prizes. But then we have to figure out a contest for 9RIP, which is also exciting, honestly. And I submitted to make a panel for this year's Sabotin convention, that's here in Phoenix. So if anybody happens to plan on going to that, you can come say hi. I have 2 trains of thought for mine. One, I want to say, what does your type? What does your type say about you? And I'm going to show like examples, like this is like a tsundere, and this is like an example of some other tsunderes in Otome games to give you an idea of what games you can find. And then also talk about new games coming out. So that's what my panel is going to surround by. We're going to see if I can record it or even live stream it while we're doing it. It might not be able to be live streamed because the hotel has some terrible Wi-Fi, if I'm being honest. But we might be able to record it, and then I can upload it onto YouTube afterwards. And I'm going to dress like Lynette, which is why I've been making that costume. I wore it at AFI. It's not done, but I'm going to have more details for it when I do the actual thing. See, yes, I'm excited. Cosplay! I showed it yesterday on stream, what I dressed up as. It's also on Twitter, not Twitter, It's in the Discord. I guess I should post it on Twitter. It would make sense if I share my stuff on Twitter. I forget that I have a Twitter. Hear me out. I forget I have one and then I try to use it more often. I also made friends at IFI with a person that's local who she's very big on the Otome stuff. So she posts stuff and she actually does panels sometimes at Sabo as well. So I wonder what my type would be. That's what I have to find out. I gotta do some psychological stuff. And if you guys, I might make a post on Discord where you can post the different kind of types that you think and give me picture examples and I can build it and make a spreadsheet for it. So we can work together and make a really cute panel for this this year's Sabo. The open work is wonderful. It looks like you've inherited great technique.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, sir. The anxious-looking craftsman brightened when Zafora complimented his work. We returned to him and went on our way. Right then, a boy rushed out of a nearby home.
迷宮森様、聞いてくれよ。1週間前に妹が生まれたんだ。すっ
Team
ごく
Psycho
可愛いんだぜ。
Yes. Team Bun Bun. Also, I'm gonna try and make a new ingredient. I'm gonna try and be consistent, guys. Watch me go. It's gonna be hello buns. Something like that. That doesn't sound right, right? Because then I just picture bread, which is why we have actually snacks as our counters for each one. Mr. Sentinel, my sister was born a week ago and she's super cute.
こっちこっち。
Come see, follow me. Dude, let's go see
Ah.
a baby.
今行く。
Okay, let's go. Zafora had a gentle look on his face as the boy tugged his hand. Dude, I'm always excited to see a baby. Smiling, I followed after them. Every time we made our rounds, loads of people approached Zafora. It made sense considering how much he had done in such a short time. Not to mention his overflowing love for the city and the city's love for him. The sight of him holding hands with the boy said it all. The people of Kultura are living happy, peaceful lives. It makes me feel like being ignored for a year wasn't that bad. Ooh, girl, don't even. These people dearly needed his attention. I hope you break up. Honestly, I just said I wanted all these to be fluffy, cute, and friendly, but I'm fine if you guys break up. Break up. Leave this man. Don't say that you're okay with him ignoring you for a year. It was never okay. He has pen and paper. Oh my god. Not that bad, girl, no. I miss Leanne. I miss Leanne too. I wish he had contacted me earlier. I could have helped with the reforms. Or you could have attended his ceremony. Imagine getting invited to his fucking ceremony. No, he's like, hi, I'm in town because I had a ceremony. And she was just like, it would have been nice to have known. I could have been there to support you. And he says absolutely nothing. Zafora doesn't need a girlfriend. He doesn't need a girlfriend. I won't be harsh on Zafora because I blame the writers for that part. It's canon. You can't not blame him. I know the writers messed it up, right? But at the same time, they're acknowledging it in the fan disc. They're the problem. I wish he had contacted me earlier. I could have helped him with the reform. Zafora needs a hug and a grilled cheese cut diagonally. I need a hug and a grilled cheese cut diagonally. And tomato soup. Or a cup of milk. I'll take either or. I won't go off on him. I will so go off on him. I went off on him for 15 minutes last time. I kept this thought to myself, knowing it was bound to cause a fight. It wasn't like we could turn back time anyway. Besides, I'm a citizen of Kultura now. I've got to work harder so everyone can enjoy peace and tranquility for good. Things will only get better from here. The sun was setting when we finished our walk around the city. I'd like to stop somewhere before we go home. Do you mind?
ああ、その荷物の件か。
Handing over the goods? Yep, I'll be quick so you can wait for me. He is not perfect. Looking at the writer. I think it's just a sign. Like okay. You can blame the writers, but I think it fits his character. Hear me out. He said his father got so absorbed in work that his mother is the reason his dad ever did family stuff. And that's because she would force him to do family stuff. She would feed him food when he was working late at night, even if he said he didn't want food, because she knew he wouldn't eat otherwise. She dragged his ass out of their house to go look at fireflies in the forest, because she knew if she didn't do that, he would just stay inside. I think Zafora takes after his dad, and that is why, without any supervision and no one to stop him, he decided to spend 12 months forgetting he had kissed a girl in a flower field. Even to the point that he didn't invite her to his inauguration, whatever the word is for this one. Like, I'm gonna go off on him. You want to be better than the bad examples of your childhood. The things that, like, you hated. He hated his parents for a long time. They gave him some good moments, but, like, he knew that his life was trash, and that was why he was so willing to accept his uncle's offer to leave. Like, he thought his thoughts, why waste your time with him? He knows he's a workaholic. See? Not gonna put you through what his mom went through. Nah, he came and got her. He said, come with me, I just want you with me, and now she's his secretary. Like, they're so in their mom and his mom and dad's relationship right now. Stop banging work, Zafora. We are not banging. I don't think you realize that. They're not banging. They have not banged. As an Otome player, I can tell. We made our way to a little shop in an alley. I'm ready to bang him. Hello, Miss and Mr. Sentinel too. Just when I was about to enter the store, a little girl popped out. Doing an inspection again today? Dude, these are the lights I want. I want these lights in my house. I've always wanted starlights. I have something close, except it has a candle inside, so we have to figure out a way to turn it into an actual light on the inside. Oh, man. No, I'll pass on this dumbass clown. I want to give him a shot. I did like him. It's just they ruined his ending. And honestly, they can redeem it. They got time. Doing an inspection again today. Yeah, we're on our way home, but I wanted to give you this. I opened my bag, eyes still fixed on the girl. What I pulled out was a popular board game called Exciting Exotia. Time to hunt a clown. That sounds worse. There's prettier people out there. Okay. I want to fight you on that sentence, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think Zafora is rather pretty. I think he's pretty. It was a fun game where you traveled around the world. The one with the most money and happiness points at the end won. I got the game during our tour and played it with Circus. I put it in my luggage, but I probably won't have time to play it anytime soon because I'm now a workaholic with my boyfriend. Letting it sit around collecting dust would be such a waste, so I figured I'd give it to this child. Didn't you say you wanted to go to other cities? With this you can. I think you'll like it. Can I really have it? Absolutely. You'll learn all about the world when you play. A certain pretty one that didn't tell MC about the wedding. Yeah, that was pretty wild. Pauselia. Oh, Pauselia. Thank you. I'll ask the others to play too. I'll talk about characters in this game. She can't date people in other games. She is tied to this world. This isn't a different story where she breaks out of this game and goes into a different game. She's trapped in this one with these people. Mimi, the little girl, took the box from me and hugged it. Right, I want to say thank you for another thing too. The fair at the plaza the other day was so much fun. My mom told me you were the one who organized it. Thanks a bunch. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We've been working on something even more exciting, so look forward to it, okay?
とっても楽しみ。
I don't think Parsley is a good dude either. I think, again, I think they did a really good job on all their characters in this game. I think Parsley's fine. If the worst thing he did was marry the girl who wanted to marry him, whatever. Without her knowledge, that part's funnier. But imagine being in a wedding dress. It's I've watched a series of unfortunate events. That one was more dramatic. A chloris bloomed. Dude, this kid's so happy. The little girl hopped up and down with glee and a chloris floated beside her blooming. Our effort sure paid off. The girl walked back into the store waving her hands. Even Zafora's lips curled into a smile as he watched her go. Once we saw her off, we took our time walking back home. It makes me happy to bring a smile to someone's face.
そうだな。
Same here. Alright, guess we gotta keep working hard.
ところで、次のイベントの準備はどうだ？順調か？
Not you mentioned, how's the event preparation going? Everything alright? Yep, it's all good. I have a meeting with Jinya this week.
そうか。何かあったらいつでも相談しろ。
Okay, come to me if you have any hiccups. Thanks, buddy. Sure, thanks.
俺もこの町も娯楽には疎いからな。お前には助けられてる。
Neither me nor the people of the city know much about entertainment. You saved us. Oh, I'm just a hero. It's just something I do. His honest praise caught me off guard. Is that praise? It's nothing. I have a lot of fun. I'm just happy to rely on... I'm just happy you rely on me so much. This is a city of artisans, so mostly children help their parents from a very young age. They barely had a chance to learn about other cultures beside Kultura, because Kultura was so far removed from the rest of the world. Zafora had implemented a lot of reforms to improve the city overall. The problem was entertainment had long since been an afterthought. Kultura also had fewer toy stores than other cities, but they have an underground casino! The only recreational hub here was a casino built for a handful of wealthy citizens. See, I was right. For that reason, Zafora took up the task of creating a new business to be enjoyed by adults and children alike. My issue with him is that he literally is a fucking coward. And when he was like, what if I die? You will be alone. Everyone fucking dies. Shut the fuck up. Also, when he got jealous, bitch, you don't want her. So you got no right to be jealous. I kinda don't mind the rejection, even though it pissed me off, and not in a good way. I wish he wasn't being a fucking coward. I still kinda like his route. Kinda. That's fair, I guess. I think for Parsley, I can forgive him for that because they're young, right? Like, it's a walk to remember, guys. Like, the first rule in Walk to Remember was don't fall in love with me, because I'm gonna die, right? She had cancer, she knew she was gonna die. So, you know, she's like, don't fall in love with me because you're gonna be sad. You don't want to make people sad. How sad is it that you're dying and that the fear you have is now I'm gonna leave people behind and they're gonna be so sad? Which is fine. I mean, sometimes it takes getting jealous to realize your true feelings also. So you know what? I think he needed to be jealous so he could realize, wait, I fucking like this girl. It was a compliment, but alright. People are gonna be sad no matter what. Yeah, but if you love someone, there's different kinds of loves. There's so many different kinds of loves. And I feel like romantic love is one of those loves that you feel for a long time. So he was trying to avoid falling in love and having her being in love. Yeah, but he had a time limit. He knew when he was gonna die. Well, he knew he was gonna die soon. In his mind, he had like weeks to live. It's different. Everyone's gonna die. I could get hit by a car tomorrow. That's a fact. But like, I'm not sick. Like, if this was in time and I looked at my wrist, I don't have like a week to live. Like, I got longer than that. He was staring at his wrist and his wrist said 24 hours. And it was like flashing different numbers. I don't care. It's fine, Asia. I love you either way. For that reason, Zafora took up the task of creating a new business to be enjoyed by adults and children alike. Please don't get hit by a car, Leah. I might. Dude, okay. I am a pedestrian in life because I don't have a driver's license. And there are times where I'm like, it's a crosswalk. I have the right of way. And I say that and the car still goes. So one of these days, if I get hit, it's going to be in a crosswalk, but I have the right of way. Just be clear on that. I don't jaywalk. I sometimes jaywalk. But when I jaywalk, it's clear. But if it's a crosswalk, I will walk. You better stop. Isekai only works in anime and mangas. Do you know that for sure? A lot of isekais involve dying. I need truck could hits differently. A lot of people in isekais are dead in this world. How do you know I will not get transported into a different world? You don't know that. You can't say that with confidence. Okay, in my next life as a villainess, all routes lead to doom. She died. She was deaded. She woke up in a different world, in a different universe, in a whatever, and got her memories back of her previous life. So you can't tell me that I can't be isekai'd, okay? Leah said she doesn't jaywalk, and then she said she does sometimes. Okay, but there's a difference, right? There's a difference between like, oh, I gotta get across the street and there's no crosswalk. I'm gonna go for it. But in those instances alone, I always make sure it's completely clear. I will wait for a very long time for it to be really clear. Okay, but like, why? Why? Isekai is my favorite genre, so it would be cool. Yeah, see? It would be so cool. Imagine me being reincarnated in a Otome game. Ah, man, the dream. I need y'all to give me strength for Paselia's after story. Otome Kitten said he got sexy and spicy or whatever CGs, and I still got issues with him. You have issues with him. I'm trying to help you work through these issues, right? Again, we make stupid choices. Have you ever had a crush on someone and then just said the weirdest shit and then later on you're like, why the fuck did I say that? That's not me. It's just how your brain works. I don't care. Okay, I'm trying to help you. What would happen if your body's in this world? When you get isekai'd, you die. Or your brain goes somewhere else and you're still in another body. It is what it is. Sadly, cremated or buried. I pick cremation because I'm an organ donor, so I wouldn't even have half my organs, so my issue's not gonna change. It's okay, Asia, I'll take him. Leah thought Alice was my favorite, but it was Oh, okay, it's Paselia. I'm sorry, Jay. It's Blue whose favorite was Alice. That's what they told me afterwards. I'm so sorry. But now I know who your favorite is. I need a list of your guys' favorites. That way if I run into random things, I'm like, oh, perfect. People would grieve, but you're just in another world. Fizz and sexy man. Oh god. She's in a better place now. That's perfect. Oh man, to be isekai'd, right? Oh, the world. Let me join. You have to get hit by a car too. That's the whole problem. We just talked about this. It's not that hard to get hit by a car, guys. Don't look both ways when crossing the street. Just be in a K-drama and be near a road. Do you know how many K-dramas I watch when they're near a street and I'm like, you better stop it? How many K-dramas can have you get hit by a car? So many. So many. The first time I heard about it, I blurted out all kinds of ideas. He wound up putting me in charge of it. That's right, they're making an event. I seem to like some characters that you have mixed feelings or dislike their route. Are you talking about Asia specifically? Gosh, all the time. Yeah, see? So many. Like, K-dramas got to the point where they'll have them have a fight standing on a sidewalk and then they take a step into traffic and I'm sitting there going like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then, like, they know that at this point we're just ready for them to hit by a car, so they do it just so we get like anxious. It's not about taking him. I want to see his after story, but I got issues with his route. Hell, at this point, might not watch his after story. Paselia and Tomonari. First off, Tomonari. I was so ready for his route, and I was so heartbroken at his route at the same time. I wanted my cute little... I don't know what the right word is for him. Airheaded, cute boy with no nipples, I might add. I'll give it everything I've got.
ああ、期待してる。
Looking forward to it. Oh, I clenched my fist enthusiastically, earning a chuckle from the silver-haired man.
けど、無理はするなよ。責任者が倒れちゃ、元も子もないからな。
You'll be done for if the person in charge collapses. We'll be done for if the person in charge collapses. The same goes for you too.
なら、お互いにお互いを監視するか。
Tomonari. In that case, we should keep an eye on each other. How do you mean?
前に言ってただろ。ザフォラが無理しないか、近くで見張っていなきゃって。
Remember what you said a while back? I'll keep an eye on you to make sure you don't overwork yourself.
だから俺も、お前が無理しないよう、朝から晩まで見張ってやろうかと。
I just skipped his route. Why? You can't skip his route. It's close to the true route. Otaru is the best route, by the way. Otaru, best route. Love me, my little cute, super happy, evil boy. I love my boys to be just a little bit on the bad. See, he's the perfect example of what I mean when I say I don't mind a yandere. I'll do the same, keeping an eye on you from morning until night to make sure you're not pushing yourself too hard. He's gonna keep an eye on me.
待て、今書いたところ、誤字があるぞ。
You just made a typo. Oops.
そっちより、この計算式を使った方が早く終わるんじゃないか。
Isn't it better to use this formula than that one? Yeah.
書類のミスを見つけた。ここだ。早く直せ。
This is not the man you want to marry, girlfriend. Like, no. There's a mistake in this document. Hurry up and fix it. Okay. Like, if this is what you're fascinating or fantasizing about, no. I'm trying to picture a sweet and sappy boss-employee relationship. Why is everything so painful instead?
ま、残念ながら俺も仕事があるし、無理な話だが。
It's not like
体
I
調
can
に
do
は気をつけろよ。
it. With how busy I am, be sure to take care of yourself. I will. You better do the same or else. Or else what? We shared a laugh. In the past, this was something I couldn't even dare to imagine. I was more than pleased to be able to relax with him on our downtime. Still, there is so much to do. My plate was sadly as full as his, even though he told me he just wanted me to be here, and instead I decided to start working. As his assistant, there were some things I need to discuss with him. By the way, Zafora, I heard you told someone from the engineering department not to come into work starting tomorrow. My tone grew sharp and he swallowed hard.
確かに言ったな。
I did say that. I started Genia's route on Chapter 4. I'm glad the pacing is fast. When you say that, do you mean you want it to be done with? Or are you saying that you like it? Have they kissed yet? In Genia's route by Chapter 4? No. Well, yes, at the end of Chapter. They're a slow burn, sort of. It's half of Genia's story is him going like, I can't be with her. I did say that. He admitted it. For what reason? Oh, have they
次の週から新規事業の部署に移動予定だっただろ。
Because he'll be transferred to a new department.
これまでもよく働いてくれていたし、今のうちに休息を取れという意味で言った覚えが。
I'm glad the pacing's so fast so I don't have to struggle through a long route. Take that back. Jinya deserved a longer route. He deserved more. They deserved more lovey-dovey. They needed to be going on la dates more. Like oh god, that man. When he decides to use his deep voice, holy shit. Goodness. As I recall, I told him to take a breather since he's been working so hard. No, you didn't. He didn't get the message. He thought he got fired. He went and got drunk at Cheers to mourn. I just gladly Leanne reached out to me when he noticed something weird about the guy's story. You almost lost a seriously talented person over some dumb misunderstanding. I glared daggers at Zafora and he awkwardly looked away. Kind of like how you thought you'd have a girlfriend if you didn't fucking write her for a year, and yet here I'm standing, living proof that you can get away with stupid shit.
悪かった。
My bad. That's right, you better clear things up with him later. You really aren't good with words. Surprised you even have me. And one more thing.
まだあるのか？
There's more? Hell fucking yes, you are the worst person. This one's not a lecture, just a question. You know I'm practically managing your schedule right now, don't you? Except I'm still an amateur. I've never done a job like this. I'm wondering if we should hire a real secretary. Oh my god. Wait. Hang on. What if they hire a pretty girl and then she's nervous and that girl's like perfect and does everything really, really good and she's like, oh my god, I don't belong with Zafora. Wouldn't that be great? No? Terrible? What do you guys think? As the Sentinel, you are directly responsible for Kotora's future. It'd be better and more efficient to have a seasoned secretary of your own. Right as I finish, you ventured a question of his
お
own.
前は今、仕事で困ってるのか？
Are you struggling with work? Fuck you, Zafora. I'm tired, okay? You told me I could come here and have a hot girl summer, and I am not doing that. I've just been working all the damn time.
何かあるなら言ってみろ。できることは対処する。
You can't do anything. You have no time. Bro, we haven't gone on a date since I got here. I don't even know if I know what your chest looks like if I'm being real. Hot girl summer. I want Zafora to get chunked and MC turn lesbian. That'd be great too. Oh my god. Let me know if you need anything. I'll do whatever I can. Look, the art style for this is great. If they put in a really cute girl, like, holy shit. No, not in particularly. If I don't understand something, I can ask others as well, not just you. Everyone is so nice and easy to work with. It's been great, really. There's so much I can do, and people rely on me.
なら、このままでいいだろ
So you're fine with the way things are. Yes, but
う。今さら、他の人間を連れてくる手間も労力も無駄だ。
then hiring someone new would be a waste of time and effort. Listen, my guy. Fucking listen. Did you want MC for yourself? Wait, who are you speaking to? Brim? Aw, he doesn't want her if it ain't you, boo. But here's the thing. Is she really... She doesn't get to see him. He's working all the time. She's just writing his agendas.
お前が辞めたいって言うなら、何かしら考えるが。
If you want to quit, though, I'll think of something. You got it wrong. I didn't say I wanted to quit. I just said I didn't sign up for this fucking job.
だったら、このままお前が続ければい
Oh
い。
my god. In that case,
俺は、
just keep doing what you do.
お前の仕事に満足してる。
I'm satisfied with your work. I'm so glad you're satisfied. I haven't been satisfied since I got here. For real?
俺が仕事のできないやつを近くに置くわけないだろ。
I'm not the type to keep incapable people around. What if you're dating that incapable person? What if you're in love with that incapable person? Please explain. Like, what? Zafora was right. His staff was made up of only talented people. Oh god. He had chosen each and every one of them himself.
お前が人手を欲してるなら、新しくお前の補佐
At
を
this
雇って
point,
もいいが。
romance or reflection. Dude, yeah, her in her like street person outfit versus her like costume. She can just date herself. We can hire an assistant for you if you need some help. There's no need, I'm fine.
じゃあ、
She's such
こ
a
の話は終わり
liar.
だ。そんなことは気にせず、仕事に集中してろ。
What is she lying for? She literally just said she's got no time. We're all good then. Don't let things get to you. Just focus on your duties. If you say so, I'll do my best, I guess.
ああ、頼りにしてる。
Thanks, I'm counting on you. Absolutely not. Ah, that one line whisked all my worries away. Don't let him trick you. It could be tough to read, but it made me happy knowing he needed me. I have to hit the books and see what else I can do. It's as simple as that. Boosted by what he said, I doubled down on my motivation right at that moment.
大丈夫か？
You're right. No, I'm overworked and underpaid. A man had stormed out of a nearby alley. Imagine this is your boyfriend. Imagine you get knocked into and your boyfriend's still just standing there in front of you like, you all right, my guy? I know it's the game, but He bumped right into me, throwing me off balance, but Zafora caught me before I could fall. I'm okay, thanks.
おいお前、突然飛び出してきたら危ないだろ。
Can't just run out like that, it's dangerous. Zafora made sure I was alright, then snapped at the man with a glare. The guy didn't say a word. He glanced my way and then ran off. Is he in a rush? There were more people walking the streets of Kotora these days. I figured someone bumping into me was proof that the city was bustling again. As I thought so, I turned to Zafora. He watched the stranger go, a perplexed look on his face. What's wrong? Curious, I asked him.
なんでもない。
Nothing, never mind. Who was it, Zafora?
日が落ちてきたな。暗くなる前にさっさと帰るぞ。
The sun is setting. Let's go home before it gets dark. Telling me not to worry, he walked off at a brisk pace. Odd encounter aside, our inspection tour had been worth it. I left with the feeling that things in Kotora were picking back up. It also had gotten to see Zafora smile a lot. He can't be close to you if he has too many enemies. Oh man, it's a Spider-Man story yet again. They'll go after the thing I love. No. To my surprise, he complimented me. I returned to the mansion feeling satisfied, telling myself to work harder from now on. Yeah, but what at what cost, my guy? By the time I wrapped up my work, it was late evening. Once I finished, I stopped by Zafora's room. Hint that they're not sleeping together. Can't say that to her, like, talk about it. Dude, have you not established that miscommunication is the name of every Otome game? Someone's gotta have it.
入れ。
Come in. Aight. Just like Ruki. It's also like Roddy and Jupiter having very similar things when they turn into creatures. They gotta have something in common, right? This is his archetype. He's the tsundere, which also means he can't just say what he's thinking, because then you'll realize he's not as mean as he seems. Come in, hello. I love Ruki still. I love Zafora. I just hate him a little bit. Tsundere's ass won't talk at all. The teacup I carried clinked against each other as I entered.
ああ、もうそんな時間か。
Oh, is it that time already? He peeked up at me from his desk. It looked like he was still in the middle of something. He's always the first to start work and the last one to finish. I don't like you, Baka. Yeah. It's the only thing that never changes, even now that I'm managing his schedule. Look at his bed, though. Like, this is nice. Imagine sleeping in here. If he didn't take breaks, he'd drown himself in work. Work late into the night without resting. To prevent that, I brought him some tea, some chamomile tea. I hoped this would encourage him to take a break.
あと3分だけ待ってくれ。
I always did like tsunderes. I mean, I like people who are mean to everyone but me, right? At first they're a little mean to you, and then after a while they're like, don't stand in the rain, and they're like brushing your hair. You'll get cold. Stupid ass fan disc. Can't believe people actually like Cupid fan disc. Where did that come from? It depends on the person. Dude, when I was talking to people online and they're like, oh yeah, I really like the fan disc. It was so well written for Cupid Parasite. I was like, oh, is it me? Do I have the problem? 3 more minutes. Fucking asshole. He swiftly ran his pen along the paper. Perfect. That's just enough time for me to brew the tea. There's one tsundere I totally hate, but I don't remember his name. Describe him to me. What does he look like? If it sounds like Seaweed Head, we're not friends. He can fuck off. I poured hot water into a glass teapot. This brew was a fruit tea. Leah. Do you remember what? Is it him? Asia, is it him? Are you telling me that you don't love... Hang on, I can't say his name right. I gotta grab my game. Is it Sukumaru? What's his name? Takeru. Takeru. It's Seaweed Head, isn't it? It's Seaweed Head, isn't it? You don't love my husband? This is Kinji's voice actor. Sazas, yeah, I can't say his name. You got me. He's not the one on the cover, I forgot. It's the guy that smokes cigarettes, which is also, I will never like someone who smokes cigarettes. Seaweed Head, threatened MC in the common route. I hate him for that. Ken, okay, first off, he was protective. That's what a tsundere is. They're protective. He was protective of his friends and his company. Of course, he threatened the MC. He didn't know her. He had no claims to her. Doesn't make him not like, look how cute he is. Look at his hair. Look at that boy up there in the corner. Oh, man. And he's a short king. Can I talk? She says in text. Yeah, you can talk. I can stand up for that one, but not Zafora. Yeah, have you heard him talk? Listen, you don't know she like I do. Moonlight, you gotta go watch my Collarx Malice videos. They are vastly different. They are vastly different. Yes, they are. He also loves donuts. Fun fact, he's a donut king. If you give him snackies, he's happy. He's all about progress. He literally has, in his house, he has absolutely nothing to cook with because he just likes to eat food from the konbini. Like, he's so random. That man's gonna die young, but happy. This brew was fruit tea. I'm waiting for Asia's text because it's gonna be big. With a dash of raspberries grown by the earth spirit and some dried fruit from the local villages. Fruit tea! Black tea blend with dried fruit, spices, and herbs. Tea mixed with apples, cinnamons seems to be Zafora's favorite as of late. The tea leaves unfurled in the hot water and the pleasant aroma wafted through the room. Smells nice. The liquid took on a rich scarlet color. I let it steep for a few minutes while Zafora finished his work. Just enjoy this music for a second. What a nice. I worry for Asia's fingers when she's typing all these big paragraphs. No wonder words were exchanged and he didn't so much as glance up at me. But compared to being apart for an entire year, just being in the same space made me feel content.
よし、終わった。
Alright, I'm done. Those fingers have abs, y'all.
でしょ
Nice. Good work. Let me pour some tea. Here you go. Be careful. It's hot. Also a reminder, in one of those routes, a guy shoots you and you still fall in love with him. And I gave him a pass as well because he shot us because he thought we were sus. Here you go. Be careful. It's hot.
ああ。いい香りだな。今日は果物を使ったのか？
Thanks. It smells great. Did you use fruit? I did. It tastes as good as it smells. The sour notes give it a complex flavor.
うん。確かにうまい。
It really does. Okay. Time for Asia's words. I understand that, but shit scared me. I was uncomfortable with that. No one should put their hands on someone's neck like that. I literally cried when he did that. That shit's not okay. I knew that I like him. I do like him, but he's not my favorite. But putting hands on a woman is not okay at all. Stop talking about my fingers. Fair enough. I guess you're right. I don't know. He did it to protect his family. But yes. Seaweed Head's my favorite. He's a little short king. Honestly, again, I think it's also we don't completely agree on yanderes. I'm okay with some yandere behavior, which is fair. He did give off yandere vibes when he's deciding to put his hand around your throat, but he wanted to be emphasized. He wanted to know that I will take you out if I got to. And sometimes that involves a little bit of touching. But again, in a different route entirely, the girl gets shot to death by a love interest. So can't win them all. Also, the guy that I wanted to date, you couldn't date in that entire game, and I was pretty upset about it. I knew why, but hey. I have to see how far they take the morally gray type. So for his specific part, which is in the beginning of the game, it's during the common route, like when you're getting into a route, she ends up outside talking to him, and his eye glows red, and he's like, "Listen, yeah, I will cut you if you threaten my family," basically. So that's what he kind of gets to. Okay, what would you say is the difference between him and Zafora? He doesn't ghost us for a year, and he's quick to call us baby, and he wants our brother to move out of our house so we can live together. Yeah. Also, he bought cooking equipment just so I can cook in his house. He took me to dinner on Christmas Eve. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's so cute. Glad you like it. Oh, man. Here's the thing, right? My favorite Ninja Turtle is Raphael. I think that should tell you everything you need to know. That's okay, fangirl. Those are all the things. That's so different from Zafora. He didn't ghost me. He straight up said, dude, we're dating. Like, she was all like, why'd you take me here? And he's like, we're a couple, you idiot. Please be nicer in your responses. You can come off harsh sometimes. I don't know. I like us having some sassiness sometimes. The two of us chatted about the days happening over our tea. Spending this kind of quality time with him brought me so much joy. We talked about trivial things, unless you're not talking about other people. The people we met on the streets, delicious food we ate. Right, speaking of which, I just remembered something. I found this note in my pocket when we came back home from the inspection. It probably was shoved in my pocket when that guy ran into me and ran away. What do you think?
メモ
What note?
一目惚れしました。二人でお茶しませんか
I fell in love with you at first sight. Would you like to have tea with me? Zafora scowled when you finished reading it. Okay, so there's somebody who's flirting with her in this world? Alright. Go for it. Leave Zafora. Leave this man behind. He works too much. A dad, a little kid, snuck this in as a prank considering how it's worded.
出かける時にはなかったんだよな。
Favoritism, clearly. I'm shooked. Wait, what do you mean? It wasn't there when we left home, right? Nope.
男とぶつかったのは覚えてるか
Remember that man who bumped into you
入れ
today?
られたとすれば、あの時の可能性が高いだろ
If you think about it, he might have done it then, but was he cute? Now that you mention it, I thought back to that man who rushed out of the alley and left without a word. They didn't give him a face, so I guess he's not important. What should I do? Should I reply? What do you think? Like, do you think I should be like, okay, let's get some tea? Like, what do you think?
う。捨てておけ。どうせただのいたずらだ。
Throw it away. It's probably some kind of practical joke. You don't think anybody would think I'm cute? I guess so. If we were asking me on a real date, he would have put down his name and contact information, and if it were me, I would write it more legibly. It definitely is not on a scrap paper. In fact, that was exactly what I did. When I wrote letters to Zafora, did you? I was really picky with the paper I used, and I made sure to write clearly and neatly. When we were always away from each other, the days I spent waiting for him felt so frustrating. So she did write this asshole. They confirmed it. He ghosted her for a year and she was writing his ass. I had no clue whether he was pushing himself, if he was eating or sleeping enough. Desperate, I sent him a letter after letter. In the end, I never received a single reply. Speaking of letters, I've heard back from some of the circus members. The next event is to be held at the plaza with circus reunion shows. No, he literally said in the previous game, the reason he didn't write her was because he didn't want to be distracted. He said it to her face, and she's all like, okay, I forgive you. I had reached out to invite them to Kotora for the event. Vaselius said he can't make it. He's feeling unwell, so I don't want to force him.
そうか。折を見て、
Or
一度
Paselia,
見舞い
he's
に行かない
dying
と
of
な。
everyone else's route but his own. And, Vilio's. I suppose we should go visit him sometime. Colovis likely won't make it either. He expressed how much he wished he could
目覚めたばかりの王子だからな。こればかりは仕方ないだろ
There's nothing we can do about it. He's a prince who just woke up from his slumber.
他の連中は
Didn't Colovis age? Wait, isn't Colovis his adult form in this route? Didn't they say that making the bullets helped stabilize his body and thus he grew up? How about the rest? Eon, Roddy, Ginia said they can come. It's also been a year. I'm not over this. It's been a year since he got back into his body. He should be fine. He hasn't talked to anyone. Yeah, it's all trash. He's trash. All that's left is
あい
Vilio.
つどこをほっつき歩いてるんだ
Where in the world is that guy? Let's look at a map.
まさか手紙も受け取れないような僻地にいるんじゃないだろうな
I bet he's in some remote area where you can't even get
来
letters.
てもらわないと困るんだが
It'll be a problem if he can't make it. What if we send a letter to every Cheers part, and if he walks into a Cheers, they know to look for Vilio, and they go like, Vilio, here's a letter from you. We want to ask him to take you to your parents' grave, right?
ああ両親の墓があるのは簡単には行けない場所だからな
Considering their burial site isn't easily accessible on foot, why?
ちょうどいいし移動に使ってやろうと思ってる
If he comes here, I can use him as my transportation. Way to use your friends, bro. Anyone who heard this would assume he treats his friends like a vehicle. But if I remember correctly, he ordered some delicious meat for the next event. Deep down, I knew it was meant for Vilio. It's not like Zafora is shy or cryptic in that way, the way he says. It was simply being himself. Vilio would know that with just one look at the meat. Hey, can I tag along? I want to say hello to your parents.
ああ構わない俺もいろいろと報告したいことがあるしな
Go ahead, I have tons to fill them in on. Oh, I bet he has plenty of stories given everything that's happened. There's Kotora, Circus, Balto to start. Where's Balto buried? Wait, he's dead. No, he's like dead. He's not dead. He's dead, but he's like, whoosh, he's gone. He was cremated instantaneously. Guess I need to figure out how to introduce myself to his parents. It's a headstone. You got this, girl. What if they disapprove your relationship? I don't think they can. We continued to talk, and our quality time was up before I knew it. It's almost time to sleep, but there's just one more thing I absolutely need to do. My nightly routine involved more than just having tea break with Zafora. There was one more thing I had to do no matter what. He wouldn't get away from me tonight.
まったくああ
Yeah, we're not doing flashbacks. I'm tired of flashbacks. It's time for him to make good on his promise. I waited until the tea was running low before I spoke. Oh, okay. How many? Okay. Where's my reward? You have one job left. Okay. It's hard to say which one he will like. Zafora is strange. Let's try that one. Hey, Zafora, don't you have one job left to do tonight? I tried bringing it up in a roundabout way.
いや何もない仕事はさっきキリのいいところまで終わらせた
I don't think so. I finished all my work for today. Following a suspiciously long silence, he brushed it off without meeting my eyes. It's so obvious he's just pretending to be dumb. He definitely knew what I meant. That's weird. You have a great memory, so I can't believe you'd forget this one.
いろんなことが立て込んでるから過
Oh,
去
wait,
の
we
出来
didn't
事
know.
はどんどん記憶の彼方に追いやられていくんだ
With so many things going on, past events are bound to slip away from me. Is our promise so insignificant to you that it slipped right out of your brain? Well, you're the Labyrinth Sentinel. I'm sure you have more important things to take care of. His flippant comment had me peeved, so I couldn't resist taking a few pot shots at him. Yeah, make that face. I heaved a sigh, knowing I'd failed to get him to do the darn thing yet again. Come on, girl. One final push. I know I said it so many times already, but you do remember what we talked about before, right? I leaned in closer as he struggled to reply. I did say I want some affectionate words in return. Except oddly enough, I haven't heard a single one since I came to Kotora. I feel like the MC is just a fly buzzing around Zafora with how much he ignores her. Dude. I'm glad Leah's taking shots at him because of how the way he ghosted her. Dude, this man. He ghosted for a year. I'm not over this. This little back and forth had become part of our nightly routine. This specifically, I never doubt his love for me. I would if this is his attitude every friggin' time. For instance, that one time when I returned to my room for a break and my favorite food ever, a big honey pancake, was sitting on my desk. Who brought this here? I was totally confused because I had no clue who put it there. Only when I flagged down a chef passing by did I find out the truth.
ザフォラ様に頼まれて作ったんですよ。素材にもこだわった自信作です。
Lord Zafora asked me to make that. I handpicked the ingredients. His response triggered a memory for me. Earlier that day, I had mumbled about wanting to eat something sweet because I was tired. Zafora was near me then. Another time, without me realizing it, the flowers in my room had been replaced with new ones. The funny thing was, I was just thinking I should replace the flowers I got from the townsfolk since they had started to wilt. The new ones were lovely, bright blue, blooms, but not many people have access to my room to begin with. I happened to have some business at the flower shop that day, so I asked about the mysterious arrangement in my
そ
room.
の花はブルースターですね。ちょうど今朝ザフォラ様が買っていかれましたよ。
God. He's like, I don't know how to say I love you, but I will show you. That'd be the blue star bouquet Lord Zafora bought it this morning. Blue star, a smaller flower with a lovely translucent blue color. It can also be pink or white. In flower language, it means blissful love and mutual trust. Oh man, that's weird. And yet another day. That looks like real glasses. Zafora surprisingly finished his work early than usual. He took me to a popular high-class restaurant in Kultura, but no matter how many times I asked why he brought us there, he merely said he wanted to eat there. It had me so perplexed, but I figured I should just relax and enjoy the food. I got to indulge in creative cuisines I never normally ate. The nighttime view from the large restaurant window was breathingly beautiful. I headed back to the mansion feeling satisfied.
あ、ザフォラ様。
This is sweet, but a note would be the cherry on top of this gift of affection. Yeah, imagine him writing a note, like 1 in 12 months. Imagine that. Zafora, Miss Leah. On our way home, we happened to bump into one of his subordinates. He said something
1ヶ月記
unbelievable.
念おめでとうございます。
Happy 1-month anniversary. Come again? That's right, because you can't count the year we were apart because you decided to just not fucking write me. God, I can't. I'd been so busy I completely forgot a month had passed since I came to Kultura. Buddy, surprised I asked Zafora, he insisted that it was a mere coincidence until the very end. Honestly, Zafora did all kinds of things for me, but he literally never explained any of it. I never would have guessed the reasons behind these gestures had those people not told me. I couldn't help but think he might have done even more without me noticing. And none of it came in the form of words. Speak, man. If you don't give me my affectionate words, I'll consider it a breach of contract, unpaid and unfair labor practice. Zafora listened until I ran out of steam, eyes fixed
飲
on
み終わっ
me.
たし、片付けてくる。お前は部屋に戻って寝ろ。
I'm done with my tea. I'm gonna clean up. You should go back to your room. You should tell me I'm pretty. Like, what the heck is this? He grabbed the tea set and quickly left the room. He ran away. Why does it turn out like this every single time? I got it. Break up with him. He's got to make plans now. He's just gonna make plans. It's not even. Let's make the other choice because we didn't get the flower blooming option in that one. Or maybe we don't get flowers in this one. Where's my reward? Look, I got all my tasks done today. Where's my reward? Up until now, I had tried asking all kinds of different ways. You managed to dodge them all, so it failed every time. Not today. There'd be no escape. I don't know where it ends. He choked on his tea, coughing violently. Then he bluntly averted his gaze.
働いた分の給料なら月に一度渡してるだろ。
It's for when I do dehydrate. If this is about your salary, I'll give it to you once a month. Oh my god, I didn't mean money. It's not something you can buy anyway.
謎かけか。これは難しい問題だ。
A riddle, huh? This is a tough one. I heaved a sigh, knowing I'd failed to get him to do the darn thing yet again. Come on, girl. One final push. Alright. It was the middle of the night. I was just trying to see my history, make sure I didn't miss anything. Great. Harump. I woke up to the sound of my door opening and closing, except it was still dark and quiet outside. There's no way someone would come to my room this late at night. Maybe it's just my imagination. This girl, 0 survival skills. Are you for real? Someone opened my door. Can't be. I know what's about to happen because I saw the CG already, but like, how could you? Maybe the only way he talks is to Kasudon him. Kasudon? I don't know what that means. With that in mind, I closed my eyes. Because I have 0 survival skills, I prepared to surrender myself to sleep once more. Leah. Someone whispered my name. Is that Zafora? Am I so desperate to hear him profess his love that I'm hearing things now? If so, things had gotten bad. Imagine choosing to move to a different city to be with this friggin' guy, only for this friggin' guy to never say the shit you told him to say when you got there. And then be fine with it and just keep staying. After a year, she already gave him 1 pass. Like that was more than a pass. For me, that's like 3 strikes. I've got to get him to say it soon. I drifted in and out of consciousness as I thought as much. My bed creaked. This time around, his voice sounded closer than before.
いつもありがとう。お前がいてくれてよかった。
Pinning against the wall. I guess. Is she taller? No, she's not taller than him. I don't think there's any short kings in this one. I think everybody in Radiant Tale are pretty tall giants. I think he's one of the shorter ones, but he's not the shortest. Does height really matter? It's more ominous. It's more, what's the word? Yeah. It's more, if it's a short person, it just feels like you're leaning in for a hug. Thank you for all your help. I'm truly glad to have you with me. Can't you say that to my face? Zafora's voice emerged as a passionate murmur. His fingers brushed my face and veins. Slowly but surely, he affectionately combed his fingers through my hair. Ah, he's cute, but like, how dare you?
好きだよ。
I love you. It's too late for that. So gentle, so sweet. He whispered. His whispers were filled with love. If he can't say it to my face, and he has to say it
これ
to
から
my...
もずっと
Where's my friggin'
隣にいてくれ。
blanket? Girl, are you just laying on this bed? How is this doesn't look comfortable? How did they get you on this bed, my dude? I'm never doing Kasudon, y'all. My friends would laugh at me. You could try it. I mean, you're not supposed to do it to your friends. You're supposed to do it to someone you are interested in. Aren't you still young? You can growl. You're still young. Tomorrow and for days to come, please stay by my
よろしく
side.
な。
Always. You see, there's a movie and a book and a story that's called Beauty and the Beast, right? And the Beast is a monster, and you're a monster, and you are keeping me here with words. And kisses. He leaned down and kissed my forehead. Imagine. Then he rose to his feet and left the room. I froze, you're laying in bed, girl, and listened for his footsteps to fade away completely. Pulling a blanket. Where's the blanket? I saw your bed, girl. Pulling a blanket over my head, I let out a stifled scream. My sleepiness had ran out the door with him. Dehydrate. Okay, I see you. Maybe I'm at least a nice 5'3" in my opinion. I'm 5'2". And I've been 5'2" since I was 10. And I only know this because when I was 10, my doctor told me I was almost 5'3". And I never hit 5'3". Never. I wanted to be 5'3". Never got there. My sleepiness had ran out the door with him. What was that? I knew why he did what he did. It was probably his way of providing me my reward. However, what if you were actually asleep? You would never know. So he did remember. My face was hot with joy and embarrassment. I grew redder and redder with each passing moment. My heart was beating like a drum. He could have just said it directly. And is it me, or did he sound pretty used to this? This was definitely not his first time. Does he always tell me these things when I'm sleeping? See, what means Kasudon is meant to be used on us and not by us. So she's just saying that you need a tall person to impose you. Impose you. Does he always tell me these things when I'm sleeping? That's not the appropriate way to say he likes you. It made me a little sad knowing I missed out on the words I'd been waiting for. I certainly felt his love for me, and he had given me so much. He has given you nothing. I hope from the bottom of my maiden heart that he would tell me face to face. What a sentence. He really can't bring himself to be honest. Japanese saying for the guy slamming his hand on the wall or space to prevent the girl from leaving. I think I skipped the time when that was a thing. It's Kasudon, but we can add it to our dictionary. Kabadon. Kasudon sounds like food. Yes. You know what? Both are delicious. Both are delicious. One is I filling, one is pho filling. That's how we know the difference. I sighed, sulking. His words echoed in my mind over and over until I finally dozed off. My dude, you deserve better than a man who only tells you he loves you when you're in bed. In fact, that sounds worse when you think about it. They adorned my heart and soul, warming me from the inside out. You were so friggin' easy.
でしょでしょ
Yeah. But like, are you even worth the time, my guy? Oh, wait, we had to hydrate. Sorry, I got distracted by putting the time in. Today I was meeting with Jinya, through the chalice to discuss Circus's reunion show. I've explained how things will proceed once everything gets here. All that's left is to make some adjustments after we see Vilio's reply.
ええ。また変動があったら教えてちょうだい。
I'm not good at being the fierce one in the relationship, so I don't think I could do a Kabadan. I've never been Kabadan, so Kabe? I've never done it or been part of it, so I feel like you need a level of confidence, and I don't think I have any confidence to do it. So that makes it really hard for me to think about. Let me know if there are any changes. My husband calls me a mighty mushroom marshmallow. That sounds adorable. I'm down for that. I'm a little baby Stay Puffed. That's me. Of course, that was actually our third meeting about it. With each one, I felt our plan take shape.
ところで、ザフォラはどう？
By the way, how about Zafora?
忙しそうだけど、公演には参加できそうかしら？
If I could somehow gather the courage, then I'd do it, and then I would roll on the ground out of embarrassment. You're just in there like, hey baby, how you doing, lean? And then you're like, and then you just collapse, and you're dead. Muma Marshmallow. Power Punch. I just picture this as a superhero now. I know he's probably busy, but I'm wondering if he can take part in the show. Yes, he can. No problem at all. There still will be things he needs to take care of, but we're keeping his schedule as open as possible. As long as there are no major issues, he should be able to join us. I mean, the people here probably want to see him most of all.
もうすっかり迷宮森様の秘書ね。
I get flustered so easily, man. It's my weakness. I just have a natural, constant red tint on my face. This is forever. This is just how my face looks naturally. I don't know what the word is for it. So if I get out in the sun for too long, this gets worse. I could wear makeup. I could make this easier, but I always look like I'm embarrassed. This is every day. You're completely grown into the role of a Sentinel secretary. Hardly. There are still so many things I can't do.
そんな謙遜しなくたっていいのに。
Look at my husband, honestly. Look at him. Look at this man. I miss him so much. Sorry, I have the sniffles. I just don't want to rub my nose on camera. No need to be so humble. I'm not
あな
humble.
たたち
Marry
の
me.
出会いからここまでもどかしい期間も含めて私は全部見てきたのよ。
I've witnessed your whole journey, you know, from your first encounter to your most frustrating moment. You mean the year he ghosted me?
ちゃんと頑張ってることは伝わってるんだから自信持ちなさい。
I'm usually calm unless I see real life PDA, then I'm like blushing. Dude, I don't want to see any PDA. I'm all about equality. I don't want to see anybody making out in public. Please stop. Which is odd. I'm literally married with kids. Yeah, but do you want to see other people making out in public? Right, there is a moment. Public display of affection. There are just in line at like a store. Like, don't kiss. No. Like holding hands, sure, that's fine. Arm over shoulder, super cute. Kissing sounds in real IRL, no thank you. I don't need that. I don't need that. Ew. Ugh. I know you're a hardworking girl, have some confidence. Thank you. I felt rather awkward when the blonde man complimented me.
だけど無理は禁物よ。
I cringe seeing people make out in the bathroom in school. Okay, how many same-sex couples do you have in your bathrooms? One thing though, do not overwork yourself.
あなたたちほっとくとすぐ無茶するんだから。
You guys tend to act reckless the moment I look away.
二人して友倒れなんて勘弁してちょうだいね。
Imagine if you both collapse, perish the thought. Thanks for your concern. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. And the same goes for you too.
あら、心配してくれるの？ 嬉しいわ。ありがとう。
There's a non-binary bathroom which everyone can use. I guess. My, what is this? Are you worried about me, Darlene? I'm flattered.
でも私は常に2割しか力を出してないから心配しなくても大丈夫よ。
Rest assured, I expended a mere fifth of my energy at any given time. That's concerning in a different way. Makes me wonder what the rest goes to. Anyways, I appreciate you making the time to chat with me. I know you're busy. I guess we can call it here. We've discussed everything we...
ちょっと待ちなさい。
Hold it! We are not done yet. My husband. I miss him. I miss him so much. I miss him every day. Jania stopped me before I could end our meeting.
あなたまだ私に報告してないことがあるでしょ。
There's one more thing you haven't reported to me, Leah. What's that? I racked my brain for whatever it might have been. Nothing came to mind, though.
それはもちろんザフォラとの愛の
Such a
メモリーよ。
Your Zafora love diary, duh. What else? Oh man, I love him.
手を出すのが遅すぎて迎えに行くのも遅すぎて散々じらしまくるあの子。
Actually, how many chapters are in each of the after stories? Does anybody know? That boy is slow to make a move, slow to pick you up, not to mention his sharp tongue and all.
あなたをクルトラに呼んでからははっちゃけてるんじゃないの？そこのところどうなのよ。
By the way, Leah, are you displaying your Atomi merch? I mean, the only merch I got was the 9-rib panels. And I want to put them back here. I'm going to make a display. I'm going to decide. I might have to move my Jujutsu Kaisen stuff. Or this shelf. This is like Fallout miscellaneous stuff. I also have a Call of Duty fridge down here. Hey. And strategy guides. Those are strategy guides. And this is my Castlevanias. This is my Demon Slayers. But there's a Waddle Dee right there. I'm debating making something back here. Technically, right here is where I have all my Otome games. I made this little corner. But I would like to make a better display. I'm just like, I have this, like, my controller now stands up. It has little carrots. There's Radiant Tail's box art. Like, it's tiny. It's hard to see. Hang on, we'll go to this cam. So, there's my Radiant Tail box. There's all my Kirby's. I have so many Kirby's. Kirby. My controller. There's Castlevania. There's Jujutsu Kaisen. This is, like I said, miscellaneous. But these are the little Alice in Wonderland dudes right here. Zelda is literally behind my head. I have Demon Slayer right here. This is my pansexual lights. I don't know what the right word is for that one. There's my, I have all of BT21. This is just some of them. The rest are right behind the chair, actually. Am I going the wrong way? Yeah, there they are. There's the rest of BT21. There is also my Dynamite Lego set that my friend got me. More Demon Slayer. All my Zelda stuff that I put up when I was going to play Zelda on stream and then never got around to it. I'm a talent. Your character is too cute. Oh, her? Oh, yes. So this was drawn by my friend Palm. And I have permission. I'm going to make cards. I'm going to make cards to hand out during my Sabotin Q&A Otome thing. And I asked her if I could use this art for that, and she said yes. So I'm going to be making cards for this soon. So yes. Yeah, this is Bunny. Originally designed by Huggo Muggo. And then reused for other merch. I love her so much, like, dude. She is so cute. I love it. And she drew all the gang, and the gang are so cute. Like, oh my god, everything's so cute that she made. I also, at some point, she made 3D models, which you guys, actually, here, I'll show you. You already know what they look like. These are the 3D models she made. I have the assets for these, so I can make these pop up on screen as well, because I have the models. So, I own those models. I just haven't figured out how to use them yet. I have to download Blender and figure out how to put them in. So they might, so when you guys redeem something, they might pop up on screen going forward. So, woohoo, if I get to it. I honestly want to give her cottagecore fan art for Bunny. Dude, cottagecore fan art. So, Bunny has a story. Fun fact, my little character has a story. She was going to be a VTuber. Just a little note. She has a story behind her. And there's a reason there's a portal here. That portal in the background leads to Psycho's room. So that is Psycho's room. So Psycho and Bunny are like two different personalities. Because I have so much I love. Like, I love cute, adorable, fluffy stuff, and I love horror, and I love all that kind of stuff. So that leads to Psycho's room. At some point, I'm going to ask to get that also turned into, like, a screen. I usually do Psycho stuff in Halloween. So that's the difference between Psycho and Bunny. But Bunny owns a cottage and lives in, like, a foresty area. And she goes to, like, farmer markets on the weekends. And all of her characters, the little friends that she has, they all have their own little stories as well on how they ended up at Bunny's cottage. So yeah. Psycho is Bunny, but in different font. Exactly. Like, they're the same person, but they have different, like, clashing aesthetics. Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Basically like that. Yeah, they're the same person. Precisely. Psycho just likes to wear leather. And Bunny just likes to dress like a cute fairy. So yeah, they have a whole story. At some point, I would love to turn it into like either a like webtoon style little comic strip of them, because I have so much for them. But I have the story of how Bunny met Chomper, how Bunny met Yoon, how Bunny met Caramel. Caramel isn't even Bunny's pet or friend. Bunny knows Caramel because Caramel belongs to somebody else. And then Gabriel as well. The whole gang has their own little stories. I kind of picture, if you ever watched The Muppet Babies, that's what I kind of think of. So it's a personalification of a Switch. Kinda, yeah. That's a very good example of it. I can imagine it as a visual novel. That would be hilarious if I could turn it into a visual novel. Oh my god, that'd be so cute. There just randomly be a farming mode though in the middle of it, because she has, I picture Animal Crossing and everything I like, I kind of combined into their little story. But yes, they have their own stories and they're real people. But Psycho doesn't get shown up as much. I've done horror stuff, and there's been 2 versions of Psycho. There's Slasher Psycho, where she's dressed up like Jason, kind of, and then there's Ghost Bunny, which is just Bunny wearing a literal sheet. I can imagine as a visual novel. I mean, that'd be so fun. So, yeah, at some point, we'll have some more of their lore eventually come out. Surely he's been letting loose ever since he called you to Kotora, right? I'm dying to know. Junia, get ready to be disappointed. Letting loose? I'm afraid I don't follow. Junia was so riled up he started panting. His intensity made me wince.
言わせないでちょうだい。それはもうおはようのキスからお休みのキスまでそれ以上のことだってやってるんでしょ
Please don't make me say it. I'm sure you've already done more than good mornings and good night kisses, right? Get ready to be disappointed.
さあ、このジーニアさんへつまびらかに話しなさい。
Please, won't you spill the tea? What? No, there's no tea to be spilled. And why do you care so much about it anyways?
恋バナはいつだって乙女のたしなみよ。
Oh my. A good love story is essential for a maiden, you know? She doesn't know.
あのツンツントゲトゲザフォラちゃんのデレエピソードなんて絶対に面白いじゃない。
Besides, who wouldn't love to hear about how prickly Zafora is being all sweet and romantic? It's far too interesting. I would love to say that me and Zafora are in the throes all the time, but this man won't even say he loves me to my face.
あとザフォラの弱みになりそうな情報はいい値段で売れるのよ。
Plus, any information of his weaknesses will fetch a high price.
もっぱらあのピンク色の毛玉にね。
Especially from that little pink furball. Roddy? He doesn't have to treat Zafora like his enemy.
複雑な親心が暴走してるんでしょ。
His complex paternal love must be going out of control.
ああ、なんならザフラには ダディの情報を売ってあげてもよくってよ。
I suppose I could just sell Roddy's information to Zafora. Where is your loyalty?
ま、情報の売り買いはさておき。あなたから聞きたいのよ。
All that
恋バ
aside,
ナ。
I do want to hear your love story. He still needs to make up a year worth of kisses. Yeah, he's so behind. There's nothing to talk
本
about.
当に何もないの？
Seriously, nothing at all? Nah.
何よその顔。さては何かあったわね。
Oh my gosh, look at your face! I knew something happened. Nothing. She's thinking of this. This is not as romantic as you think it is. As our former leader badgered me for details, last night's kiss came to mind. The one Zafora gave me when I was asleep. Except, I didn't want to tell anyone about it. Not because I was embarrassed or anything, mind you. I simply wanted to cherish the memory all to myself. What's the secret? Oh. Ah. His eyes widened in surprise.
そんな幸せそうな顔されたんじゃ。これ以上は聞けないわね。
You're so happy, I suppose I must put it to rest. He smiled softly at me.
でも、プロポーズの言葉くらいは聞いていいでしょ？
But I can at least ask what he said when he proposed to you, right? Excuse me?
またすっとぼけちゃって。さすがにクルトラに行った時点でプロポーズはされてるでしょ？
Playing dumb again? Surely he proposed to you when you arrived in Kultura, right?
迷宮森は世襲制だから婚姻関係は重要視されるでしょうし。
Since the Labyrinth Sentinel is a I do this every time. Hereditary title? Yeah, yeah. Marriage is super
町
important.
の人からも結婚を望む声は大きいはずだもの。
I'll bet a lot of citizens are hoping you'll get married too. About that, well, I kept my response vague as I recalled a few run-ins with Kotora people.
おや、若奥様じゃないか。旦那様はお元気かい？
Oh, if it isn't the young miss, your husband holding up all right? My husband? He's doing well, but we aren't exactly married.
あはは、そういや式はまだだったか。で、いつ頃やるんだい？
Now that you mention it, you haven't had your ceremony yet, huh? So when is it? Aha!
ザフォラ様、あんなに縁談が来てたのに決めた人がいるとおっしゃって全部バッサリ断ってましたものね。
Lord Zafora received so many marriage offers, but he said he already has someone and turned them all down.
こんないい子を隠してたんだ。俺たちも納得さ。
Turns out he was sweet on this lovely young lady. We have no
い
complaints.
ざその日が来たら町中挙げてお祝いしますからね。
We should hold a citywide celebration when the day comes. Ahahaha. People do often ask when the wedding is, but he and I have never actually talked about it. Seriously, this was the kind of guy who only said I love you when I was dead asleep. There was no way he would propose to me, but imagine that doesn't count, right? Telling you I love you when you're passed out does not count.
え、何も？一緒に住んでて夫婦同然だっていうのに？
Excuse me? Never, even though you live together and act just like a married couple?
さすがにちょっと無理があるわよ。本当なの？
Unbelievable. Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? It's Zafora we're talking about. He probably thinks about it once everything settles down. He put the city first. I love that about him. I friggin' know. Oh, she used the word! Guys, it's in here! She admits it! She uses the right phrasing! He ghosted me for a whole year before I came here. I'm used to waiting.
綺麗事ね。
Empty words, all of them. It's like saying sweet dreams to somebody already passed out. He ain't gonna hear it. His sharp comment silenced me. Girl,
自分でも気づいてるんでしょ？
you've realized it too, right?
それ全部自分自身への言い訳だって。
You're just making excuses.
自分の気持ちをごまかし続けると、そのうち本当の心を見失っちゃうわよ。
If you keep lying to yourself, you'll lose touch to how you really feel. Thank you, Chinya.
今は
My
私しかいないん
handsome
だから
prince.
すっきり吐き出しちゃいなさいな。
Come on, spit it out. It's just you and me here. Chinya, to be honest, there was only a few people who would listen without judgment. I guess I can talk about it with Jinya just a little. Maybe I needed someone to listen to me. I took a deep breath. Honestly, I want our relationship to be more defined. Don't get me wrong, I know we'll probably do it right. I know we can't probably do it right away with how busy he is. Okay. Not to mention his position, but I'd be lying if I said I'm not anxious about it. That said, I don't want to pester him about something so personal. I mean that, no excuses.
そうね。あなたはそういう子だったわ。
Right, you're that kind of girl.
まったくあなたたちってば、いつまで経ってももどかしいんだから。
Goodness, you guys never fail to frustrate me every single time. Sorry.
あらやだ。謝るのはあなたじゃなくて、ザフォラの方よ。
What are you apologizing for? It's Zafora who's the problem.
可愛い恋人にこんな顔させるなんて。
How dare he make his adorable girlfriend look so dejected?
ラディにザフォラの恥ずかしい情報しこたま売りつけちゃおうかしら。
Maybe I really should sell his embarrassing secrets to Roddy. Okay, now I'm curious. What are you talking
あ
about?
ら、高くつくわよ。
Oh, it's expensive, you know. His playfulness had me in a much better mood.
まあとにかく煮詰まっちゃう前にちゃんと吐き出しなさいよ。
You should express your feelings before they get the better
可
of
愛
you.
い団員ちゃんたちの悩みならこの優秀な団長様がいつでも駆けつけてあげるんだから。
Your excellent leader will rush over to his adorable member's side whenever they're in trouble, okay?
遠慮なくいつでも連絡しなさい。
Feel free to reach out to me anytime. All he did was chat, yet I felt like a load had been taken off my shoulder. It's really important to speak your mind. Got it. Thanks, Jinya. With that, our conversation was truly over. That is, until Jinya called me out to one more last time.
あ、そういえば。
One more last time? Yeah, one more last time. I do like how Jinya is the wingman in every route, except for his own. He's a roadblock in his own. Speaking of
ミラッ
which,
クスの香水関連で何かあったみたいだけど、街の様子は大丈夫？
I heard there's been some incidents involving the Mirakus perfume. Is everything alright over there? I haven't heard anything about it. Nothing changed around town. Did the palace receive a report or something? The Mirakus perfume was once driven Kaltura's people mad. Things could get very, very bad if the perfume resurfaced in the
私
city.
も詳しくは知らないんだけど、
I don't know the details.
あーちゃんが香水がどうとか話してたから気になったのよ。
I've just been curious ever since Ali mentioned it. I don't think there has been any issues, but I'll ask Zafora later.
ええ、それがいいと思うわ。
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
でも万が一何か事件が起きてるなら本気で気をつけなさいよ。
If something did happen, you really must be careful, alright?
あなたがザフォラの弱点だってこと、街中が知ってるんですからね。
The whole city knows that you're Zafora's number one weakness. Yay! It's Spider-Man! Right. He told me to be careful over and over again. Then our call finally ended. Jenny is still the same free spirit I've always known. He cares a lot about me, though. I was once again reminded of what a good leader he was. Sometime later, I rejoined Zafora in the mansion. I filled him in on his schedule as we walked down the hall. Here, we'll need these for next task. I handed over the documents compiled by his subordinate.
共有釜の修繕についてか。ずいぶん昔に作られたものだし、ガタが来て当然か。
Is this about replacing the communal kiln? Considering its age, it's not surprised it's starting to fall apart. We need to do something about it before it becomes an accident.
あ
Causes an
あ、そうだな。
True.
ところで、打ち合わせの時間まで、あとどのくらいある？
By the way, how much time is before the next meeting? About an hour. I left the meeting room open. You're going to read the documents first, right? I'll go make some tea so you can head on in.
なんでわかった？
How did you know? Huh? No, what?
俺のこの後の行動だよ。
what I'm gonna do. I'm right your fucking agenda, guy. With how much time we spend together, I can pretty much guess. Like, I assume you spent the remaining hours checking all the documents. And didn't you just get back home? I figured you'd be thirsty.
そうか。
Oh. I'm your stalker, dude. Like, what do you want from me? Did I get it right?
ま、合格点だな。
A passing grade, I'd say. I wish you could have set a perfect score with a big smile.
今後次第では考えてやる。
I'll take it into consideration. I'll do my best to get that perfect score. How about you try to be a little proactive about my feelings too?
例えば
For example, give me what I asked for. What else? Just looks away. You fucking asshole. Don't pretend you can't hear me.
悪い。急に耳が遠くなった。なんだって
What? Sorry, my ears failed me all of a sudden. What did you say? Come on. Well, he didn't tell me what I wanted to hear. It was a fun joking around with him. Is it fun? He's honestly giving that guy who's in a relationship but is actually hoping to find someone better vibes. You know what I mean? Where like he never wants to define the relationship. That way he has plausible deniability when the relationship crumbles. So he can be like, oh, we were never a couple. When did I say that? I never said that. Remember that? I don't remember saying that. It's the vibe he's giving. He didn't tell me what I wanted to hear. It was fun joking around with him. Why do we even try with him? Because we're Sims. We're just a couple of Sims here. What tea should I brew? Maybe I should add cardamom to it for that invigorating kick. He does have a meeting soon. Or maybe a lemon balm tea. He liked it so much last time, he asked for more. Vision of tea blends danced in my head instead of love bells. Zafora halted his steps and stared at me. What's the matter? I stopped as well, holding his gaze. Does he finally feel like expressing his love now that I mentioned it? That would be wonderful.
じっとしてろ。
Stay still. Are we getting a lean? I did as he asked, and he extended a hand towards my head. I'm lost. His long fingers brushed my hair. What is this? His gentle, intimate gesture made my heart skip a beat and my cheeks warm.
取れたぞ。
I've got it. There's a leaf in my hair. Loser. You loser. This is not... I don't want this, CG. I glanced up his hand and found him holding a leaf. There was a leaf on me. They're not even a couple. To be fair, he ghosted her a whole year. She admits it. Thanks. Have I been walking around with that thing in my hair? Talk about embarrassing. I didn't leave the mansion all day today, though. How did it get there? I stared at the leaf, lost in thought. It was then that a light breeze tickled my cheeks.
いたずらはその辺にしておけ。
Enough with your pranks. Zafora spoke reproachfully in the direction of the breeze. Was it the spirits?
ああ、お前の頭に葉っぱを乗せて遊んでた。
Yeah, they were playing with the leaf up there.
葉っぱが乗っかってるお前の間抜け面は俺しか見ていないから安心しろ。
Don't worry, I'm the only one who saw you looking so silly with a leaf on your head. Is it silly? It's fine. That's so embarrassing in its own way. Is it embarrassing at all? Wind spirits really like playing tricks on people, huh? They sometimes move my notebooks or made steam from my tea kettle flow my way. All trivial things, but I had experienced them so many times since I came to
何
Kultura.
度止めても聞かないから困る。
They seriously don't listen. I'm at a loss. He
こい
helped
つが好きなのは分かったが、どうせならもっと似合うものを選ぶべきじゃないか。
I know you like her, but can you choose something that suits her more? Confronted the
悔しいなら今度はこいつに似合うものを見つけてきたらどうだ？
If you're disappointed, how about you get a better accessory for her? A leaf is barely a bad accessory. The gust whooshed by in an instant, making me wonder if they had taken him up on his provocation. Oh! The The spirits blew back, and a moment later, yellow flowers were carried in along with them. The little blossoms fluttered through the air. It struck me as a boastful little
へ
display.
え、いいんじゃないか。つけるなら断然こっちの方がいい。
Not bad. That's much better than the leaf. What a pretty
大
flower.
き花片ばみだな。花言葉は輝く心とか喜びとか、
These are butter.
まあいい意味だ。
Okay, calm down, Zafora. These are buttercup oxalis. They mean brilliant heart and joy in flower language. I see you, spirit. Buttercup oxalis, petite, vibrant yellow flowers. Due to how quickly they spread, they can be spotted almost everywhere. In flower language, they mean together with you, brilliant heart, and so on. You know a lot about flower
Ah.
language.
母が好きだったからな。
Yeah, my mom loved them when she was alive, before she was murdered by my uncle.
サシェを作るとき、花言葉を意識して中に入れる植物を変えることもある。
When I make sachets, sometimes I'll change out the flowers inside depending on their meaning. Hold on, Zafora knows the flower language? That means the flowers in my room must have some sort of meaning as well. I've got to look it up later. Should I study up on it too? He was expressing love was indirect and hard to grasp, so I thought I'd learn more to understand him. Dude, just say you love her. Learning about the language of flowers would be a great first
それ
step.
なら、母が持っていた花言葉辞典があるから貸してやる。
I'll lend you my mother's flower language dictionary then. Really? Thank you.
眠らせておくよりずっといいからな。
Sure, better than letting it gather dust. He plucked a flower from the air as he said that he brushed back a lock of my hair and tucked the yellow blossom behind my ear. His fingertips felt ticklish. I couldn't help but giggle. Remind me of when he gave me the beret. He put it on me himself, saying he only gave it to me so my hair wouldn't get in my way when I clean. Even Ai doesn't take as long as him. Are you saying AI? Or I? I still cherished it to this day.
よし、これでいいだろう。
Oh, Alice. Okay, got it. I just remembered. He's still holding that leaf. There we go. Looks nice. Zafora withdrew his hand once he had nestled the flower in my hair. Thank you for the beautiful flower, guys. Invisible as they might be, I thanked the wind spirits. A gust lifted the ends of my hair in answer. They must have been happy with the compliment. Alright, let's give you this as a thank you. I remembered as I had a piece of candy in my pocket. Here you go. I pulled off the wrapper paper and put the candy on my palm. Sure enough, the little golden ball was carried away by the wind and out the window. Are they gone?
みたいだな。まったく。あいつらは本当に自由だな。
I could romance an AI Zafora in like 5 minutes and this guy is taking 2 games. I don't know. Hear me out. We got him. He's just hard to handle. I guess, yeah. Good grief, they're such a spontaneous little thing. They really are. They came when they pleased, did as they liked, and left when they felt like it. Wind spirits were so carefree. Thanks for putting the flower on me. I don't have a mirror, so I'm not sure how it looks. What do you think?
綺麗だと思う。
You look pretty. Obviously, I noticed that he had dodged a direct compliment yet again. What? You mean this flower? I feigned ignorance and asked him point blank, to which he averted his gaze. Continued to stare at him, urging him to respond. In the end, he relented.
花以外も。
More than just the flower. We got him, but he's being hard to get. Yeah, because he's not ready for a relationship. I expected this from Ruki, not him. I didn't expect... I don't know, man. What a disappointment. With all the words out there in the world, I'm sure you can think of a few more.
意味が伝わってるならそれでいいだろう。
You get what I mean, so what's the problem? Everything's the problem with you, my guy. There are too many problems to count. He didn't respond when I glared at him, so I suppose there's been a slight improvement. Still, it would take a whole while before I got to hear the words I craved most. I sighed as I thought about the long road ahead of me. It doesn't have to be that long. You can detour. Detour. You can take a different route. You can go somewhere else. If this guy isn't giving you what you want, if you're with a guy and he's not giving you what you want, even if you tell them what you want, get a different guy. Clap, 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 clap. Get a different guy. You don't have to be with this one.
そういえば、ジーニアとの打ち合わせはどうだった？
Make sure I read that right. Okay. By the way, how did the meeting go with Jinya? Oh, as for the show, everything's under control. It's just...
どうかしたのか？
Just what? He said he heard Alice bring up the perfume not too long ago. Has it come up anywhere that you know of? Honestly, I was half convinced it was merely a misunderstanding on Jinya's part. I hadn't heard a word about the Murakes perfume since I came to Kultura, and yet... Zafora fell silent all of a sudden, his face grim. What is it, Zafora?
その件に関して、
Don't worry
お
about
前
it.
は気にしなくていい。
What do you mean by that? Forget answering. He barely responded as he gave me the cold shoulder. I was even more confused now. It was as if he had reverted to his past self, the man I first met. Have we seen him jelly? No, he hasn't been jelly yet. He's just been insufferable. He shut me down, but he didn't deny it. That means something really did happen with the perfume. I opened my mouth ready to press him. On second thought, I held my tongue. Even if I push him, we'll only end up fighting. At times like this, he tends to dig his heels in, refusing to concede. Our conversation would end in an argument and I'd get nowhere. Better to give up now. Alright. I nodded obediently. He became even more suspicious.
お前、今何考えてる？
Hey, what are you thinking? Nothing in particular.
さっき、何か言いかけただろ。
Weren't you about to say something?
そもそも、お前がここでおとなしく引き下がるわけがない。
I know you and you don't back down easily. Yeah, well, I asked you to tell me you love me and you haven't told me that ever, so unless I'm asleep, so like, really, what's the matter?
まさか、
Don't tell me.
この後一人で、香水の情報を探ろうなんて考えてないだろう
You're
な。
not gonna investigate the perfume by yourself, right? If he refused to tell me, there was still other ways for me to obtain the information. I had my own trustworthy connections.
俺は、気にするなと言ったんだ。当然、調べるのもなしだ。
I told you not to worry about it. There's no need for you to be digging around. You know, that's basically asking for the impossible, right? If you don't let me investigate myself, then be clear with me. Tell me what's happened.
お前は何も気にするな。この件について、何も考えるな。
Do not bother with this. Just put it out of your mind
ジ
completely.
ーニアから聞いた話も、
Forget what
忘れればいい。
Genia said. You tell me not to do this or that, but you won't even give me an explanation. You're being unfair.
お前には関係ないって言ってるんだ。
What I'm saying is this has nothing to do with you. Yes, it does. I hit way too many buttons. I was so ready. Yes, it does. Does he have a picture? Do we have a meter? We don't have a meter, do we? We need a status, bro. Yes, it does. It involves me, so tell me now.
お前には関係ない。
It really doesn't. You're talking about the Murakes perfume, Zafora. That alone proves I should be involved with this. When you asked me to come to Kultura, I was prepared to live the rest of my life here. I may not have been here very long, but I'm still very much a Kultura citizen. Tell me. Let's work together to solve the problem plaguing our city. It makes me sad when you say that it has nothing to do with me. Don't say that, please. His eyes wavered, but not for long.
何を言われても、俺の考えは変わらない。
No matter what you say, I won't change my mind.
この件に関して、お前は部外者だ。
You're an outsider in this case. My guy, do you want to sleep with me or not? I'm an outsider, am I? He was being way too stubborn. Sadness and anger gripped my heart in a vice. Leave the man! So you're gonna handle it all by yourself and only fill me in once everything is over, huh? Pretty sure I've told you not to shoulder everything alone.
伝えるべき情報は共有してる。
I want sweet moments, not more angst. Honestly, same. I'll share any information I have to share. But you need to share this with me if it's about the Miraness perfume. Am I that unreliable to you? I'm no longer that naive girl who knew nothing of Kotora. There are things I can do for this city now.
お前が頼りないとか、そういう問題じゃない。
It's not about whether you're reliable. Then tell me what exactly the problem is.
説明できない。おとなしくしてろ。お前が動くとややこしくなるんだ。
Don't you tell me to be a good girl. I can't. Just be a good girl and sit tight or else things will get complicated. Are you kidding me? Why? Our argument got even more heated.
落ち着いてください二人とも
Please calm down, you two. Two of Zafora's subordinates who happened to be in the hallway separated us in a hurry.
ザフォラ様この後は打ち合わせです
Lord Zafora, you have a meeting after this.
お二人ともまずは少し冷静になる時間を設けませんか
Would you like us to give you some time to cool down first? Imagine two people decide to come up and be like, whoa guys, calm down. I'm in the middle of a conversation. I might be screaming, but I am talking to someone. Don't interrupt me. Neither of us said a word for a beat. Sorry for interrupting your meeting. Bye. And just like that, I turned my back on him and stormed off to my room. He didn't say anything even when I left. Lock your door. Don't let this man come and break into your room in the middle of the night. He doesn't get to kiss you at sleep. It's already this late. When I walked from the kitchen to the lobby, I realized how long my shadow had grown. When I've got to go shopping before the sun sets. Following our fight, I finished work earlier than usual. Now I was taking out my anger on the poor pizza dough in the kitchen. When you fight with somebody, take out all your anger on the bread or pizza dough, bake it, and eat it together to make up. Don't forgive him! Are you for real? You're doing this to make up with him? He started the fight! My god, let him do one thing! It was a makeup charm the people of Kotora taught me. Don't do this. Don't be this pushover. I hate it. A superstition in Kotora, after a quarrel with someone, take out your anger on bread or pizza dough. If you and the person you've argued with eat it after it's baked, you'll definitely make up. I don't friggin' want to make up. I don't want to make up.
でしょでしょ
There, I finished my coffee. This game. Like, I can't. Like, why are they doing this? Dehydrate and hydrate cancels each other out. Oh god. So just don't hydrate or dehydrate. Don't do anything. Just sit here. God. Ugh. Like, the idea. The idea that this is okay, right? Like, you are having a fight with this guy. He literally says this doesn't involve you. You're angry as fuck. You have told him to tell you he loves you, and he tells you when you're sleeping, and you're somehow fine with that now because you just found out it's happening. Like, dude. He told you to just come to Kotora. He didn't care what you did, and you became his secretary, and you're busy as fuck now, and you're helping him out all the time, and he's not even giving you the bare minimum of what you asked for when you agreed to come, and now he's gonna tell you that you are not a Kotora citizen, and that you don't have any reason. I don't fucking care if he's trying to protect her. I don't give two fucks if he thinks he's protecting her by keeping her uninvolved in this. This is so friggin' stupid. But she is told that to her face. She is upset. She goes to her room and she decides to make him food. Fuck off. He needs to make her food. He needs to do something for her. I don't care if he bought her flowers once. I don't care if he took her out to eat for dinner one time. She asked for verbal signs of affection. She asked for verbal. She wanted verbal words. She wants you to say you love her, and instead you're doing everything but that. And then, to top it off, oh my fucking god, Zafora is the epitome of trash. Like, I hate him. I hate him so much. Anyways, alright, anyways, back to the game. Alright, I'm not as mad now as I was before. I am holding all your anger for you. I've ran out of toppings for the pizza though. That is trash. You do need all the toppings. I hope you get kidnapped when you're gone. I got changed and walked to the entrance. I usually let Zafora know before I leave. While my anger had subsided, I couldn't bring myself to see him yet. I felt awkward. And he's in a meeting anyways, so... I decided to go out without telling him and made my way to the door. A gentle wind blew past me, making my skirt sway. I looked down to find flower petals flowing me. Weird, since I was indoor. Are the wind spirits tagging along because they're worried about me? I'm fine, guys. Thank you, though. I spoke in the direction of the petals. We fight all the time, and we're always like this whenever we have an argument. That's the sign of an unhealthy relationship. There's a difference between fighting and having a disagreement, right? You can disagree, you can get heated in a disagreement, but if you're straight up fighting, that is not okay. That's a red flag. Yeah, look at these red flags. The first red flag was ghosting for a year. It's been a while since he refused to explain something to me. Fighting is not good. It is not. Whenever we fought, the issue at hand was always apparent, not conveying things in words, meddling, and so on. It was rare for us to bicker without the core problem coming up at all. His comments sent me over the edge. But now that I've pulled off, I'm just worried about him. He's fine. Zafora was probably stressing over something all by himself again. Boo fucking who. Alright. I've got to make up with him quick. Shut the hell up. He started it. Let him finish it. Let him be the one with the olive branch. Stop giving him everything he wants. Before that, I've got to make a delicious pizza. I did a vigorous fist pump to blast away my melancholy before it got worse. The wind blew again, perhaps a sign that the wind spirits were cheering me on. Stop talking to people. I heard a stifled laugh. Am I being stalked? You should have let me know you were sneaking.
すみません。独り言をおっしゃっていたのが
My
面白く
apologies.
て。
It was funny seeing you talk to yourself. I was talking to the wind spirits. I was mortified that someone had spotted me making some crazy gestures and giving myself a
お
pep
二人
talk.
が早く仲直りできるよう願ってます。
I don't. I hope you burn. I hope you burn. I hope the two of you can make up soon. I don't.
あなたと喧嘩した後のザフォラ様は目に見えて不調になるので。
Oh man, what you're saying is we're bad for each other. Wonder how he'll feel if I just went home. Like, what if I just went home? What if this gave me real options? Go back home. Go back home, my dude. This is not your home. He said it himself. You are not a Kotora citizen. I'm trying to cross my legs in a long skirt. Hang on, guys. I'm struggling. That's normal. That does that. Alright. Zafora tends to feel under the weather when he fights with you, Miss Leah. And how many times have we fought? Huh? Are we healthy? Is this good? It's not good. I'll do my best to make peace with him. Don't do it.
お引き止めしてすみません。お気をつけていってらっしゃい。
Oh god. Glad to hear that. Now sorry for holding you up. Please be careful on your way out. Thanks. See you later. I'm disappointed in Zafora. He was so cute. Honestly, that is me in a nutshell. That's how I felt the moment he ghosted me for a year. I'm going now. Ooh, where are you going? One productive shopping trip later. This should be enough. We're going to have pizza party at the mansion tonight. Bye! I walked down the street, dyed orange by the setting sun, a bag full of ingredients in both hands. Maybe I got too much. I bought tomatoes, bacon, cheese, broccoli. Ew, broccoli? You're putting broccoli on this? And many other things. My shopping bag was filled with heavy stuff and my arms were starting to wobble. I think I'll take a quick break somewhere. Gosh, hope I don't run into a hot guy. Is Cheer nearby? I might as well have Leanne listen to me grumble before I go home. Let's do this. With a yell, I hefted my bag once more and headed to the pub. Revenge pizza. Should be right around. Ah! Found the entrance. Is it here? I don't see a Cheers sign. The entranceway led to a shortcut to Cheers through the underground labyrinth. The labyrinth bewildered me when I first got here, but not so much anymore. The more areas I recognized, the more familiar I became with the city's nooks and crannies. I felt like I had become a real citizen of Kotora, but not according to my boyfriend. Except Zafora still considers me a guest. A wave of irrational a wave of irritation crashed over me anew as I remembered our fight. Get a grip, girl. The pizza dough kindly absorbed all of my anger. It's time to move on. Oh, it's not over. I couldn't be depressed forever. It's actually a medical condition you can. Especially when I had to make up my mind to reconcile. I shook my head to banish the gloom. Right then, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Who's there?
ねえ、俺のことを覚えてる？
Hey, do you remember me? Give him a face. Come on, huh?
ってわけだから予算ちょっと調整できないかな。
That said, I wonder if we could adjust the budget a bit.
そうだな。後で相談して。
Agreed. I'll discuss it with...
お前たち、仕事中すまない。聞きたいことがあるんだが。
Hey, sorry, I know you're in the middle of work, but there's something I want to
うわ、
ask.
ザフォラ様？何のご用でしょう？
What is it you need, Lord Zafora?
あいつがどこに行ったか知らないか？姿が見えないんだが。
Do you know where she went off to? I haven't seen her anywhere.
すごい形相でピザ生地をこねてるのは見ましたけど。
I did see her fiercely kneading some pizza dough earlier.
ピザ生地。
Pizza dough?
僕は買い出しに行くと言って出かけるのを見送りました。
She told me she was going out shopping, actually.
確か1時間くらい前です。
I think it was an hour ago.
どの店に行ったかわかるか？
Do you know what store she went to?
ピザの具材を買いに行くと言っていたので、多分メインストリートの北にあるお店だと思います。
Probably the one place on the main street to the north. She said she wanted to buy things for the pizza.
ああ、あそこなら品揃えもいいし、夕方でもいい商品出してくれますからね。
This is an ad for that shop now. Oh, they do have a good selection over there. They sell some nice stuff in the evening.
くそ。間が悪いやつだな。よりにもよって今。
This is bad. Why does it have to be now of all times? I don't
悪い
know.
が、
Why don't you tell her
追
she
いかけるか
shouldn't be
らあとは
outside
頼む。
by herself? Can you pick up where I left off? I'm gonna follow her. Oh no. I hope he doesn't come and find me in the middle of the conversation.
ねえ、俺のことを覚えてる？
I spun around to find an unknown man standing behind me. Sorry, but it's not ringing a bell. Think you could remind me?
忘れちゃった？悲しいな。この前すれ違った時、あんたのポケットに手紙を入れたと思うんだけど。
You forgot me already? Ouch. I'm hurt. I'm the one who put that letter in your pocket when we bumped into each other. You remember when I rudely bumped into you and like stared at you in silence? Yeah, that was me. A letter?
一目惚れしましたってやつ。
The man who fell in love with you at first sight? I traced my memory when you said that. Did you really need to think that hard?
一目惚れし
This
まし
music,
た。
yeah.
捨てておき。
I don't need the flashback. This happened like not that long ago. Right, that messy note that I could barely read because it was written by someone with little consideration.
あ、覚えててくれた？
Something shady's happened. Jay, didn't you play this? You remembered? Sorry, it came out of the blue, so I thought it was some kind of
ああ、
prank.
そうなんだ。気にしなくていいよ。今返事くれればいいから。
Oh, so that's how it is. It's all good. You can just give me the answer now.
改めてどう？俺と二人でお茶しない？
Oh, I haven't played the fan disc plot twist. Well, guess what? You're about to find out. Run, girl! I'm on Ginia. Ginia. God, guys, remember Ginia? Remember that man? He's a little bit of trash, but like, he was trash in a good way. What's the verdict? Do you want to have some tea with me? Is this what it's like to get hit on? I've never expected to encounter this kind of thing in Kultura. Anyways, I have to reject him. No matter who confessed to me, my answer would remain the same. Zafora was my one and only, and no man could take his place. Girl, you better let some man take that place. I have plans after this, actually. Now, if you'll excuse me, I offered a simple response and made to leave, except it didn't go as I expected. The man grabbed my arm, stopping me in my tracks. Did you need something
せっ
else?
かくこうしてまた会えたんだしさ。俺のためにその予定変更してよ。
It'd be unfortunate if you up and left when I just got to see you again. How about you change your plans? What? No can do. I have dinner with Zafora at the mansion in a few. He should give up now that I've mentioned Zafora's name. Even if he didn't know me, surely he knew the name of Kultura's leader. His reaction caught me more off guard.
迷宮森様との食事なんて別に今日じゃなくてもいいでしょ。
911 help! Die, you creep! Oh man. Come on, you can have dinner with the Labyrinth Sentinel another day. He knows, but he doesn't care.
いいからついてきてよ。あんたと話したいことがいっぱいあるからさ。
Come on, come with me. I have so much I want to talk to you about. He held his hold on me tight and forcing me to go with him. Please stop it.
あんたはおとなしくついてくればいいんだよ。
Just be quiet and follow me. Dude, yeah, throw sauce. Throw a jar of sauce at his face. Hit him with your bag. Ouch! He yanked me so hard I thought I heard my bones crack. A whimper escaped my lips, and right as I despaired...
やめろよ、おっさん!
Hands off of her, old man! Little boy came to save my life, a familiar voice sounded overhead. That voice, huh? Oh, that did not sound like him. The interlooper leapt off a nearby... Did that sound like Vilio? I thought it was a little kid.
やめろよ、おっさん!
Is it because it's supposed to sound far away? It doesn't sound like Vilio. It sounded like him to you? Okay, my bad. Oh, God. The interlooper leapt off a nearby rooftop and landed right in front of us.
なんだあんた。
Who the hell are you?
俺はビリオ、ドラゴンだ。そんなことよりまず、腕、離せよ。
He's got a cold today. The name's Vilio. I'm a dragon, but let's save the introductions for later. Let go of her arm. Vilio barely regarded the man who was shocked by his sudden appearance. Without waiting, he pulled the man's hand off me.
しつこい男は嫌われる。引き際が肝心よって、ジーニアも言ってたぞ。
Look at Jinia. He's giving advice. Jinia told me you'll only be detested if you're too persistent. It's important to retreat.
くそ。
Damn you. The man gave a click of his tongue. He then ran down the stairs and into the underground labyrinth.
あ？なんだったんだあいつ。
The heck is his problem? He was trying to kidnap me?
まあいいや。それより大丈夫だったか？
Whatever. You okay, Leah? Is it really you, Filio? Where have you been all this time? When did you arrive? I can see you haven't changed, but are you eating enough? Are you hurt? You literally just jumped off that roof. He can fucking fly, girl.
落ち着け落ち着け。俺は大丈夫だから。
Whoa, calm down, calm down. I'm totally fine.
あんたも元気そうだな。
I guess you're just as good as I am. I'm so happy to see you again. Hug him and make Zafora cry.
おう、俺もだ。
Same here. He hadn't changed one bit since the last time I saw him. His smile was as bright as the sun. Let's go back to the mansion. Zafora will be thrilled to see you too. The scary moment forgotten, I was ecstatic about seeing my old friend after so long. His gaze flickered behind me and he lit up.
お、噂をすれば。おーい、ザフォラー！
Speak
こ
of
っ
the
ちこっ
devil.
ち！
Hey, Zafora! Over here! Zafora? That can't be. He should be working right about... I whirled around in surprise, but Zafora was really standing there. He seemed out of breath. Had he rushed here? That's right. You're dating this guy with asthma when you could be waiting this gorgeous dragon that can jump off a second-story building and save your life. You made this choice.
ザフォラー！もしかして 早く俺に会いたくて走ってくれたのか？
Zafora, did you run all the way here just to see me? I got asthma too. I get winded walking upstairs. Listen.
そんなわけないだろ。少し気がかりなことがあって来ただけだ。
Dream on. I'm only here because I was worried about something. Zafora took a moment to catch his breath and looked at me.
無事だったなら、それでいい。
I'm just glad you're alright. How would you know I was going to be in trouble in this wonderful city that you run? That was all he said before he turned to Vilio again, huh?
それでお前、なんでこんなところにいるんだ？
Tell me why are you here?
ああ、それは
About that.
まあ立ち話もなんだし、とりあえずチアーズに行って話そうぜ。
Rather than standing around in an alley, how about we head over to Cheers and chat there? Okay. Chapter 3. Wow. How many chapters are there? I need to Google it. I think there's 5. Could I be wrong?
いらっしゃい。
Iroshai, welcome. Leanne called out a chipper greeting when we stepped into Cheers. The pub was packed, probably because it was peak dinner hours.
やっほーリアン、久しぶりだな。
Hey Leanne, it's been a while.
あ、ビリオ。今度はクルトラに来たんだね。
Yo,
前に会ったのは
Elio.
カリダだっけ？
You're in Cultura now, huh? Where was it? Where was it? Oh god, where was it? We saw each other last. Kalita, maybe?
だな。1ヶ月ぶりくらいか？今回はクルトラにちょっと用事があってさ。
I think it was a month ago anyways. I have some business in Cultura, so here I am.
そうなんだ。まあゆっくりしていってよ。
You see, we'll make yourself comfortable.
それでお連れ様は？
Who did you bring along? You have room for 3?
邪魔する。
Hello.
君はよく来てくれるけど、ザフォラがチアーズを利用するなんて珍しいね。
Wow, look who's here. Leah's a regular, but it's rare to see you here at Cheers.
こいつのバカ力で無理やり引きずられてきただけだ。
I'm only here because a certain someone dragged me over with his ridiculous string.
ちょうど近くで会ったからさ。立ち話もなんだしってことで。
What's the point of chatting in the street when Cheers is right around the corner?
なるほどね。ご利用ありがとうございます。
I see how it is. Thanks for coming.
奥にちょうど3席空いてるよ。さ、こちらにどうぞ。
Came just in time. There's 3 seats in the back over here. Leanne guided us to the back and we took our seats. I was grateful that he put us into the corner since the other guests might make a commotion if they spotted Zafora. Alright, Leanne, would you mind holding on to my bag?
もちろん。可愛いレディーの頼み事は断らないのが俺の心情だからね。
Absolutely. My philosophy in life is to never, ever turn down a lovely lady's request. Thank you. It's heavy though.
おお、これまた大量に買ったね。
You sure bought
中
a
身は
lot.
何？
What are these? Pizza toppings. Leo peered into my shopping bag with a twinkle in his
チー
eyes.
ズに野菜にキノコに肉。どんなピザでも作れそうだな。
Cheese, veggies, mushrooms, and meat! You can make any kind of pizza with these! I accidentally went a little overboard. Hey, I know! Do you want to come to the mansion and have some with us? I know we're having dinner at Cheers today, but I already made the dough. I'll probably bake it tomorrow.
ほんとか？もちろん行く。肉がいっぱい乗っかってるやつ頼む。
For real? Heck yeah! Load one up with meat for me, please. You got it!
はあ、騒がしくなるな。
There goes my peace and quiet. Shut the fuck up. Considering it a token of my thanks for helping me today. I appreciate it, really.
ああ、たまたまだったけど、駆けつけられてよかったぜ。
No biggie, I just happened to be nearby, but I'm glad I got to you right
あん
away.
た、本気で嫌がってたもんな。
You looked super uncomfortable, Leah.
あの男、本当に何だったんだろうな。
Makes me wonder who the heck that guy
何も言わ
was.
ずにすぐ行っちまったけど。
He just left without saying a word.
男？
What guy?
おい、あの男ってなんだ？何があったか詳しく説明しろ。
We just killed the vibe, guys. The vibe's been murdered. Who's this guy you're talking about? Tell me what happened, all of it. Girl, I know you hate Zafora, but your vibe was totally a dom, mommy. Wait, who is the Dom mommy? Hang on. Rhea? Ripley? What are we talking about? Zafora appeared at me demanding an answer. He's talking. He said, shut the fuck up. Listen. Oh, I'm the mommy. Okay. He doesn't listen, so it's fine. It's two Doms that just can't get each other to listen. Zafora appeared at me demanding an answer. We don't get that kind of edgy in most of the Otome games, sadly. Alright, so I was on the street, walking, minding my business. I bought way too many pizza toppings, didn't bring enough bags. It was a whole mess. This guy showed up out of nowhere, and he was like, hey girl, remember me? And I was all like, kinda. And he's like, just give me your answer. And I said, no thanks. And then he said, I don't take no for an answer. And I was like, ooh, you really should. And then he told me to be quiet. And then Vilio showed up out of nowhere, jumping in like a superhero. And then he said, let her go. And then he let go. And then you showed up. I gave him an overview of the story. The crease between Zafora's brow grew deeper and deeper the more I spoke.
へえ、災難だったね。それにしてもクルトラでナンパなんて珍しいんじゃない？
Yikes, what a disaster. Rare to see a skirt chaser lurking around Kotura, though. I know, right? You're the only one I know. I love it. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
お前、まだこいつをナンパしてるのか？
Are you still hitting on her?
誤解だよ。
You've got it all wrong.
今はもうしてません。ザフォラに睨まれたらこの町で営業できなくなっちゃう。
I never do that anymore. I quit. I don't dare risk my business here by getting on your bad side.
本当だって信じてよ。
I swear, you gotta believe me.
彼女が迷宮森様の大事な相手だってこの町で知らない人はいないよ。
Everyone in this city knows how important he is to the Labyrinth Sentinel.
だからこの子をナンパするなんてそれこそ町の外の人間か。
I figured anyone who tries picking her up came from elsewhere.
もしくはよっぽどの命知らずだね。
Maybe
俺
they're
には
just
そん
that
な勇気はあり
fearless.
ません。
I don't have that kind of courage. Leon crossed his arms and an X in front of his chest denying the accusation. That's the thing. He didn't back down even after I mentioned your name, Zafora.
じゃあ、ザフォラのことを知らない町の外の人間か？
Maybe he's not from the city, that's why he doesn't know Zafora. I doubt that. He went straight into the underground labyrinth to escape. Anyone from outside Kultura would be unfamiliar with the labyrinth, so they usually would hesitate to enter. Or, let's hear me out, he's been here a few days. With that, the way the guy ran, it was like he had planned out his escape route.
つまりザフォラの存在を知った上でそれでも君のことが好きなクルトラの人って
Y'all really
こ
don't
と？
understand what a suspicious guy looks like. He's a Kultura citizen who still loves you even though he knows who Zafora is.
まあ君にそれだけの魅力があることは誰だって知ってると思うけど。
I guess that just means everyone knows your irresistible charm, Leah. Yeah, that's
ザフォラも今回ばかりは嫉妬とかしちゃうんじゃない？
even the unshakable Zafora is jealous now.
しない。
I'm not. He's not jealous at all. I was not expecting him to get riled up about the stranger. I couldn't help but feel disappointed when he flat out denied it. I regained my composure before speaking again. That man didn't seem like he genuinely liked me. He didn't loosen his hold even when I told him my hand hurt. If he actually cared for me, he would have paused and relaxed his grip. I think he had some alternative motive. We should investigate.
お前はこの件に首を突っ
Stay
込む
out
な。
of it? It doesn't involve me? I was almost kidnapped, man. Zafora's sharp voice cut me right off. Again, what is it this time? We had only just had our fight over the Makara's perfume. Now he's gone and told me to butt out again. It's the same exact tone. There was no way I'd take this lying down.
ビデオがいたからよかったが、お前一人だったら、今頃どうなってたと思うんだ。
You got lucky because Vilio came to your rescue. What if he hadn't been there? What would have happened then?
危険へ自分から近づいていくなんて、戦慮にも程がある。
You always take off without thinking, running right into danger all by yourself. Except I didn't do that. That guy was the one who assaulted me. I blew him off right at the start. If Vilio hadn't come, I would have thrown my bags at him and ran.
二人ともここで喧嘩は。
Ah, folks, don't start a fight here, please.
なあリアン、注文いいか？この鶏肉とキャベツの蒸し煮とローズマリーのグリッシーニを頼む。
Yeah, can I order? I want the steamed chicken and cabbage plus the rosemary breadsticks.
注文だね。用意するからちょっと待ってて。
Oh, right, your order. Sure, I'll whip that up right away. Be back shortly. Once again, this definitely involves me. I'm literally the victim here. Literally the victim. If you know something, just tell me what's going on at the very least. You can't avoid it any longer.
そもそもお前が動くからややこしくなったんだろう。
Things got complicated because you decided to go out. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Beast. Did you expect me? That's actually a person. Did you expect me to stay in my house all the time? And be locked up, talking to the silverware? What do you want from me, Zafora?
俺が言った通り屋敷でおとなしくしていれば、こんなことにはならなかった。
If you had stayed in the mansion, like I said, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Oh wow, so I can't leave the mansion at all until everything is solved? What? You demoted me from your guest to a baby who needs a sitter? God. She can get sassy, and I'm mad that she's not more sassy.
違う。
I'm
俺は
just...
リアン、クルトラ香草焼きスペシャルも追加で。
Leanne, can I get the Kultura herb grilled special too?
ビデオ、その二人に挟まれながらよく注文できるね。
Dude, I'm amazed that you can order food while they're fighting right next to you.
はい、とりあえず先にこちら蒸し煮とグリッシーニです。
Anyways, here's your steamed chicken and breadsticks.
おお、うまそう。
If you would tell her what's going on, this wouldn't be happening. Seriously, right? Like, just tell her what's up. Ooh, looks yummy.
二人の喧嘩は心配だけどさ。まずは腹ごしらえが先だろ。
I'm worried about their fight, but my stomach comes first.
腹が減ってるからイライラするんだよ。
They're probably just bickering because they're hungry. Paying no mind to the tension at our table, Vilio casually slid some chicken onto our small plates.
だからほら。
Here you go.
あんたもザフォラも喧嘩は一旦やめて。飯
Leah.
食おうぜ。
Zafora, stop fighting for a second and eat up.
と腹が満たされたら、いいアイデアも湧いてくるからさ。
A full belly sure to give you some great ideas. Dude. Yeah, sorry. Raising our voices in such a crowded place was just shameful. Reflecting on my actions, I stopped arguing. Urged by the dragon boy, I brought a forkful of chicken to my mouth. Thanks, Vilio. Wow, it's so good.
うまい。
It's delicious. Sounds so full of energy. The aromatic herbs combined with the subtle savoriness of the rock salt perfectly accompanied the fresh chicken. I can feel my nose itching again.
お褒めに預かり光栄です。
Glad to hear it.
にしても、今の二人の様子じゃまた結婚が遠のいたかな。
Oh ho ho! Leanne, don't call us out in front of people. The way you two are now, I suppose you won't be hearing wedding bells anytime soon. What is he saying?
俺も結構楽しみにしてるんだけど。
And here I was looking forward to it.
あ、そうだよ。俺その話できたんだった。
Right, I actually came to talk about that.
遠のいたってことは、まだ結婚してないんだよな。式もまだなんだよな。
By any time soon, that means you two haven't married yet, right? You haven't held your ceremony or anything? No, we haven't. The conversation had taken a weird turn, which had me on edge. Zafora, meanwhile, maintained his poker face as he ate the meat.
いやー、人間が一緒に住むのはほとんどが結婚してからだって最近行った村で教えられてさ。
It's just people in a village I stopped by recently said human couples usually move in together after they get married.
じゃあ 一緒に暮らしてるザフォラとあんたはいつの間に結婚したんだ？
And since you're living together and all, it made me wonder when the heck you and Zafora got married.
でも結婚式は見てないぞ。もしかして連絡見逃してたのか？とにかく確認しに行かないと。
I was like, how come I didn't get to attend the ceremony? Did I miss their letter or something? I gotta find out from
って
them.
ことで慌てて飛んできたんだ。
So I flew here in a hurry.
なるほどね。ビリオらしい。
That really sounds like you.
でもびっくりなことに、結婚とか結婚式以前にプロポーズもまだなんだよね。
You know what surprised me most though? Forget a wedding or a ceremony, he hasn't even proposed to her yet. I'm right fucking here, listening to you guys talk about how I am not engaged or married to this man I'm currently fighting with. Things were super awkward now. This was not a topic that should have come up when we were still butting heads. That said, I knew all too well that there would be no stopping Leanne and Filio.
つうか、
Talk
なんで
about.
ザフォラはプロポーズしないんだ？
You haven't proposed to her yet,
こ
Zafora?
っちにも都合ってものがあるんだよ。
I have my reasons.
仕事だって忙しいし。
Zafora needs to hear his shame. I'm extremely busy with
でも
work.
迷宮森の仕事っていつも忙しいんだろ？
The labyrinth sentinel's job is never done.
そんなこと言ってたらずっと結婚できないってことにならない
Doesn't
か？
that mean you two are never gonna get married?
それにザフォラは器用なんだから仕事くらいいくらでも調整して時間を作れると思うけど。
You're a shrewd guy. I'm sure you can adjust your work schedule however much you want to make time for it.
あ、もしかしてザフォラ結婚する気がないのか？
Don't tell me you actually don't want to get married.
誰もそんなことは言っ
I
てないだろ。
never said that.
じゃあなんでプロポーズしないんだ？
So then how come you haven't proposed yet?
それは
I...
はっきりしないなんてかわいそう。
Poor Leah. Her man's dedication is so half-hearted.
あんまり遅いと俺がプロポーズしちゃうよ。
I'd still fuck him though, but I'm so... I'm disappointed. Same. If you don't hurry, I'll propose to her instead, you know?
ほら、そういう顔するくらいなら無駄に待たせない方がいいと思うんだけどな。
See? Now you're glaring. You shouldn't keep her waiting then.
お前たちには関係ない話だ。
This is none of your
首を突っ込んで
business.
くるな。
Stay out of it. I knew he'd say that. I was about to let out another sigh when I saw the smile tugging on Leanne's
さっ
lips.
き彼女にも言ってたよね。首を突っ込むなって。
Didn't you say the same thing to Leah earlier? Stay out of it.
結婚動向はザフォラの言う通り、俺たちに無関係だけどさ。
I mean, you're right. Your marriage has nothing to do with
何
me.
度も拒絶されて突っぱねられたら誰だって傷つくと思うよ。
But anyone would be hurt if they got rejected time and time again, don't you think?
そういやさっきあんたが首を突っ込むなって言われた時またダメなのって答えてたよな。
Leanne, please still her away. Yeah, Leanne. Oh god. This is actually our first continued story, technically, because we did Ginia, we did Alice, we did Colovis, we did Leanne. So what if in every single common route sequel, Leanne could steal your girl? That'd be so funny. Now you mention it, I remember Leah saying again when you told her to back off.
またってことは
Marriage
他に
counseling's
も
good
なん
for
かあ
them
ったの
right now.
か？
They're not even married. That's the problem. Is this not the first time you did that? I took a steady breath, trying not to spark another argument. Zafora is hiding something from me. He refuses to tell me what it is. I kept my reply vague because I wasn't sure how much I could tell the others about the Miracus perfume.
何？隠し事？まさか浮気とか？
He's hiding something. Are you cheating on her, Zafora?
今からでも俺にしとく？
Leah, how about you date me instead?
風の大精霊に誓って浮気なんかしない。
I'm not cheating on her. I already made a vow in the name of the great spirit of wind.
お前は二度とこいつを口説くな、近寄るな、見るな。
Don't you dare try to seduce her again. Don't you approach her and don't look at her.
見るなはさすがに無理だよ。でも浮気じゃないなら何なの？
That last one's just impossible, my guy. Anyways, if you're not cheating on her, then what are you hiding? With a hefty sigh, the silver-haired man answered he must not have wanted to be labeled a cheater.
例の香水の件で調査を続けてる。その内容をこいつに話せないってだけだ。
I'm investigating the you-know-what perfume. I simply can't tell her the details.
例の香水って
The one
バル
Balto
トの
made?
あ
Yes.
なるほど。だとしたらそれは何も言わないザフォラが100悪いね。
I see. That's 100% your fault for not saying anything.
なんでだ
Why is that? He seemed annoyed. Perhaps he was irritated to receive the blame when he hadn't even explained the
彼女は
situation.
今、迷宮森様の秘書みたいな仕事をしてるんでしょ？
She's basically the Labyrinth Sentinel security right now, right?
それなの
Secretary,
に
not security.
クルトラの平穏を脅かす事件の情報を何も共有しないなんて普通に考えておかしくない？
That you want to refuse to share any information with your secretary when Kotor's peace is at risk?
そうだよな。秘書だってんならザフォラと同じくらい事情を知ってなきゃいけないだろうし。
Exactly. Your secretary has to understand the situation as well as you do. They were right. I was the closest to Zafora. I had a complete overview of every single aspect of his job. Given my position, it was normal for me to get the gist of his work. So why is Zafora so persistent about leaving me out of the perfume?
つまりザフォラが香水について話せないのは合理的な理由があるわけじゃなくて
Put simple, you don't have a logical reason to be so uptight about the perfume.
個人的な都合なんじゃない？
Something personal then? Something personal.
一人で抱えてたことも力を合わせれば解決できるって俺ら学んだよな。
Didn't we learn that we can all solve problems if we all work together instead of doing it alone?
それなのに黙ってるなんて。出会った頃のザフォラに逆戻りしたのか？
I feel like you're back to your old self when I see you so quiet about things. Zafora was determined to keep his silence. I can't believe he still refuses to open up even after Leon and Velio's lecture. He really didn't want to talk about it. I appreciate your concern, guys. Can we drop this for now, though? I doubt we'll wring anything out of him and our food will get cold.
ああ、ほんとだ。ちょっと冷めちまってる。
You're right. It's already cooling down.
ザフォラが相変わらず超頑固ってことは分かった。今は飯を楽しむことにする。
At least now I know that Zafora is still as stubborn. Time to enjoy my food. Oh man, what a sad. Every single dish we ordered at Cheers was delicious, but our earlier conversation lingered in the air. The awkwardness stuck to us all throughout dinner. And I locked my bedroom door that night, you personal one. And in some way or another, we made it through the meal. Once we finished eating, the other patrons started coming up to chat with Zafora. Unable to refuse the booze they plied him with, he just kept on drinking. They were probably just happy to see their sentinel visiting a pub. It was a rare occasion. I wonder if he's okay though.
あれ、さすがに飲みすぎじゃないか？
Don't you think he's drinking too much? Yeah. I watched from the side, growing more and more worried about him.
確かにそろそろ止めた方がいいかもね。
He should probably stop now.
ねえ迷宮森様、
Mr.
ちょっと
Sentinel,
いい？
got a minute? Picking up on my concern, Leanne called out to Zafora. Get him drunk so he's all lovey-dovey. Trick him. Sure. The sentinel excused himself, stood, and walked towards the counter. His steps were slow and unsteady. He didn't really show on his face, but Zafora seemed to be quite drunk.
これ最近カリダで開発された酔いざましのジュースなんだ。味は微妙だけど効果は絶大だよ。
Drink this juice. It's a new concoction from Kalita that helps you sober up. It's subtle, but it's super effective.
すまない。助かる。
I hit the wrong button. Thanks. Zafora took the glass from the long-haired man and gulped it down in one go.
あ、
Whoops.
あ？
What?
説明し忘れてた。実はこれちょっとした副作用があって。
I forgot to tell you that this drink had a side effect.
副作用？
What kind of side effect?
飲んでからしばらくは少し素直になっちゃうんだよね。
After you drink it, you'll become a little bit more honest than usual.
は？素直って自白剤か？
What, are you saying I just drink truth serum?
いやいや、そんな危ないものこの店で出すわけないよ。
No, you got it wrong. We don't sell dangerous stuff like
た
that.
だ酔っ払った時と同じ感覚でちょっと気分が良くなってちょっと口が軽くなるだけです。
It's like getting drunk. You're just gonna feel a little better and your tongue will get a little looser.
アルコールと違って断然体にいいから安心して。
It's definitely good for your body unlike alcohol.
お前、分かってて渡しただろ。
You slipped me this on purpose, didn't you?
こういうきっかけでもないとザフォラは素直になれないでしょ。
Now's our chance to squeeze some honesty out of you, right?
余計なことを。
Mind your own bus. Zafora reached out to grab Leanne, but lost his balance. Are you okay? I shot to my feet and leant him my shoulder for support.
おやおや、迷宮森様、お疲れですか？奥の席で休んだ方がいいですよ。
Feeling tired, Mr. Sentinel? Go ahead and rest in the back. Leanne spoke loudly enough for the other guests to hear. He had a point. How about we take you there for a bit? Besides, since you drank that juice earlier, it's best not to talk to other people right now. Sober up juice, a juice made in Kalita that can help you sober up. Though it comes with a side effect, people tend to become more honest after drinking this beverage. Despite its bad taste, this juice is surprisingly popular since it's good for one's health.
分かった。
Got it. He reluctantly nodded, so I helped him move to the back area of the pub.
おっさん、相手いなくて暇だろ？俺と一緒に飲もうぜ。
Hey, old man, aren't you bored drinking all alone? Let me join you. Filio took note and whizzed over to talk with the citizens in Zafora's stead. Thanks to that, Zafora was able to take a breather without worrying about them. Here, drink some water.
ああ、ありがとう。
Thanks. He nodded and obediently took a sip. His cheeks were tinged pink and he looked more relaxed than usual. Zafora never got drunk. He always reached a hard stopping point. He's kind of adorable when he's tipsy. I wanted to sigh when I compared this Zafora to the one digging his heels in a few hours
なん
ago.
だ。
What is it? Nothing.
俺に言わせたいことがあるなら、今が絶好のチャンスだろ。
This is your perfect chance to make me talk about whatever you want. Like what?
香水のこととか、クルトラへ呼ぶ前に約束した報酬のこととか。
Like the perfume, or my promise before I invited you to Kultura, or your reward. Do you really think I'm the kind of person who takes advantage of you like that?
いや。
Nope. Exactly. Perfect score for you. I know I keep going on about how you never say enough or tell me what I want to hear, but that doesn't mean I'll be satisfied by words alone. I want your sincerity. I want you to mean the words you say. So no, I don't want to hear it when you're under the influence.
そうか。
Oh,
そうだな。お前は、
right, that's how
そ
you
ういう
are.
やつだった。
He murmured to himself, absorbing my answer, then closed his eyes.
俺は、お前を信頼してる。
I believed in you. I believe in you. It's still present tense, not past tense. I believe in you. I know.
だから、怖いんだ。
That's why I'm afraid. What was he afraid of? The question was on the tip of my tongue, yet this wasn't the time to ask it. Instead, I shelved it to the back of my mind.
酔い、冷めたか？
Sobered up yet? Filio came up to us once he was done mingling with the citizens. It was already dark outside, and the locals' barflies were taking over the pub.
待たせて悪かった。もう大丈夫だ。
Sorry for making you wait. I'm alright now. I wasn't sure if it was because of the drink, but Zafora looked refreshed.
うん、それならよかった。
Glad to hear that. Shall we head home? We shouldn't stay out too late.
そうだな。リアン、会計を。
Agreed. Leanne, can you get the chip? Zafora and I made to leave our seats.
なあ、ザフォラ。一つ聞かせてくれよ。
Zafora, can I ask you something? The Dragon Boy's question stopped us. He had a serious look on his
事件の
face.
詳細は聞かないからさ。どうしてこいつに言えないのか話してくれ。
Not gonna ask about the case, but tell me, why can't you talk about it with Leah?
ずっとモヤモヤしたまま、 お互いに嫌だろ？
You two don't want to awkwardly dance around each other forever, do you? Glanced at me. I wanted to know what happened, while Zafora wanted to hide it from me. The redhead probably posed the question to help us meet in the middle. Personally, I appreciate his side idea. However, I doubt Zafora would give an answer. He was too adamant about keeping me in the dark on this case.
わかった。ちゃんと説明する。
Girl, your speaking voice is nice. My hubby fell asleep behind me since I was watching your stream. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I could lull him into sleep. I'll explain.
言えなかった理由も、事件の概要も。
Both the gist of the case and the reason I couldn't tell her about it. Alright, let's go. Vilio and I exchanged looks at his unexpected response.
え、説明してくれるのか？
You're actually gonna spill it?
聞いてきたやつがなんで驚くんだよ。
Why are you shocked? You're the one who asked. Is the juice still affecting you?
違う。酔いが冷めるまでの間に考え直しただけだ。
No, it isn't. I simply reconsidered while I was waiting to sober up. He only continued speaking after Vilio took a seat.
説明しなかったのは、こいつが頼りにならないからじゃない。
The reason I refuse to explain things to you has nothing to do with you being unreliable.
ただ、
It's just...
危険にさらしたくなくて、何も言えなかっただけだ。
I couldn't bring myself to tell you because I didn't want to put you in danger. I already knew that, right? But you choose the words that come out of your mouth. And you could say, it's dangerous, I don't want you to know. Instead, you said it has nothing to do with you, get lost. Just kind of the opposite of what you want to do. My eyes widened when he revealed his true feelings.
つまりザフォラはこいつが心配だったってことか？
You're worried about Leah?
そうだ。悪いか？
Yeah, got a problem? He suddenly assumed a defiant attitude. Maybe he felt much better after telling the truth.
心配するのが悪いわけないだろ。けど伝わらなきゃ意味ない。
Not at all. That's good actually. But your feelings don't mean much if you were not getting through to her.
今までの態度じゃ一方的に怒ってるようにしか見えなかったぜ。
The way you reacted, it seemed like you were mad at her, you know?
な。
Am I right, Leah? Yeah. I feel like I wasn't good enough. Like you were trying to avoid the worst case scenario, me meddling and causing even more problems. That's all I could think about.
香水の件を説明できないのも、夕方に会った男のことに首突っ込むなって言ったのも。
So you refused to give her any information about the perfume case, and you told her not to worry about the man from this afternoon.
どっちも心配だからってことか？
That's all because you're worried?
ああ。というか、おそらくその二つはつながってる。
How do I say it? The two events are probably connected. Come again? Excuse me? Considering we were out in public, Zafora said he would give me all the details once we got back home.
お前が絡まれたって男、こいつじゃなかったか？
Is this the man who assaulted you? You have a sketch? Zafora put a piece of paper on the table. It had a sketch of the man on it.
あ、こいつあの時の。
Yeah, that's him.
やっぱりか。
I knew it. Does Balto have a illegitimate child? Muma's husband needed a nap. What does this mean? It's late for Muma.
こいつが例の香水を所持してる可能性が高い。
I highly suspect he has the you-know-what perfume. He has the perfume.
だが、金も能力もないくせに、どうも逃げ足だけは速いやつで、なかなか捕まえられなかった。
He's broken and incompetent, but he always slips out of my grasp. It's hard to catch him.
だから、こいつが動くのを待ってたんだが。
My lip is chapped, sorry. I've been waiting for him to make a move. What? You met him with me. We were together. You and I. Eye contact. This guy. You said, hey man. Apologize for bumping into my woman. He fled the scene. What do you mean? How long have you been chasing this man down? It's only been like a week. I've been waiting for him to make a move.
まさかお前に接触してくるとは思わず、驚いた。
It's true, it's almost 5 p.m. and he's knocked out listening to me giggle. See, it's almost 2 here. I never expected he would approach you. I was shocked. I was shook, if you will.
つうかこの男、こいつに会って何がしたいんだ？
What does he want to do once he gets his hand on Leah anyways? Also, is he hot? Hear me out. Is this just a normal looking dude? Like, you think you can put a note in a girl's pocket when she's dating a sentinel? I know he's trash. We all know. All of us here, we know he's trash, right? He doesn't say what he means. He doesn't confess. He doesn't tell me he loves me. That man doesn't know that. All he knows is I'm dating a man with power. So what has he got that he thinks I would choose to go have tea with him? Just answer me that. Riddle me this, Batman. Like, you didn't give him a face. Why didn't he get a face? Did anybody new get faces in this game? Hang on, I'm thinking. Like, Ginya's parents didn't get faces. Did anyone in Ginya's route have a new face? I know we got Leanne's brother, and that really is just Leanne in a different skin, by the way. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've seen anybody else new. Culvus doesn't count because Culvus had his adult version already. What the heck does he want to do after he gets his hands on Leah anyways?
香水使う気だったのか？
Was he planning on using the perfume on him? If he wanted to use the perfume on her, he just got to spray it in her face. He could have said, hey ma'am, and then like sprayed the perfume and she would have turned around and inhaled it because she's so stupid. A chill skittered down my spine. If he uses the perfume, I can't fight it all alone. Things couldn't get any worse than that. I finally understood why Zafora kept telling me not to poke my nose into this case. That does not... If you are in danger, if your life is in danger, you need to be told why you're in danger, not this. This is not the same.
その可能性もゼロじゃないだろうが、
No.
俺に対する脅しの材料にしようと考えている可能性が高い。
Hear me out. No. It's possible, but there's a good chance he only plans to use you to threaten me.
迷宮森を脅す材料があれば、金銭には困らなくなるだろうからな。
He's hoping for leverage over the Sentinel to squeeze a ransom out of me.
香水の所持は気がかりだったが、本人には武力も知識も人脈もない。
While I am concerned about his having the perfume, he doesn't have force, knowledge, or connection.
治安維持隊だけで十分対応できる相手だ。
The security forces alone are enough to deal with him.
だから、全部を終わらせて、安全が確保できてから、改めて説明するつもりだった。
That's why I planned to tell you everything once it's all over and I can be sure you're safe. I see. Wait, what if I act as a decoy? We could lure him out and arrest him, right? Just put a tracking device on me. There's gotta be a mystic tool that does that.
絶対にそう言うと思ったから話したくなかったんだ。
This is exactly why I didn't want to tell you. I knew you would say that.
どれだけ策を講じても、前提がおとりの時点で 100% の安全は確保できない。
No matter how many measures we take, I can't guarantee your safety if you act as a decoy.
自分の体を張って解決しようとするな。
Don't risk
何かあ
yourself
ってからじゃ遅いんだ。
to solve the problem. If something bad happens, it'll be too late. Sorry. I regretted saying anything since I'd only made him worry.
まあ、おとりになるのは俺も反対だけどさ。でも、蚊帳の外にするのは良くなかったと思うぜ。
I'm also against the idea of her becoming a decoy, but that doesn't mean you can force her to stay on the sidelines.
なんか協力する方法はあるはずだろ。
There must be a way for her to help, right?
ザフォラ頭いいんだからさ。作戦とかいくらでも考えられるんじゃないか？
You're smart. Surely you can come up with all kinds of strategies. I agree with Filio. I don't want to sit idly by while you work to protect me. There must be something That was when it happened. Huh? A window shadowed. Shadowed? What the heck? What letter did I just mess up? Shadowed? A window shattered, followed by a scream.
外からだ！
As a reminder, I have dyslexia. My brain loves to change the letters, and I sometimes speak out in typos. It does happen quite frequently. It's coming from outside. The redhead dashed outside and we followed close behind. I like who translated this because they are doing it like book. They're doing it so book styled. I don't know if this is in the original Japanese or if they added these notations because they've done the silvered head man, the redhead. Like they keep doing that. A man was going on a rampage across the street. Berserk man, stay away from me! He was swinging a chair around, breaking nearby windows and knocking over flower pots.
頭が痛い。どうして俺が
My head hurts.
俺ばっかり。
He's going brrrkaka. He's really making sounds. Why does it have to be me? I can't.
全部お前らが悪いんだ。バルト様。
None of these words
バルト様さえいれば。
have an R that I can roll in it. This is all your fault. There we go. If only Lord Balto was here. The man's eyes were unfocused, his steps unsteady. He was muttering something, but it was totally incoherent. No way.
クソ、強靭化だ。
He's gone mad.
おい、ガキ。何見てんだよ。
Hey brat, what are you looking
文
at?
句でもあるのか
Got something to say, huh? The man wheeled towards a boy who was crouching on the ground in fear. Oh no, not good. Get the man's attention. Promptly, I go, hey, buddy. Yeah, right? Protect the boy? I don't know. My body moved faster than my brain.
待て。
Wait, no. Rushing off Zafora before he could stop me, I ran towards the boy. Keep your hands off him! I stood in front of the child's arms spread wide. Unfortunately, he was too far gone. My words failed to reach
お
him.
前も俺の邪魔をするのか
Trying to get
ぶ
in
っ
my way.
殺してやる
Hurrah! I'll beat you to a pulp. First off, we have protect the baby. Good afternoon. How are you? I am good. How are you? He changed targets from the boy to me, swinging his fist towards my face. No, I couldn't bring myself to run away, not when the boy was right behind me. Prepared to receive his hit, I squeezed my eyes shut. He never reached me. A fierce gust of wind blew through the air. The man hurtled backwards and took a hard fall.
Video!
Video!
Oh!
Okay. Alright, we're gonna go back and make that choice again, because the Zafora didn't like my answer. No, I don't want to overrun. That'd be funnier. Oh no! Also, how did I miss that window this entire time? I was like, what's that giant circle? Get the man's attention. I've got to divert his attention, so I started banging on pots. I'm like, yo! I rummaged through my pocket, finding a honey candy inside. Nah! I pulled it out and threw it as hard as I could. Huh? The candy smacked right into his head. The man tottered steps, halted as he gazed. His gaze slid over to me. Run away now! Okay! The boy immediately fled the scene. Thank goodness. I scarcely had time to breathe, a sigh of relief before the man bellowed
お
my
前
way.
俺を殺す気なんだな
Imagine.
殺されてたまるか
Trying
先に殺してやる
Is he allergic to honey? What do you mean? Are you trying to kill me? Like hell, I'm gonna die here. I'll kill you first. He stalked towards me, murder in his eyes. Eek. He never reached me. Alright. And that short exchange between Zafora and Vilio with no context whatsoever. Despite that, they understood each other. The Dragon Boy took advantage of the opening Zafora created with his magic. He zoomed over at a speed of light and captured the rampaging man. Oh, oops, I still have
大丈夫だったか
Didn't realize it would stay. Are you alright, my guy? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry. I miss my candy, though. I'd still have that candy if I didn't throw it. See, if this was a horror game, that would come into play later. He rushed towards me, clearly worried. I smiled to reassure him. I knew you guys would jump in to help if I couldn't get out of the way.
何もないならよかった
I'm glad you're okay.
いい判断だったと思う。
You made a good choice. Thank you. She's like, thanks. I appreciate it. Once alerted, the security forces appeared on the scene.
くそ話せ
Get off of me. He's not
お
putting his
となし
arse.
くしてろって
Stay still. The man was raging, but he couldn't move a muscle with Filio restraining him because Filio is not large, but he is strong. Shortly after, the redhead handed him over to the security forces.
すぐ捕まえたから被害は少なそうだな
The voices in the background feels like I have schizophrenia. Like this doesn't feel right. Like I guess there's not much damage since we captured him quickly.
ああ。だが、
But
お母さん、怖いよ。あのおじさん、どうしていきなり怖くなったの？
Mom, I'm scared. Why did that old man turn scary all of a sudden?
もう大丈夫よ。すぐに捕まったでしょ？
It's alright now, see? He's been arrested.
でも、
But
さっきの様子、狂人事件と似てなかった？
doesn't this incident remind you of the lunatic riots?
そんなまさか。あの事件はバルトがいなくなって終わったはずだろ
No way. That case should be closed now. Balto's dead. Everyone who'd witnessed the incident was on edge.
説明が必要だな。ビリオ、一緒に来て
They
く
need
れ。
an explanation. Come with me, Vilio.
あ
Sure.
お前はチアーズにいろ。犯人が近くにいるかもしれない以上、下手に動き回らない方がいい。
You stay at Cheers. The culprit might be nearby, so we shouldn't be too reckless. Okay, got it.
リアン、俺が戻るまで、こいつを頼めるか。
Can I leave her with you until I get back? Leanne's like,
もちろん任せといて。
yes, absolutely, I got this. After they explained things to the people of Kultura and we returned to the mansion, we found a surprising guest waiting for us.
ああ、帰ったか。上がらせてもらっている。
You're finally back. Good work.
おアレスト
Oh,
久しぶ
hi,
りだな
Alice. It's been a while. What brings you here?
アレストにはこの件に関して随時詳細を伝えていたからな。
Actually, I've been updating him on this case from time to
香水
time.
を所持した男が動き出したと連絡して来てもらったんだ。
I told him the man with the perfume had begun to move, so I asked him to come.
なあ。しかし、まさか到着した日に事件が起きるとはな。
Just as he said, I cannot believe an incident occurred right around my arrival. Though.
私も先ほど治安維持隊から報告を受けたところだ。
I actually received a report from the forces earlier.
君たちも大変だったな。ビリオ、ザホラはさすがといったところか。
It must have been hard for you all. Vilio, Zafora, you did everything I could have asked for.
それから君も今回は助かった。治安維持隊を代表して礼を言おう。
Oh, I guess I threw a piece of candy, bro. And you too, Leah. You were immensely helpful. Let me thank you on behalf of the security forces. No need. I didn't do anything special except lose my candy.
謙遜しなくていいだろう。君のおかげで助かったのは事実だ。
No need to be so humble. It's true that we were all saved because of you. Okay, that's a bit much.
危ない真似は反対だが、とっさに住民を守る行動ができる点は、
While risking your life isn't
迷宮
good.
森の伴侶なだ
I
けあ
love
る。
how you rush to protect citizens. You truly are the Sentinel's better half. I'm not sure if better half is the best way to put it. I'm also a citizen of Kultura, though. I want to keep these people safe.
そうか。頼もしいな。
How reliable you are.
それでは、早速今後の方策について話し合いたいところだが。
Alright, I'd like to shift our discussion to what we'll do next. The spectacle man looked at me and Vilio. You guys, these words.
ああ、席外した方がいいか
Should I leave? I'll brew us you some tea then.
いや、お前たちも一緒に話を聞いてくれ。
It's alright, I want you to join me. Oh my god. He accepts me.
さっきはチアーズだったから詳細を伝えられなかっただろう。
I wasn't able to give you the details back at Cheers, remember?
それに事件を収束させたお前たちをもう無関係とは言えないからな。
I can't exactly call you outside anymore after you've helped us resolve the last incident. Oh, you can't call me an outsider? Okay. Oh, Zafora made it clear.
アレスト、詳細を頼む。
Explain it to them, Alice. Okay, sure.
ああ、
Sure. As instructed, Alice began to speak more in depth about the
まず
case.
今回起こった件は強人事件と断定できる。
First of all, we can agree that the incident earlier was akin to the lunatic riot.
そして強人化した男はバルトの信者だったようだ。
It seemed the madman used to be one of Balto's followers.
そういえばあいつ、バルト様がどうとか言ってたな。
Now that you mention it, he did refer to Balto as Lord.
よくチアーズで現迷宮森について愚痴を漏らしていると証言が取れた。
I heard he often complains about the Sentinel when he goes to cheers.
おそらく香水の所持者は男がチアーズで不満を漏らしているのを聞いたんだろう。
Perhaps the owner of the perfume heard the man ranting about him there.
捕らえた男が言うにはチアーズを出たところで知らない男に声をかけられたそうだ。
According to that fellow's testimony, he was approached by an unknown man when he left.
前後の記憶は曖昧らしいが、その時に香水を嗅がされたと推測できる。
He said his memories of it is murky, so I assume that is when he smelled the
つま
perfume.
り今回強人化した男と香水の持ち主に
Simply, the
おそらく
madman
接
and the
点は
perfume
ない。
holder are not directly linked.
捕らえた男から香水の所持者へたどり着くのは厳しいと見ている。
I doubt we can track down the real culprit even if we interrogate the man in our custody.
そうか。
Alright.
けどさ、なんで今更になって事件を起こしたんだ？
I don't understand. Why did he decide to start an incident now of all times? I know, right? Based on what Zafora said, the perfume holder's goal is to get money. He's been hiding and biding his time, so he shouldn't. Oh gosh. He's been hiding and biding his time, so he wouldn't get caught.
そうだな。まあ断定はできないが、十中八九、腹いせだろ
You have a point there. I can't say for sure, but he's probably retaliating. What do you mean?
ああ、調べがついている限り、香水を持ち出した奴の目的は、
As far
ま
as
ず
I can
金銭。
tell, the guy who has the perfume is primarily driven by
だ
money.
が、能力も人脈もないくせに高慢で、思い通りにいかないと周りに当たるような人物らしい。
Despite his lack of skills and connections, he's arrogant and tends to take out his anger on others when things don't go his
今回
way.
お前に声をかけたが、ビデオが邪魔したせいで断られ
He
た。
approached you, but his plan was foiled when Vilio interfered.
こいつのせいで失敗したと、そんな風に思った上での幼稚な仕返しだ。
He did this today because he blamed you for his failure, Vilio. A childish revenge story.
だから俺がいたチアーズの真ん前で事件が起きたのか。
Is that why it happened right in front of Cheers? Because I was there. Also, Zafora was there. Also, Lynette. Well, I'm thinking of a different game. Also, Tifialia was there. I don't know her name. I mean, I still would have rejected him if Filio hadn't been around.
悪い結果の原因が自分にあるとは一切考えないような人間ってことだ。
The culprit is the sort of guy who blames others when things go awry.
だが強者な小悪党だと侮り香水を使う可能性は低いだろうと踏んでいた我々の落ち度もある。
However, we were also at fault for assuming he would not use the perfume because he was a cowardly, mediocre criminal.
もう泳がせておくとは言っていられないのも事実だ。
I suppose we shouldn't have let him make the first move.
持ち出された香水の数は少ないとはいえいつ再び事件が起こってもおかしくない。
It doesn't matter if he only has a small amount of the perfume. Another incident like this may happen at any given time.
ああ、今は一刻も早く捕らえ、二度と事件が起こらないようにすることが最優先だ。
True, our priority is to catch him ASAP and prevent any further incidents. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do it.
もちろん俺も。
Same
なんで
here.
も
Anything, huh? Zafora laughed into thought after hearing our comment. Okay. And then his lip curled into an evil grin. I saw that grin a lot in the past. It was when we were still traveling together before he became the Labyrinth Sentinel.
まあ、ここまで痕跡を残せば、捕まえる手段なんてそれこそ星の数ほどあるわけだが。
With how many traces he left, we can come up with as many strategies to catch him as there are stars in the sky.
これだけ振り回されておいて、あとは治安維持隊に任せる、なんて、腹の虫が収まらない。
I feel sick to my stomach at the mere thought of leaving the case to the forces after he jerked us around this much. Zafora? His words and gaze just ooze menace. I had a good idea of how he felt. He's super
何でもす
mad.
ると言ったな。
You said you'd do anything, right? I did say that.
それなら考えがある。
I have an idea then, alright?
今度はこっちからふっかけて、徹底的に潰してやろうじゃないか。
Let's rip him off and crush him completely. Wow, this is way too fun for him. The moment Zafora got like this, the words restraint didn't exist in his dictionary. I knew that all too
お
well.
前も存分に使ってやる。
Has this happened a lot?
覚悟して
I
お
don't
け。
recall this happening before. I'll use you as much as I want. You better be prepared. Sir. Okay. I'd adjusted your schedule. What do you think?
問題ない。これで進めてくれ。
Looks good. Let's proceed with this. Thanks for confirming. I'll let everyone know the changes first thing in the
あ
morning.
頼む。
Sure, thanks. No problem. Shall we take a break? I'll make us some tea. Alice and Vilio had already left. We adjusted our plans based on the earlier incident, and now it was time for tea. I brought the tea set to Zafora's room. Now that we've got everything, how about we begin our evaluation? I posed the question while I put down our cups.
ああ、
Sure. This had become a routine after we fought. We did it in the hopes that we wouldn't fight over the same thing again. Let's use this opportunity to list all the things we want our partner to improve on. They got counseling together, but like by themselves. Reflection session, a constructive conversation between Zafora and our heroine that follows every argument. This prevents them from bickering about the same issue over and over again. How's it though? How's it?
じゃあお前から。
You go first. Okay, first off, I said this before, but I had no idea you were worried about me. I wish you would have said so. Like, just tell me if you're worried. You didn't have to go and share all of the case details on top of it. After spending some time with you, I've noticed you tend to express your feelings with actions rather than words, but there are things that I just can't understand unless you come out and say it. So please be clear with me when it's important. Tell me what with your words. I don't want to keep fighting forever.
わかった。
Got it.
俺だって、進んでお前と喧嘩をしたいわけじゃない。
It's not like I go out of my way to start fights with you. Okay. Sure. You don't go out of your way, but you don't help prevent them when they're started. You don't go, whoa, 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 we're having a misunderstanding. I don't mean it like this. Instead, you say shit like, you're actually not a member of Katora. Also, I haven't called you in a year. Like things like that. Do you hear me? Do you understand? Your actions speak louder than words. How about the year you didn't write me? From the look in his eye, I could tell that he understood what I
それで、
meant.
さっき一つ目と言ったな。
So you
他は？
said, first off for that one, is there something else? One more. Actually, forget it. On second thought, I opted to skip my section
はあ？
point. What?
わざわざ反省会に出すくらいなんだ。よっぽどのことなんじゃないのか？
It must be pretty big, right? You were ready to bring it to the table for this. It's just... It's too embarrassing to say.
今さっき、俺に対して言葉にしろって言ったばかりだろうが。
Didn't you just tell me to be clear when something is important? When you put it that way, I couldn't avoid it any longer. The other thing is, I wanted you to be jealous.
嫉妬？
Jealous of what? You know, when you were chatting with Leanne today.
ザフォラも今
しない。
You said that, didn't you? Didn't you? It came out of your mouth. When I reminded him of our conversation with Leanne, he grimaced.
お前に絡んできた相手の狙いはその先の俺。というか、金だ。
The person who hit on you is aiming for me, or rather, my money.
そんな奴相手に、心配はしても嫉妬なんかするわけないだろう。
I'm worried, but why would I be jealous of him? I totally get it. It's just, how do I put it? My maidenly heart was hurt by that.
そいつには嫉妬なんてしないが、別のやつには
jealous of him. The other guys, though.
嫌になるくらいしてる。
It's so bad, I've almost come to detest them. What? When? Who? I was brimming with questions. My eyes twinkled at his unexpected response.
主に、リアンに。
Leanne, especially. Leanne? No way, but we're talking about the Leanne here.
あいつは、俺とお前の関係を知りながら、まだちょっかいをかけてくるんだぞ。
Even though he knows about our relationship, doesn't he? Oh, so you admit we're in a relationship?
今日だって言われてたじゃないか。隠し事があるって話の後。
Remember what he said today after you said I was hiding something from you?
今からでも
He was probably joking. I'm sure he says that stuff to other guests too.
本気でそう思ってるのか。だとしたら、リアンもかわいそうだな。
You believe that? I feel bad for the guy. What do you mean?
いや、なんでもない。
Forget it. He's right there with Roddy. Nah. Believe he's hitting on everybody. It's fine.
それにリアンなら、俺が言えないようなことも、スラスラと言葉にできるだろう。
Besides, Leanne can easily express the things I can't even bring myself to say. He's anxious about it. It was cute to see him getting wound up over the things he couldn't say when he failed to muster up the courage in the first place. It's not cute. Wow. Are you? So you are jealous. The very fact put a happy smile on my face. Don't worry, it's alright. I want to hear that stuff come out of your mouth. I don't feel a thing when Leanne says.
それはそれで、あいつが不憫だな。
Pity him.
まあいい。次は俺の番だ。
Whatever, it's my turn now. Alright, go on.
これを受け取れ。
Take this. He handed me a paper bag filled with numerous mystic tools. Are these for self-defense?
ああ。使い勝手がいいものを身につけろ。
Pick whichever one you can use and keep them on you.
気休めにしかならないが、これで少しは俺の不安も薄れる。
They may not do much, but this will help me breathe a little easier.
お前が困ってる相手を見過ごせないのはよくわかってる。
I'm well aware you can't ignore someone who's in
止められるものじゃないし、そういうことをするのがお前だ。
I'm not gonna stop you from doing that because it's just in your nature.
だからせめて、自分の身を守る備えをしてくれ。
At the very least, give yourself some protection. Okay, I will.
それともう一つ。
One more thing.
たとえ喧嘩してたとしても、行き先だけは教えろ。
Even if
いい
we're
な。
fighting, let me know you're going somewhere, got it? Definitely. Sorry for worrying you today. I sincerely apologized, and Zafora just said okay to all my things. He was trying to respect my wishes even though it made him uneasy.
いや、俺こそ悪かった。
Oh, I should be the one apologizing. He knows. Oh my god. Zafora, who told you? With that, both of us had said our piece. We've made up now. Here's to no more fighting.
あ、
Yeah, we did the usual thing after apologizing. My heart warmed at our reconciliation and I held out my hand. He chuckled and gave it a squeeze. I felt like we'd gotten even closer. Dude, how are you guys ever going to deepen your relationship at this rate? We chatted about this and that for a while. Time flew right then. Before I knew it, our cups were almost empty. We'd say goodnight to each other because it's time to sleep. I found myself wanting to stay with Zafora a bit longer. I tried my very best to find a new topic, hoping to starve off our parting. I'm really glad Vilio came. He saved me when I was in a pinch, and he helped and I make up. Oh, and he was so cool when he captured the rampaging guy. You were so in sync with him. I gotta thank him later. What should I give him? I mean, I can always go with meat, but I want to give him something.
まだビデオの話を続けるのか？
How long are you gonna patter on about Vilio? Forever. He's an angel. That man is an angel. Huh? He cut me off with a disgruntled voice. What's wrong?
さっき話した反省点の2つ目。
Your second point from the evaluation meeting. My second point. Jealousy?
そいつ
Do we
に
really need a
嫌になる。
flashback? This conversation just happened. Is he saying he's jealous now? Zafora jealous of Vilio?
もっとわかりやすく言った方がいい
Do I
か。
need to make it clear?
今は他の男の名前を聞きたくない。
I don't want to hear another man's name right now. Ooh. Oh. Zafora got up from his chair. I flinched, overwhelmed by his sudden intensity. Are you going to sleep? Until a moment ago, I wanted to stay with him a little longer. Now my heart thumped, urging me to flee.
寝るにはまだ少し早いだろ
It's too early to sleep. He took a step closer, prompting me to take a step back, maintaining a distance between us. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it forever. I bumped into the bed, and I knew there was no way out.
そ
No
っ
way.
ちに逃げ場はないぞ
There's plenty. You can take a step to the right or the left. There's literally no bedside table. Nothing stopping you. There's no escape over there, you know? Eek! We were but a hair's breadth away, close enough for him to kiss me. Though I wanted to run away, another desire rose within me, anticipation. Unable to move or run, I held still where I was. Where am I? What is happening? Am I on the bed? Wait, when did that happen? Zafora's alluring eyes had me pinned as he leaned in closer. I wondered if he could feel my pulse quickening through his hand on my shoulder. Heat rushed from the place he touched me. I closed my eyes and prepared myself, imagination running wild. Huh. No matter how long I sat there, the moment never came. He simply looked at me, hand on my shoulder. Why? Waiting was agony. I wanted him to hurry up and do it. I stared back at him, imploring, silently begging him to keep going.
こういうのも言葉にしなきゃ伝わらないか
Do I need to put this kind of thing into words too? He smiled menacingly, teasing me. You're so sly.
ずるくて悪かったな
Sorry for being sly.
De-
Should apologize.
言葉はいるか
Want me to put it into words? No, it's fine.
わかった
Alright. His smile widened once he got my permission. Oh, we don't get to see what? We don't get a CG of the kiss? He kissed me ever so gently, breaking the tension at last. Are we in bed? Wait, what's happening? He showered me with sweet kisses over and over again, his body conveying the powerful emotion he couldn't put into words. Nom, nom, nom. It was so much to take in, yet sheer bliss welled up inside me with his passionate outpour of love. Okay, but what happened? Like, wait, hang on. No, we're not switching.
深夜に呼び出すなんて非常識だと思わないのか
I can't believe you called me here this late. Are you insane?
ごめんごめん。
My bad, my bad. I don't know. I think it was just kisses. Just kissing, not sweeping. They didn't sweep together.
でもせっかく俺も飲めるようになったからさ、ザフォラと一緒に飲みたかったん
Oh,
だ。
Leo got older. I mean, I can finally drink now. I wanted to have one with you.
というか、文句言いつつチアーズまで来てくれるし、やっぱ優しいよな。
Look, you're complaining and you still came here. You really are nice.
違うお前に使うための優しさなんて持っちゃいない
Hardly. I have no kindness to spare for you.
俺が来なかったら部屋まで乗り込んでくる気だっただろ
I'm only here because I knew you'd barge into my room otherwise.
おお、ザフォラが起きてるかどうかは外から窓見ればわかるしな。
That's... Why? I can tell if you're awake or not by looking through the window. Yeah, anybody could tell by looking through a window. That's not as good as you think. Oh my god.
一杯だけだか
My
らな
eyes watering now. Oh no. What a creeper. Like, really? Fine. Just
と
one.
いうかお前強いからって飲みすぎなんだよ
By the way, I know you're resilient, but aren't you drinking too much?
これで何杯目だ
How many have you had?
数えてないしわかんねえけど、メニューにあるのは全部飲んだぜ。
I don't know. I didn't count. I drank everything on the menu, though.
おいリアン注文
Hey, Leon. Leanne, not Leon. This is not Resident Evil. Leanne, I want to order.
はいはい、今行きますよ、迷宮森様っと。
Got it! Be right there, Mr. Sentinel.
あれ、あの子は来なかったん
You
だ。
ran. Leah didn't come with you?
あいつは寝てる。今日はいろいろあったから疲れたんだろう。
Wink? Wink? She's sleeping. She must be tired considering all the things that happened
うー
today.
ん。俺はてっきり仲直りの後だし、今夜は朝まで寝かせないぜ。コースだと思ったんだけどな。
I totally thought you'd go that I'm not gonna let you sleep tonight route after you made up.
朝まで2人で何するんだ？ドキドキエスコルチア機構とか？
I love him so much. Filio, my sweet angel. What are they gonna do if they're not sleeping? Like exciting Esotia?
それはもちろん。
Well, of course they'd.
店を変えるぞ。セクハラ拳銃の店で飲む気はない。
Let's go to another pub. I don't want to drink at a place owned by some perverted fae.
ごめん、待って待って、もう言いません。
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. God. It was late at night, and there was barely any patrons left in the pub. Filio, who had drunk an unthinkable amount of liquor, turned to Zafora. None of his indulgence showed on his face.
そういえば、さっきは理由聞きそびれたけどさ。
By the way, there's something I forgot to ask you earlier.
なんでまだあいつと結婚してないんだ？
Why haven't you married Leah yet?
結婚する気がないわけじゃないって言ってたし、
You didn't say anything about not wanting to get married.
仕事が忙しいってのも違うだろ？
I don't think it's because you're busy with work either. Averting his gaze, Zafora responded in a murmur.
いろいろ考えてはいる。
There's a lot to consider.
でも人間のプロポーズって結婚してくださいって言うだけだろ？
Don't humans just have to say please marry me when they propose you?
何を考えてるんだ？
What's there to consider?
お前は生きてきた世界が違うから知らないだろうが、言うだけで済む話じゃないんだよ。
You won't understand because our worlds are way too different. It's not something easy to say.
プロポーズは人生の中でも特に重要な行事だ。適当に済ませていいものじゃない。
Proposal is one of the most important events in someone's life. You can't just do it on the spur of moment.
ザフォラのことだから夜景の見えるレストランでとか流星群が見える日にとか考えてるんでしょ。
Given your personality, I bet you're thinking of doing it in a fancy restaurant with a great view or during a shimmering meteor shower. Now that Cheers was practically empty, Leanne joined in on the
大
conversation
事だろ、そういうの。
because it really matters.
まあそういったシチュエーションが好きな女の子は多いと思うけどさ。
A lot of ladies do love showy setups like that.
迷宮森様って実はとってもロマンチストだよね。
Never expected you to be such a romantic, Mr. Sentinel.
ああ、そういうもんなのか。でも考えてるだけなら何もしてないのと同じだろ
If you think about it, you're basically not doing anything.
う。それであいつをずっと待たせるのはやっぱかわいそうじゃないか？
Don't you feel bad for making Leah wait forever, bro?
そうそう。あの子話も出ないって嘆いてたよ。
Didn't she complain about how you don't open up to her?
たまにここで愚痴ってるんだからね。ザフォラが全然言葉にしてくれないって。
She comes here from time to time to vent, like Zafora isn't being straight with me at all and stuff.
まあもちろんのろけの方が多いけど。
Don't worry, she gushes about you more than she complains.
言わないと伝わらないって分かってるんだろ？
You understand she won't get it unless you tell her in advance, right? Man, a man who can't say what he wants, literally.
確かにあの子も雰囲気作りとか好きだとは思うけど。
I'm sure she'd love it if you set up a whole surprise proposal for her.
何よりもまずザフォラから一言もらえる方が嬉しいんじゃない？
Wouldn't it be better if you mentioned it to her first?
そうだな。
You have a point.
分かってるならあんまり待たせちゃダメだよ。
If you get it, you can't keep waiting forever.
そうそう。待たせすぎるとあいつ怒って出て行っちまうぞ。
Exactly. If you make her wait too long, she'll get angry and dump you. She should have dumped him when he showed up a year ago.
わかってる。
I know. He stared at his glass for a while, seemingly gathering his thoughts. The glass clinked as he turned to his companions.
ビリオ、
Julio?
お、なんだ
Yeah, what is it?
ちょっと手伝ってくれないか。
Can you help me out with something?
迷宮森様からの命令系じゃない依頼だ。レアものだね。
The Labyrinth Sentinel's asking for help instead of dishing out orders. How rare.
もちろん何でも言ってくれ
You got it, bud. Just say the word. At the end of the chapter, bro. This is a long chapter. There we go. Interesting. Gorgeous people clad in fancy attire and dazzling accessories mingled with one another, hoping Lady Luck would smile on them. A heady blend of sweet and pungent aromas I couldn't place wafted from every which way. Are you shooting to finish the route? I don't know how long the route is. I'm playing until 4. Actually, more like 4:40. I have to be somewhere at 5, so I can play to almost 5. And it's almost 3 right now, so maybe. Do we know how long it is? I'm on chapter 4. How many chapters are there? Let me Google it. Atome probably has it posted. Atome. Radiant Tale. See, that's why I need this woman in my life. She gives me everything I need. How many chapters are there? There's only 4? Oh, there's only 4 chapters. Wait, I thought... Am I on the right one? I'm on the right. There's only 4 chapters. Wow, like I thought they said Ginia and Leanne only had 4 chapters. I thought they... Okay, I guess we should be able to finish. I think 6. Yeah, no, I'm on Atome Kitten's post and it only has 4 chapters. It has chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then it says end after that. That's so short. I thought it was only Ginny and Leanne that had 4. I thought these guys had like 6. Wild. Alright, so we're on the last chapter. I guess we will finish it probably today. That means I'll probably finish all of them in a day. Yeah, even Eon. Does Vilio only have 4? Does Vilio get more than 4? Even Vilio only has 4. What the heck? Interesting. Alright, I'm only seeing 4. I could be... No, it says fanfare. Yeah, okay. Wild. Well, if there's a picture for the other ending, I don't know if we get more than one ending, honestly. Then we might have to play through just to get that other choices, but... I'm fine, I guess. We're close. We're close to done, then. I doubt I'll ever get used to this place. It was my second time in the casino. Last time around, I was gathering intel with Zafora and Eon. The casino was open to wealthy people approved by the Sentinel himself. I felt underdressed, making it a super uncomfortable experience. This isn't the time to be self-conscious. I've got to make sure our plans succeed. I took a deep breath to calm myself. Then I thought back on my strategy meeting with Zafora earlier. I'm gonna pin that one because I like how surprised Asia was too. I was like, wait for.
覚悟しておけ。
Not gonna lie, I thought the main guys got 6 because Atome Kitten said Leanne and Ginia's are shorter than the main guys. Maybe the chapters are shorter? No, because his chapters are about an hour each. His first chapter, we chatted a lot. We were talking for a long time in his first chapter, and his first chapter took an hour and 30 minutes to get to. I'm pretty sure that was at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I'll double check though when I upload it. I messed something up here. But yeah, his first chapter was an hour and 30 minutes, and then it was about an hour after that one, and about an hour and 15 minutes after that one for the next chapter. So his chapters are just about an hour and a half. Interesting. Atome Kitten said she took about 20 hours to finish the game. We're on par for that if each of the guys, because we're talking while we're playing. Atome's playing by herself. That's not her name. Kitten's playing by herself. How do I call her? Yeah, so she's not like reading out loud or just chatting while she's playing. So her playthroughs are probably more accurate to just like reading it like a book style. So if it's about 5 hours of play for us, then yeah, I guess we might be done with this really early. In that case, maybe I will just start Charade Maniac since that one has so many routes. I know the main guys have after story is short, but there is the additional stories, which if they have pictures, I might play them. There's that additional stories that happen during the main game. I want more! I'll use you as much as I want. You better be prepared. Okay, you need to stop saying things like that and then not letting it pay out. What exactly am I doing?
お前を餌として使う。
I'll use you as bait. What?
つまり犯人をおびき出すってことか？
You wanted to lure out the culprit?
ああ、そうだ。
That's right. Even though he pointed it out that the bait wasn't the same as a decoy, it didn't assuage my worries. This fan disc is better than Cupid, and that stupid fan disc is longer than this fan disc. I think we said this too, it doesn't need to be long to be good. I never think a story has to drag. And I feel like in Cupid, they're like, let me introduce you to a bunch of new lore. Hi. And I'm like, we don't need this. We don't need all this additional lore. We don't need to add like more lore to this story. I feel like Cupid Parasite should have just made it a little bit more simple. Maybe introduce new gods. Maybe introduce just simple stuff. It didn't have to make it complicated. I felt like they just added way too much to all of their routes. Like, we didn't need a talking lobster. I hate Cupid. I hate Cupid. Will he really fall for it though?
相手には狙っていたものよりもっと大物があることをちらつかせればいい。
We really need to drop a hint that he's going to get something much bigger than what he thinks he's aiming for.
慎重ではあるが、一番の目的は金銭だ。
He might be
どうせ
cautious,
罠とも知らず簡
but
単に
he's
出てくる。
out of money. He's bound to show himself without realizing it's a trap.
そうだな。罠の可能性に気づいたとしても、目の前に金になるチャンスがあれば、
Even if he doesn't have an
動かない
inkling,
ということはないだろう。
reward will be too tantalizing for him to back out.
まずはお前の名前を使って
We're not
手
even
紙を
playing
渡す。
Cupid fan disc and I'm getting annoyed. We'll play it tomorrow. We're gonna finish it tomorrow, hopefully. Funnily enough, Alan's stuff might be longer than Zafora's, and here I thought that playing Zafora today was better because I could play it longer. Plot twist. First, I'll send him a letter using your name. Here's the letter I mentioned. Hang on, my nose is still stuffling. It's usually a sign that the season is changing. Alan, my love, I'm not ready. I'm not really sure I'm ready either. It's been... He is doing what I thought he would do. He's changing my... Leanne, I missed you. I know, I love this guy. Here's the letter I mentioned. I love Twilight Sparkle. Can you give it to him if he shows up here?
もちろん、それくらいお安いご用だよ。
Sure, you can count on me. Leanne took the letter we'd prepared and the sketch of the man from me. We had no doubt the man would come to Cheers looking for a victim to corrupt with the perfume. Both Zafora and Alice agreed that this was most likely placed given that the man was familiar with the area.
でも、ここに立ち寄ることが分かってるなら、
Like, I'm
張
ready
り
to
込みを
finish
して
it.
捕まえ
The
た方が
fan disc,
効
but
率よくな
Alan,
い？
I'm not ready. I know, like, I'm ready to be done because it's been long. It's been a long road. I think it's just, it feels longer. When we're not having fun, and let's be honest, that's part of why I have given it such a low rating. I'm not having fun. If I'm sitting here saying why constantly, but not why, like Zaphora's route, I'm saying why, but like in a he's frustrating me kind of way, I'm saying why in Cupid Parasite and the this is driving me insane and I kind of want to like rip out my own heart kind of way. There's a difference, right? Zafora pisses me off, but like it's Zafora pissing me off. Like this dude. Cupid Parasite's just ruining my life. Hello. Would it be better to ambush and catch him here though? You know he's going to drop in. You know what my rating for Cupid fan disc is. Ooh, what's your rating? I think I gave it a 4 so far, but I haven't decided if I might give it a higher one. Out of 10, by the way. A negative 100 out of 10. That doesn't sound faster, but
チアーズほど人の集まる場所で再び騒ぎを起こせば
if he
無事に
causes
確保できたとしても不安は広がる。
another commotion in a crowded area, he will cause too much unrest. It doesn't matter if we handle it or not.
それからあの場所は人が多く逃げ道も確保されやすい。
Besides, there's so many people around, he could easily slip away.
それに自ら檻へ入ってきてもらう方が楽でいいだろ。
It's also much better to lure him right into our snare, don't you think? Or so Zafora said.
なるほどね。ザフォラらしいや。
Definitely sounds like him.
それでおびき出して捕まえる場所ってどこなんだ？
Just where are you going to lure him so we can capture him?
カジノを使う。
The casino.
なるほど。あの場所なら融通が利く。捕まえるにはうってつけの場所だな。
Sensible. We can move around freely there. It's the perfect place to arrest him. Indeed. The casino was located in the underground labyrinth. Since Zafora had a labyrinth necklace, we could easily block the culprit's escape route.
一度入れば相手は袋のネズミ。地上とは違い、逃げることはほぼ不可能だ。
So far for Alan's route, it's a 7 out of 10 just for his route. I want to say 10-10 for his route, but we're not done with his route. Yeah, it can still change. So far, his route, though, in comparison to everyone else's, like, what's happening? Why does Alan's make so much sense? Like, did they just not know what to do with everybody else? Like, Raul's route could have just been him earnestly trying to get to marry her, and instead they changed. Oh, now he's on a mission and now there's lobsters involved and like I'm like, no, it didn't have to happen like that. Like, rookies didn't have to have drama. It literally could just been them preparing for their wedding. It could have been so sweet and cute. Like, they didn't have to make it have all this weird drama. Shelby didn't need to have incompetence as a plot point in the fan disc. Like, I felt like Shelby's would have made just more sense if it was just him learning to let go of work a little bit so he could spend more time with his wife. And that's it. Like, it could have been that simple. She could have felt a little forgotten, and then he could have just been like, you're right, you're more important to me than work. Like, there's finally something in your life that's more important to you than work. Pay attention to her. Alan's route makes some sense. Plus, I really love how MC and Alan act like a parents to that boy. Sorry, I forgot his name. It's Cupie. Cupie's name is, hang on, I got this. I forgot his name too, dang it. Something with an S. Where's Jay? Jay, what's his name? It's your ringtone, come on. Once he gets there, he'll be no different than a rat in a cage. Unlike on the surface, there's nowhere for him to run.
けど、逃げ場がないってことくらい、ここまで捕まらなかった慎重なやつなら、
Considering
さ
how
すがにわかるん
cautious
じ
he
ゃない
is
か？
and how he manages to flee every single time, won't he realize there's no escape for him?
まあ、少し頭を使えば、罠だってことくらいすぐ気づくだろうな。
If he uses his head a little, he'll notice right away that it's a trap.
だが、カジノは現在、金持ちのための高級な遊び場。
The thing is, the casino was considered a playground to the rich.
金が目的の相手にとって、これほど魅力的な場所はないはずだ。
For a financially motivated person, there's nowhere more appealing than a casino.
それに、お前が罠を仕掛けてくるなんて、みじんも思わないだろう。
Besides, he probably wouldn't even consider the idea that you would set him up. You have a point. He did try to draw me out with a messy note and assumed he could force me into complying. In short, he thought I was an easy to manipulate. That made my blood boil. Well, we are so gonna catch him.
ああ、当然だ。
Damn right we are. I'm still trying to think of Cupid's name right now. Today was the day we were enacting our plan. I was waiting near the casino entrance, our designated meeting spot. I'll be alright. I've memorized all of the steps. I had to stay calm and collected so he wouldn't notice how nervous I was. The others are here, I'll be fine. I only need to do the one thing they entrusted me with. Though he only had a small amount of Miracus perfume, he was still extremely dangerous. Just in case, we had discussed how I should contact the others if worst case came to worst. What if I start screaming?
彼女の名前を
Got
使っ
it.
ておびき出すまではいいが、その後はどうするんだ？
I have no problem with using her name to lure him out, but what should we do after that?
呼び出した相手が出迎えないと、さすがに不審がられるだろう。
He'll probably get suspicious that the person he's supposed to meet is missing. In that case, I will keep him company.
しかし、相手は香水を所持しているんだ。武力を持たない君には
You
危
say
険すぎ
that,
る。
but our culprit possesses the perfume, and will be, oh gosh, it will be dangerous if you're unarmed. I don't deny that I'll be at risk, but Zafora is coming with me this time. The security forces should be on standby too. I believe in all of you, so please let me do this.
そうか。君がそういうのであれば、
I cannot
私は
refuse
構わないが。
if you're so adamant about it, but Alice glanced at Zafora.
存分に使ってやると言っただろう。元よりそのつもりだ。
I told you I'd use you as much as I want. I intend to do so from the beginning to end. Stop making it sound like you want me. You're using me in the wrong way. Oh.
対策を万全に整える。絶対に。お前を危険にはさらさない。
I'll take all possible measures. I won't dare put you in danger. Security forces disguised as guests and staff were deployed nearby. They also brought mystic tools to protect themselves from the perfume. As for me, I had one of the self-defense items Zafora had given me in my pocket. Simply touching it gave me courage. I sat up taller. Our meeting time had already passed. The man made his appearance.
やあ、今日はお招きありがとう。こんな素晴らしい場所に誘ってもらえるなんて光栄だよ。
He needed a face, honestly. Hey, thanks for the invitation. It's an honor to be at such an amazing place. He didn't even apologize to me for arriving late. The guy oozed arrogance.
相手も警戒してるだろうから、様子を見るために遅れてくるはずだ。
He'll probably be on his guard, so I figure he'll scope the place out and then come
お
late.
前はいかにも待ってた風に、いつものちょっと抜けた顔で笑え。
Just give him your usual stupid smile like you've been waiting for him. Calling it stupid is mega rude. A bit reluctant, I smiled as I'd been told to. I'm glad you came. Thanks. Sorry for calling you out here out of the
あんな
blue.
に情熱的な手紙をもらったら来ずにはいられないよ。
I had to come, obviously, especially after I read your impassive letter. Zafora was the one who came up with the contents of the letter. I only wrote what he dictated. I'm still mortified thinking about it. As the man said, the letter was filled with words sweet enough to make me blush. Makes me wonder if Zafora would write me this kind of letter. Now I kind of want to. Yeah, he never would write you a letter. He didn't even write you a letter for a year, girl. There was no way. He probably went overboard as part of the plan. I banished the thought from my mind.
それにしてもまさか迷宮森様といい関係にあるあんたが俺と個人的に会ってくれるとはね。
I never expected you to be willing to meet with me considering you're so close with the sun.
先日街中で出会った時は手ひどく断られたから今日のお誘いは驚いたよ。
What's more, you rejected me pretty harshly on the street the other day. I was surprised to get the invitation. His lips were raised into a cheesy smile, yet his sharp eyes scrutinized my every move. No matter how happy he claimed to be, he was undoubtedly wary. First, I need to gain his trust. He was trying to suss out how I truly felt, so I closed my eyes and huffed a small sigh. Sorry about the other day, it's just we wouldn't attract too much attention. I don't want people to see us and start speculating. People in the city are tight-knit. I would have told the sentinel immediately.
ああ、なるほど。今の迷宮森様は頭が硬そうだもんね。
That's how it is. I mean, the current sentinel does seem kind of hard-headed.
だから今回はチアーズの店主を経由して手紙を渡してくれたんだ。
That explains why you had the owner of Cheers pass on your letter. Yes, Leon's good at keeping secrets, so he's the perfect person to rely on if you want to meet without prying eyes.
清純に見えるけど、あんたも案外悪い女なんだな。
You look innocent, but you're surprisingly naughty, huh?
ますます気に入ったよ。
Consider me interested. He laughed, reaching for my hand on the table. I casually avoided it by brushing back a lock of my hair. Say, while we're here, how about we play a game or two? I placed a cup full of coins on the table. Each coin was a fake with an inconspicuous mark, and they were supposed to be retrieved later on.
こんなにたくさん。随分と気前がいいんだな。ありがたく使わせてもらうよ。
Okay, but if all the coins are fake, does that mean every single one giving out coins are also fake coins? I'm really lost. Whoa, look at these coins. Quite a generous lady, aren't you? Appreciate the gesture. When did she say they were for you? Don't mind me while I throw up. The man was dazzled by the coins before his eyes. He didn't even think to question, let alone inspect them. Grabbing the cup, he jolted to his feet. Using the fake coins to bet, he amused himself at one of the roulette tables. He didn't even realize his opponent was an officer pretending to be a guest.
いやー、勝った勝った。ビギナーズラックってやつかな。こんなにうまく勝てるなんて。
Why are we making this go for so long? Guys, holy hell, it's my win. Is this what they call beginner's luck? I can't believe I won so much. Or maybe you're blessed by the spirits. Playing the sweet talker, I waited for the perfect timing to move on to the next step of our plans. He looks pretty relaxed now, should be fine. I put my hand behind my back and gave the signal. By the way, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
もちろんいいけど、あんた以上の美人が出てくるとは思えな
When
い
did
か
I
な。
say it was a woman? Sure, why not? I doubt she'll be as beautiful as you, though. The man reached out to playfully caress my hair. At that very moment, Zafora stepped in to prevent it.
こんにちは。
Hello? The man blanched at Zafora's flash. As Zafora flashed him with a bright smile.
ザフォラ様
Sama? Lord Zafora?
どういうことだ。話
You
が違う
lied
ぞ。
to me. He glared daggers at me, livid that I'd sold him out. Please, calm down. I'm pretty sure this is a good deal for you, too. While I spoke to the man, he rose to his feet in a hurry. Zafora grabbed his shoulders and popped him back down in his seat.
そう緊張なさらないでください。それとも何かやましいことでも？
Don't be so nervous, unless of course you're guilty of something.
やましいことなんて。
Guilty of what?
ああ、以前先代の迷宮森の下で働いていたことでしょうか。
The fact that you worked under the previous labyrinth sentinel for stars?
私が聞いた話によると、あなたは香水に関わるお仕事をされてい
From
た
what
と
I
か。
understand, you worked at the perfume department?
善良な一般市民に対して適当な言いがかりはよしてくれないか。
How can the sentinel make an unfounded accusation against an innocent civilian? Following Balto's demise, no one would admit that they had anything to do with him. I already knew the man would deny it. Lord Zafora. Zafora didn't let it deter him.
先日、彼女と酒場にいた時、たまたま香水の効果を目の当たりにしましてね。
The other day, when I was at the pub with her, I happened to witness the effects of the perfume firsthand.
非常に魅力的な品物ですから、やはりこのまま眠らせておくのはもったいないと思ったんですよ。
It's a very valuable item. I thought to myself, it would be such a waste to let it fall to the
そこで
wayside.
香水を使った輸出事業の計画を立てていまして。
Hence, I'm planning to develop an export business using that perfume.
ほう。
The man changed his tune once he realized the sentinel wasn't condemning him.
ただ、物が物なので、表立った立場にいる私じゃ、
But you know, given my
何かと動きづらいんですよね。
position and all, it's hard to make that happen.
ですので、香水の存在を知り、
Sylvie!
管理の知識と
Yes,
経験のあ
there
る
we go.
人材を
I said
探してい
S.
た
I
ん
was
で
half
す。
there. I'm looking for someone with knowledge of the perfume and experience managing it.
できれば、あなたのような経歴の方にお任せしたいと思っているんですが。
Honestly, I'd like to leave this matter to someone with a background like yours. He's such a wolf in sheep's clothing. It reminded me of our first meeting. It was an outright lie, obviously. Made me wonder what he was truly feeling under that smiling mask. Thinking about it sent a shiver down my spine. Let's not worry about
ありが
that.
たい話だが、手を貸せそうにないな。
As grateful I am for your consideration, I won't be of any help for you. The man rejected Zaphora's offer.
おやどうしてです
Really now? Why is that?
彼女に俺を誘わせて、騙し討ちのように会いに来たあんたを信用はできない。
I can't trust you. You used your girlfriend to meet with me. It's like you tried to set me up.
悪いが、今日は帰らせてもらう。
Sorry, but I'm going home. He stood up and walked towards the exit. Zafora smiled unperturbed and looked for
それこそ
another
が
spot.
私の誠意ですよ。
But this is actually my way of proving I'm
ど
sincere.
ういう意味だ。
What do you mean by that? Unable to ignore him, the man turned back.
私はバルトから迷宮森の座を奪い取った。
I stole the labyrinth sentinel position from Baldo.
バルト側にいたあなたが私を信用できず、警戒するのはもっともです。
I don't blame you for not trusting me. You were on his side after all.
しかし、私は自分の弱点である彼女をあなたと二人きりにさせた。
But think about it. I let my girlfriend, my weakness, be alone with you.
彼女は魔法も使えず、戦う術も持たない。見ての通り、非力で愚直な
So
娘で
weak
す。
and feeble. Look, she can't even like stand on her own. He just knocks her over. She can't use magic. She doesn't know how to fight. And if, as you can see, she's helpless and naive. I know he's acting, but it still ticks me off. Reminding myself that was all a ruse, I tried my best to keep the smile plastered on my face.
私の弱点である彼女を使いにしたのは、あなたに対する敵意がないことを示し、
Stare at him like
最大限の誠意を
bastard.
見せるためです。
I made myself vulnerable sending her here so you would get just how serious I am and that I don't mean any harm.
ご理解いただけませんか
Can you understand that? The man scanned me from head to toe, a look of boredom if unsuggestive. Then he snorted.
確かにな。その女は好きだらけで、いつでも手を出せる状態だった。
She's practically asking for it, walking around defenseless. Don't get mad, girl. Hold it in. Hold it in.
あんたに敵意がないことは分かった。
I get that
香
you bear
水
no
の話、
malice.
乗ってやってもいいぜ。
So how about we talk more about the perfume stuff? Bitch. Yeah, right. Like, oh my god.
それはありがたい。
That'd be much appreciated.
よし、早速だが詳細を決めよう。まずは儲けの配分から。
Alright, I'd like to solidify the details right away. First, the profits will be...
しかし、普通に契約を結んだのでは、つまらなくないですか
I will say it for you, bitch. Oh gosh. One thing though, it's no fun to form a boring, regular, old contract, wouldn't you
ど
say?
ういう意味だ。
I don't catch your drift.
せっかくのカジノですし、ゲームの勝負であなたが勝った分だけ取り分を増やすのは
Why
どう
is
でしょ
this
う
happening? You know he makes the perfume. You got him hook, line, and sinker. Just friggin' arrest him. You're the Sentinel. Abuse your power just a little bit for the name of good. Like, come on. We're in a casino. How about we decide our shares by the number of wins in a game?
仮にあなたが全ての勝負で負けても損はさせません。
Even if you lose every
悪い話じゃないで
time,
しょ
I'll still let you have something. Not a bad deal, right?
そんなことをして、あんたに何の得があるんだよ。
What do you get out of this?
私はスリルが好きなんです。
I love a good thrill.
風の精霊は自由を愛する。本来は奔放に生きたいんですよ。
The wind spirits love freedom. They yearn to live without restraint.
今の迷宮森様は物好きだな。いいぜ、乗った。どのゲームにする？
Our current sentinel sure has some odd proclivities. Sure, fine. I'm in. What's your plan?
勝負を提案しているのは私ですから、
Since
あなた
I'm
に
the
決
one
定権があります。
making the proposal, you may choose.
どうぞ好きなゲームをお選びください。
Pick any game you like.
それなら、ポーカーだ。
Let's play poker, the most boring game there is. Let's go. His earlier win must have gone to his head. Zafora just wants to kick his ass in a game and then arrest him. Plus, out of nowhere, he'll be like doing an evil laugh and saying, "I'm arresting a loser ass bitch." It's obviously hadn't dawned on him that we let it happen. He didn't even hesitate to suggest poker. Oh my god. This is a roulette table. The man dictated that the victor would be the first to win 3 matches. Is this hot? Are we turned on? Do you like this? Whoa, is my game on a delay? That was weird. The first match. Zafora chuckled merely, placing his cards face up.
これは運がいい。強いカードを引けてよかった。
Lucky me, I pulled
1
some
試合
good
目はいた
cards.
だきますね。
I'll have the first win.
まあいいさ。3回勝負なら一度は迷宮森様に花を持たせてやらないとな。
Fine. You got to win 3 times. I can let you have one. Moving on to the second game.
おや、こんなに弱くて大丈夫ですか？
I'll say it again.
大事なものを
I love
預ける
this
には不安になりますね。
Why is my game freezing? Oh, it's me. Hang on. Am I freezing for you guys? Because I was freezing. My camera was freezing. My screen was freezing. It's my bitrate's fine. Just in case, though, I'll close this and this. I was sitting really still for a second, guys. It's because everything was frozen on my screen. I was just waiting for it to catch up. Okay. Am I fine now? I'm moving again. My music's going in and out. I can't tell if I'm fine or not. I don't know what I'm facing with. I think we're okay. We'll see. We'll see how far I go. Alright, my music pauses though. My music has paused twice. Fast, thank you. I hope we're okay. Alright, can you really afford to be so weak? I'll have to think twice after leaving my affairs in your hands. Looking at the revealed cards, Zafora provoked the man with a laugh.
No!
Is the game trying to tired of Clown Man? Maybe.
そんなに強いカードが出るなんてイカサマしてるんじゃないか。
I'm watching my bids go from like 240 to 270, like back and forth. 2070. Sorry, 2700 to 2400. You gotta be cheating. There's no way you got such a killer hand twice.
あんたの管理する場で勝負するなんて不公平だ。
Why you mad, bro? It's not fair that we're playing in a place you made.
ポーカーを選んだのはあなたでしょ？
But you chose this game.
どうせどのゲームを選んでもイカサマができるようにしてたんだろうが。
You're getting real loud. In fact, let me turn you down. You're loud. You probably rigged it so you'd win no matter what I picked it to.
それならすべてに調べてくれてもいいですよ。
You can look into it yourself once all of it's over.
私がイカサマをしていた証拠が見つかれば全試合あなたの勝ちにしましょう。
If you find proof that I'm cheating, the win is yours.
絶対イカサマしてるくせにずいぶん自信があるんだな。
You sure have some guts for a dirty cheat, huh?
必ず証拠を見つけてやる。
I'll get you for sure. The man flew into a rage. His earlier cool nowhere to be found.
こんなざまでよくバルトのところから無事に逃げられたもんだ。
What's with this other hand? Like, what is this? Like, what am I? What is this where you're hiding the cards? What is this hand? Poor guy crying over a game that he chose to play. I'm amazed you were able to escape Balto's plays, given your personality.
プライドだけは高いくせに臆病で警戒心が強いただの小物。
Far too up. For a timid, wary small fry, you're way too proud of yourself.
分かってはいたが俺の脅威になるには人生があと やってもいないな。
You probably already realized this, but you could live 10 more lives and still never be a threat to me.
は？お前、今俺をバカにしたのか？
You're looking down to me, you bastard. Here is a new word now. Hang on. Just in case, because everything keeps crashing. Just in case my entire family decide to play Fortnite right now. How could you look down on you, sir? You already lose before you appear, sir. Listen. You always look down on you.
バカになんてしてませんよ。正当な評価をしただけです。
Not at all. I'm merely stating facts. If I'm lagging, guys, I'm messaging my fans to make sure they're not all deciding to use the internet at the same time. I guess he's so bad that Zafora can't be bothered to pretend anymore. Zafora was playing in good faith. He wasn't cheating or anything. Their skills alone determine the outcome of the game.
さあ、ショーダウンだ。
This is the showdown. Oh, hang on, so you guys can see. He's got... Oh wait, he's got 3 aces? Okay. A 6, and the last one, I can't tell. Is it a full house? Oh, he has 2 6s. He's got a full house. Okay, he's got a full house. With aces high. Grim with confidence, Zafora places cards on the table.
ここでフルハウス？
You've got a full house?
嘘だ、ありえない。やっぱりイカサマしてるだろ。
Did I screenshot that? I might have gotten too distracted. I can't believe this. He must be cheating, right? The man flipped the card and looked under the table for gimmicks. He was searching desperately for proof.
確かに俺なら、お前に一切バレずイカサマをするなんて朝飯前だ。
Indeed, it'd be a piece of cake for me to cheat without you knowing.
だが、
However,
お前程度の相手、イカサマの手間をかける方が無駄だな。
it would be a waste of time to even bother coming up with tricks against someone like you.
単純に弱すぎるんだよ。
You are just too weak. Damn it. The man pounded his fist on the table.
まあいいだろう。が負けたところで取り分は変わらないんだからな。
I'm gonna put on the BRB really quick, guys. I'm just gonna double check. Someone replied to my message yet. I just want to make sure everybody in the house isn't on their computers at the same time because it's lagging for me. I don't know if you guys are feeling it, but I am. So give me 1 sec. Okay. Everyone is playing Fortnite in my living room right now. So that's why my computer's lagging. Alright. Oh yeah, Asia, what game are you currently playing? Whatever. I'll still get my shares even though I lost.
取り分？ああ、そんな話もしたな。
Changeling and Dark Knight. Ooh, which reminds me, if this game is short, I'll do some demos on the weekends. We switch to the next game. I also need to see what game's coming out in September. Do we have a game in September? You mean our earlier chat?
だがそれは忘れてくれ。お前のような小悪党と取引なんてする気がなくなった。
Forget about it. I don't feel like doing business with a half-wit swindler like you anymore.
なんだ
My game is still just trying to catch up to everyone being online. What the hell?
それに残念ながら、俺に取引する気があっても、もうお前とはできないんだ。
Sorry to say, but there's nothing I can do for you, no matter how much you want me to cut you a deal.
はあどういう意味だ
What do you mean? The man sprung to his feet, reaching out for Zafora.
犯人確保
Arrest the culprit. We did all this for nothing. You. Alice's voice echoed throughout the casino, and the man was quickly apprehended.
これから牢屋にぶち込まれるやつと取引なんてできるはずがないだろ。
I mean, you can't do business with someone who's about to go to jail, right? Zafora's just an asshole.
男の家に保管されていた香水はすべて押収済み。
All the perfume in his house has been confiscated.
使用された分を含めると、事前に持ち出された数と一致。
Accounting for what we already used, it matches the amount that went missing.
これでも強靭事件は起きないだろう。
Dark Knights is good. Have you started? Is that one a full game or is that just a demo? The lunatic riots won't happen again. Thank goodness, unless, there's another person with the same stuff in their house. The Miraculous perfume's ability to corrupt the minds of others made it extremely dangerous. At long last, the threat that once plunged Kultura into chaos was gone for good. What a relief. While we were play acting in the casino, Alice and security forces found the man's hideout. Alice arrived with the evidence during the poker game. When the security forces apprehended the man in the Sentinel's signal.
それでは、取り調べがあるので、私はここで失礼する。
Both games I'm playing is full game. Changeling is the Gilded Shadows dev's first game. Ah, okay. Ooh, I know Changeling. I know that one for sure. I remember that one. I didn't forget that one. I have interrogation to do, so I shall take my leave. With that, Alice departed the scene. I turned to Zafora. I was really nervous, but I'm glad everything turned out so well. Good job, Zafora. Elated, I held up my hand. Zafora raised his, ready to give me a high five.
ああ、お疲れ。
Same goes for you.
これにて一件落着だな。
With this, the case is closed. You remembered something. I'm surprised. Thank you. I try to surprise you sometimes. Whoa. Filio popped up out of nowhere and smacked both of our hands.
お前は何もしてないだろう。
You didn't do anything. There was an edge to his voice. He must have been annoyed by the interruption.
俺は協力したいって言ったのに、断ったのはザフォラだろ？
But you're the one who rejected me when I said I wanted to help.
お前は雑だから探索には回せないし、あいつに顔が割れていた以上、カジノの周りには配置できない。
Sometimes a goldfish does remember. I started both games days ago. Nice. Are you rotating between the two so you don't get tired of one of them? Which one do you like more so far? You're so sloppy, I couldn't send you out to investigate, and I wasn't going to let you wander the casino since he knew your face.
当たり前だろうが。
What made you think I'd accept your offer?
チェー、俺も作戦参加したかったな。
I wanted to join the operation. I wanted us to be Ocean's 3.
けどまあ、俺は今から大活躍だし。な、ザフォラ。
Oh well, I get an even bigger part to play after this, right, Zafora? Wink, wink. He's like, nudge, yeah? The redhead patted Zafora's shoulder, looking as giddy as a kid on a field trip. What are you going to do now? Zafora furrowed his brow and glared at Vilio. I wondered if the dragon boy was patting him a bit too hard.
ごめん、これ言っちゃダメなやつだった。
Ugh, this child. sorry, I'm not supposed to talk about it.
このバカトカゲが。
You absolute lizard brain. Huh? I had no idea what they were referring to, ignoring the flustered redhead Zafora faced me.
今から出かけるぞ。
Already saw 3 routes of Changeling on YouTube. I stopped because I wanted to play it for myself. We're going out now. Out? Out where?
少し外の空気を吸いに。詳しいことはつけばわかる。
I want to get some fresh air. I'll fill you in when we get there to my parents' grave, I assume.
お前の身一つあれば、それ以外特に必要なものはない。
Dark Knight's okay. I'm more interested in Changeling. There. No need to bring anything. Okay. We cleared our schedule for today's plan, so it should be alright. Is there something else going on that I forgot about? I thought of several anniversaries in my mind, but none of them match today's date. Don't sweat the small stuff, just go! Go! Have fun! What are you?
ぼんやりしてないでさっさとしろ。置いてくぞ。
Hurry up and snap out of La La Land or else I'll leave you here. It's really hard to propose to someone if the person you're gonna propose to isn't there, Zafora.
いや、置いてはいけねえだろ。
Hey, you can't do that. The 2 men walked off, leaving me to stew in my bewilderment. I quickly shook it off and ran after them. Imagine. Once we left the underground labyrinth and re-emerged on the surface, Filio changed into his dragon form. Zafora and I rode on his back to some unknown destination. Even after coming this far, the silver-haired man wouldn't tell me where we were going. And yet, I feel like I know where it is. This is the only one place Filio would need to take us. It was one we spoke about before, no doubt.
背中に2人を乗せてると、オリエンスから3人を乗せた時のことを思い出すな。
Having you 2 on my back reminds me of the time I carried 3 people from Oriens. Hehe, it's been so long. Remember we couldn't leave or enter the city because of the wind wall Bolto built.
そういや、今のザフラなら、あれと同じことできるのか？
Speaking of walls of wind, can you make one too, Zafora?
まあ、できるだろうな。
I probably
意味も
can.
ないしやらないが。
I don't see a point. Not gonna lie, one of the love interests in Dark Knight kind of ticked me off. Like when MC was getting kidnapped, this man was like, there's something I should know about. Dude, is there something I should do? You're supposed to be her protector. Why just stand there? Oh, really? Oh my god. That reminds me of that one webtoon I read where like literally she's getting like knocked down and like the person next to her is just standing there and the entire thing. Like there's 3 panels and the person next to her doesn't even move. I'm like, dude, I understand art, right? But like this person's not reacting to her getting like grabbed. I probably can, but I don't see
あん時は散々悩まされたのに、今じゃその力を持ってるのはザフォラなんだよな。
That power gave us some real headaches back then, but now it belongs to you, buddy. Look
な
at
ん
you.
かすげえ不思議な感じだ。
Kind of a weird feeling. You had a point, it does feel strange. It clicked for me just how much things had changed since then.
にしてもあの時、あんたがいなくなったって知ったザフォラは、今思い出しても危うかったよ
Dude, so
な。
far you fucking useless, that's fair. It's hard to be a love interest if you're not helpful. Come to think of it, Zafora freaked out when you found out you went
つ
missing.
うか、数日離れただけであんな調子だったのに、よく1年も持ったな。
Say it louder, Vilio. Say it louder. I can't believe he managed to wait a whole year, even though he was a mess after just a few days.
こいつが無事かどうかわからない状態と、問題なく生活してるのがわかる状況とじゃ、
That's because I
全然
had
違うだろ。
no idea whether she was safe. That's completely different. If you weren't talking to her, how do you know she was safe? Imagine. Imagine. He's standing there and MC was like, dude, help me. But it was like too late. The kidnappers just jumped out the window holding MC by holding me. It's a get it. I get it. You put yourself in her shoes. You're so mad. Dude. Now that you mention it, I never heard what happened back then. How was Zafora when I was
そ
away?
れはな。
So you see.
黙れトカゲ。それ以上喋れば今後クルトラで肉を食えなくしてやる。
The man broke into her house in the prologue and talked about, I'm here to protect you? No! Knock on the door like a normal person, what? Shut up, lizard brain. Say one more word and I'll ban you from eating meat in Kultura forever. Obvious this topic was a no-go for Zafora.
それは困る。
That's evil.
じゃあ代わりになんか別の質問してくれよ。
Give me another question.
それなら、各地を旅していて、お前が気に入った品物について話せ。
I still like the game, it's so dumb. Oh man. I might try. We'll see. I keep trying to do all the J otomes and it's killing me. How about you tell us about anything that caught your eye during your journey?
俺が何を気に入るか興味あるってことか？
Does that mean you wanna know what I like?
お前に興味なんてあるわけないだろ。
Like hell I'm interested.
面白いものがあれば、クルトラに輸入しようと思っただけだ。
I just wanna know if there's any goods worth importing to
お
Kultura.
お、なるほどな。
Ooh, I see.
それなら山ほどあるぜ。最近だとカリダ近くの村の果物で。
Killing you in like a good way? That's a great question. There are lots. Like there's this fruit I recently got in this village near Kalita. Hehe. The friendly banter reminded me of our tour around the world. We basked in the nostalgia and enjoyed each other's company through our flight. Whenever the wind picked up, Zafora helped Vilio fly smoothly with his labyrinth necklace. It was a peaceful trip all in all. Oh. The dragon landed in a beautiful meadow in the upper reaches of Kultura. The hardy little wildflowers were in full bloom, swaying in the breeze. There must be a lot of wind spirits here. The wind caressed my cheek. Cheeks were so refreshing.
じゃあしばらくしたら戻ってくるから。
Alright, I'll be back later. Ilio spread his wings and took off to the sky once more.
お前はこっちだ。ついてこい。
Follow me, so romantic. Okay. I did as I was told and trailed after him. Oh, there it is. Then, after a short walk, we found a small stone monument standing alone in the grass. I knew it.
迷宮森一族の墓だ。俺の両親もここに眠ってる。
Hey, yo, mama. You? Killing me in a good way? Wait, you mean which part? Did he say that? Hang on. Hear the hold music in your head. No, he said ban you from eating, not killing me. Who's killing me? It's the Labyrinth Sentinel family grave. This is where my parents are resting. Ahem, Labyrinth Sentinel family grave. A grave site where the Labyrinth Sentinels and their parents rest. And their partners. Partners, not parents. While getting there on foot isn't easy, it's a beautiful place surrounded by flowers and clear air, as well as wind spirits. Oh, J-Otomes are killing me. Oh, okay, yes. They're long, and there's many of them, and they keep coming out with more. So I keep not having time for other ones. Killing me in that way. Looking closely, I saw several names listed on the stone. What's a J-Otome? Japanese Otome game. So these games are Otome games. This one specifically is a Japanese version. But Dark Knight and Changeling, those would be like, I don't know if they're American, but they're not Japanese. Looking closely, I saw several names listed on the stone. I recognized the names at the very bottom. One thing struck me though. I don't see Balta's name here.
罪を犯した者はここに入れないからな。
Those who committed crimes cannot be here. Zafora had practically read my mind. Shall we tidy it up some more? It's a little overgrown. If it's just one, that's not even enough. Where are the bodies? Where are the bodies, guys?
そうだな。
You're right. It should be bigger too. That's not enough for every single sentinel ever. Both of us pulled up the weeds around it. We polished the gravestone with the water and cloth Zafora had brought. We don't mind if you want to try something else. We're here to support you. I appreciate it. It's just, I love J Atomes, and it's why it's killing me. It's because I want to play them, but then I also want to try other ones, and then I'm drowning because there's so many. We just added 4 more to the list. Looking at ease, Zafora put his hands together to offer a silent prayer. I did the same beside him. A gentle breeze tousled my hair as though they were expressing their gratitude. Zafora's eyes fluttered open and he began to speak.
久しぶりに来られてよかった。
It's sad when parents pass away. His died pretty tragically. They were murdered by his uncle. It's the Lion King. His story is the Lion King. He left town and they said he ran away, but he didn't run away. And then his uncle said his parents ended their own lives, but in actuality, Balto had killed them. And then Hamlet, yeah, that's a good one too. And then he's like, what? And then he got chased out, and then he had to come back. I'm glad I made it here after so long. Same, I'm sure your parents are happy.
後でビリオにも礼を渡さないとな。
We need to thank Filio after this. He was being unusually open at the moment. I imagined it was because we were in this place that meant so much.
俺が幼い頃、一度だけ両親とここに来た記憶がある。
I remember coming here once as a child with my parents.
こんな場所だからな。そう頻繁に来ることはできない。
It's really far from the city, so we couldn't come here often. Why would you put it so far away?
ここは本当に大事なことを先祖へ報告するときだけ訪れる。
We only visit this place when we had something very important to share with our ancestors.
小さかったから記憶はおぼろげだし、当時の俺はこの場所がどういうものか理解してなかったが、
I didn't really understand what this place was like back then because I was so young. My memory is hazy.
両親はあの時、次の迷宮森である俺のことを報告しに来たんだろうな。
I guess my parents came here to let our ancestors know I'd be the next sentinel. His story alone conveyed the significance of this site.
ここなら父も母もきっと安らかに眠れる。
I'm sure my father and mother are resting peacefully here. Zaphora's voice and expression were so tender. Drawn in by the mood, I found myself speaking. What were your parents like?
そうだな。
Let's see.
父は毎日仕事漬けで、いつ見ても忙しそうに働いていた。
My dad was always swamped. He was busy with work every single day.
思い出すのは厳しい顔で机に向かってる姿ばかりだ。
I have a very clear mental image of him sitting at a desk looking so stern.
俺が執務室に入ると顔も上げないで、勉強は進んでいるのか、遊んでいないで知識を蓄えろって。
When I went into his office, he wouldn't even look up. He'd say, "How are your studies?" or "Stop messing around and educate yourself."
俺を立派な迷宮森にしようとするばかりで、一緒に遊んだ記憶なんて。だけど、
Sorry.
自分のすべてを町のために捧げて動けるような人で。
He never played with me. He only focused on making me a great sentinel, labyrinth sentinel. But he was the kind of person who devoted everything, including himself.
俺はそんな父を尊敬してた。
I really looked up to him for that, which is why I decided to not write to you for a year so you would know exactly what you're getting into. Zafora had told me a little about his parents during our journey with Circus. He learned how to become a labyrinth sentinel under his strict father's tutelage. He strove to live up to his father's high
それから
expectations.
母は父をいつもそばで支えていた。
My mother was always there to support him.
物静かで聡明な人で、父の仕事に関して口を出すことはほとんどなかったが。
Girl. She was calm and sensible person. She barely ever brought up my father's work.
父が無理をしている時だけは決まって強気に出るんだ。
She only got aggressive when he started pushing himself.
俺への態度も他とあまり変わらなかったが、とても優しい人で。
My mother treated me the same as anyone else. She was such a nice person. My mother treated me the same as anyone else. She didn't treat you better. She didn't boast to you.
二人の時に決まって話すのは父のことだった。
When we were together, the one thing we talked about was my father.
父がどれだけ町を思っているのか、どれだけ努力してきたのか。
Like how much he cared about the city or how hard he worked for it.
直接言葉にはしなかったが、 母も父のことを誇りに思っていたんだろうな。
She didn't say it directly, but I could tell she was proud of him. His strictness must have came from his father, and he probably inherited his mother's kindness. As a descendant of the Labyrinth Sentinels, he had experienced a harsh upbringing. At the same time, his family had undoubtedly loved him. Are you sure? I wish I could speak with them.
ああ、
Same.
俺ももう一度会えるなら聞きたいことが山ほどある。
If I ever get to see them again, I'd have so many questions for them.
まあ考えても仕方がないことではあるが、
Not that there's much point in dwelling on it. What kind of thing would you want to ask?
どんな街を目指してたのかとか、俺にどんな期待をしてたのかとか、
I guess, what are your hopes for Kultura? What do you expect of me?
両親の背中を見て分かったつもりになっていたが、
I thought I'd understand just by watching my parents.
迷宮森が背負うものの重さなんて実際になってみるまで本当の意味では理解できていなかった。
Turns out I didn't know the true weight of a sentinel has to carry until I shouldered it myself.
今でも毎日自問してるんだ。
I'm still asking myself the same question every single
俺
day.
は父が誇れるような立派な迷宮森に慣れているのかって。
He's gone, dude. You'll never know that answer. Don't ask questions you'll never know the answer to. Just make yourself happy. Can I become a great labyrinth sentinel and make my father proud? The only person who could answer Zafora was no longer here. He had little choice but to ponder all these questions on his own. What could he do to make the city a better place? How could he take pride in his work as a labyrinth sentinel? He wasn't truly alone. We'll come up with the answer together. I hope to stand tall at his side as he grows and moves forward, and I hope he would continue to support each other in the future.
で、そういうお前はどうなんだ？
What about you? What about me?
親に会えないのはお前も同じだろ。会えるとしたら何を聞きたい？
This is one of the realities where her parents never came back to life. That's right. You lost your parents as well, didn't you? What would you ask them if you could see them again? Let's see. If I were to see my parents again, gosh, I would have way too many things to say, but there's one thing I'd have to tell them about first.
伝えたいこと？
What's that? My adventures with circus, silly. Like, oh my god, I had so much fun. I was going places. I was doing things. You idiot. Oh, sorry, you obviously.
俺？
Same. Me? Yep. I tell them about this guy I thought I'd never get along with. He's never honest and he has a sharp tongue. I would hug mine. Oh, Muma, no, not sad thoughts. We kissed, but then he'd made me wait for a whole year after.
悪いことばかりじゃないか。
Sounds like you're bad-mouthing me. Oh, I am. Sorry, I'm not done yet. He cares more about his friends than anyone else I know. He's smart, but he actually is very childish. He does so much for others that he runs himself ragged. I have to keep a close eye on him. I find it cute when he's being doting on me now and again.
可愛いは違うだろ。
I'm not cute. Shut up. And you are cute and dashing, actually.
お前、
You little...
からかってないか？
Are you teasing me? I'm just being honest, unlike you. Anyways, I'd want to tell my parents the same things you do. That's why you brought me here, right? I also want to introduce my significant other to my loved ones. I would tell them not to worry about me any longer because I'm happy with you.
そうか。
I see. Zaphora's simple reply came with a smile. His tender expression told me he had absorbed everything I said and that it filled his heart with warmth. Comfortable silence settled between us as the crisp breeze whistled past. After some time, Zafora spoke up again.
お前を迎えに行くまで1年も待たせたこと、本当に悪かったと思ってる。
Oh my goodness. It wasn't about waiting to pick me up, my dude. It was literally not writing me a single letter in 12 months, not even like a peace sign. Like, come on. When Sundere say they're not cute, I'd be like, you're right, you're not cute. You're just so fucking adorable. Like, yeah. I feel really, really bad for making you wait a whole year until I came to pick you up.
ごめん。
Sorry. Huh? The year gave me a lot of grief, and we had been over it so many times. But he already apologized when he came to pick me up. He should have known I forgave him for it. I didn't. And I'm sure that somebody complained. And that's why they're like, dude, he can't just get off with that easy. And they're like, all right, we'll have him apologize again. I wasn't sure why he was apologizing again.
俺には
Because he needs to.
迷宮守としての責務があ
I
る。
have a duty as a sentinel of Kultura.
だからあの時は、全てに肩がつくまで、他のことは後回しにしてきた。
I shoved my personal affairs to the wayside until everything was sorted out.
寂しい
And
思い
he'll
をさせ
do
て
it
すまなかった。
again. I'm sorry for making you feel lonely.
だがそういった出来事は、おそらくこれからも起き
It's
るだろう。
bound to happen again.
気持ちの上ではお前を優先したくとも、立場がそうさせない時が必ず来る。
Aw, man, this is just continuing to sound like I don't want this relationship. Even if I want to prioritize you, there will be times my job gets in the way.
だから、これからも寂しい思いをさせるかもしれないことを許してほしい。
Let me apologize in advance in case I ever make you feel lonely again. Forgive me. Don't do that, because that's an excuse. And then later on when I'm upset, be like, look, I apologized in advance that I was going to do this to you. That is, oh man, I don't know. Part of me is all like, you're just phrasing this in such a way intentionally. You're way too late for that. I know you truly care about Kultura and the people. And I know you want to be a great sentinel who can make your parents proud. I have to put up with a lot more with you than I would dating someone without all of those responsibilities, and that's why I'm breaking up with you. Bro, I was prepared for this the moment I fell in love with you. Gross. I know that, and I still love you the same.
そうか。
I see. Now you say it, but you absolutely are not allowed to let me be lonely, alright? You've got to make up for the lost time.
ああ、わかった。
Don't date this man.
あれだけ待たせて、
Sure.
見放されてたっておかしくないのに、ずっと待っていてくれて嬉しかった。
I wouldn't have been surprised if you dumped me after making you wait so long. I would have. To be very clear, I would have been dating Leanne. In fact, Leanne's story should have actually not have started at the end of the main story. It should have started at the end of Zafora's story. During that year that she waited for his fucking ass to come home. She can be a workaholic too, and they can do the dirty at the office compromise. I don't believe they would. Because they haven't done the dirty, period. I'm glad you didn't.
迷わずに来る決断をしてくれて、本当に
I'm so
嬉しかった。
happy you came with me without hesitation. I assure you, I had so much hesitance for her.
ありがとう。
Thanks, Leah. Oh, you're so unwelcome.
これでも、心から感謝してるんだ。
I'm grateful, truly. Are you? I can tell. Words couldn't describe my love for this man as he sincerely tried to express his feelings. I gently took his hand in mine. He gently closed his eyes around.
毎日、話すたび、
He closed his fingers around mine.
顔を見るたびに、思い知らされる。
Oh my god, good point. He was cute, but a lost cause in the end. Ugh, this guy. Whenever I talk to you and see your face, I'm reminded of something.
俺には、お前が必要なんだって。
And that is the fact that I need you. Really? You need me? You need me. You fucking suck.
だから、
That's
だか
why.
ら、これからも、
That's why from now on,
その、
You what? Go on.
つまり、
What I'm saying is, uh-huh.
その、あれだ。
I'm trying to say, you know what. Yet again, this man struggled to say the words that mattered most. He was acting the same when he came to pick me up. I still remember how he rattled off all kinds of working conditions that just to get me to come with him. Back then, I was furious about him spouting nonsense after making me wait so long. This man I love was just that kind of guy. He couldn't bring himself to be upfront with his feelings. No, don't parentheses. Hee hee. No, it's not cute. Oh, you're gonna kiss him first. Oh, that's not even a kiss, bro. That's trash. I pulled Zafora close. This is not. No. This is not how declarations of love start, bro. It's weak. The way he couldn't see the smile spread across my face. This might make it a little easier on you.
お前
You resisted momentarily on reflex. I don't hate this after story, but I wish workaholic love interest got good writing that involves romance. Workaholics don't deserve to be alone and working themselves to death. They need someone who is patient and will be aggressive to them. Be like, you will rest, I don't care. Yes. And no. I believe in work-life balance. And there is just, you'll never get me to be okay with it. I'll never be okay with it. I have anxiety. I have all the stress in the world. I feel like everyone hates me all the time. And if I spent a year after kissing someone and telling them I love them without sending them a note or a flower or anything, and I was just focused on work, I would fucking burn that man alive. Like, what? Like, no. She exerted all this energy towards him. And he's just giving excuse. There is so much. She came into his life to give him the work-life balance he needed. He needs to respect her too. And that's the problem. It feels like she's giving everything and he's not giving anything. That's what it starts feeling like. Nah, her love made him step back. He took a year to come get her. He didn't even invite her to his ceremony. He didn't even send her a postcard for her birthday. He didn't even double check to make sure she wasn't dead in a ditch for 12 months and just walked into her house. Like, there can be some really gorgeous stories where it's all like, hey, you made me wake up and see something. For a better storyline, girl. Yes, like Shelby could have had a great example of expressing a balance of work life. They started off great for it, and then they kind of went off the rails on Shelby's route. Shelby's route could have all been about work-life balance, where like he's getting like so obsessed with work, he's not focusing on his wife anymore, and they could like, we need to meet in the middle. I gotta see you. I gotta know I'm here with you. These two, trash. She's giving, he's taking. That's it. There's nothing. There's no balance. And she's gonna be exhausted when he's not paying attention to her. She wanted him to say that he cares, and he could only do that when she's asleep. Like, no. He leaned into me, letting out a soft chuckle. His arms came up around me, keeping me close. Rekindle's got a love interest who's a workaholic and who puts MC and his family, but he put work over her, saying, "This is for you." MC left him. Honestly, I feel that. Honestly expected Zafora to have like PTSD type of situation. Honestly, that could make sense. He spent his entire life being trained to become a sentinel. And then his parents died when he left home for one day. Split. Dead. Get it. But this is not the foundation of love to me. This one kills me. I listened to his rapid heartbeat as I waited patiently for him to continue. Like, this moment makes sense. She's trying to meet him in the middle because he has problems talking. Jules? Let's see, is he cute? Is he, wait, I think I have this one downloaded. Oh, I like Marcus anyways, it's fine. Well, he's got a sticker in his hand. Maybe I don't like Marcus, just kidding. Jules is a workaholic one. Well, he deserves to be alone. He sucked in a breath and pressed on.
本当は違う形で伝えようって考えてた。
To tell you the truth, I wanted to do this a different way.
人気でめったに行けない店でとか、1年に1度しか見られない景色の日にとか。
Like a popular restaurant we rarely go to, or during some special phenomenon that only comes once a year. You're such a romantic. Oh, shut up.
悪いか。
Is that bad? Don't He's not a romantic. Not at all. I know you wouldn't normally think about this kind of stuff. It makes me happy to know that you came up with lots of ideas for me.
ならよかった。
I'm glad. Ugh, trash.
だけど結局俺はそんなことを考えているだけで
In the end, it was all just that ideas.
準備する時間も取れずタイミングも合わず
I wasn't able to plan any of it. I couldn't get the timing
また
right.
お前を待たせるだけの状
I
態になっ
made
て
you
た。
wait once
ま
again.
た過ちを繰り返そうとしてた。
I was about to repeat my
お前
mistake.
が欲しい特別の形はそんなんじゃないって本当は気づいてたのに。
This could be the one after story where they could have broken up, and I think I would have been fine. Like, and then the third fan disc, when you can actually date Colovis for real, they can get back together in their little story. Like, he can be like, I've realized my mistakes. So Sephora's clear on the fuck you board with Gil. Oh, he's on a different board. There's a different board. Gil's on a board that is on fire. Sephora's close. Like, Zafora is himself is not bad. It's just he has really bad antics, and it's the MC that's bad, I think. It's the character. She has no spine when it comes to him. She never, like, fights back. She just accepts anything he says. And I get so mad at her responses. She forgave him after a year in less than, like, 10 seconds. She's forgiving him right now. Like, she's trash right now. It's her that's trash. It's not Zafora. I had to watch Gills. Oh, please watch Gills. Go ahead. Watch all of you. Watch Gil from first one. Gil can burn in hell. Yeah, Gil's not Zafora. Like, this can't be held because they're making the MC so passive. It's really her fault for me not liking this story. If she was more aggressive, if she was more like, no, you fucked up, it would make this better. But instead, she's all like, it's fine. I was sad. You broke my heart, but it's okay. She's constantly like this. I wasn't ignorant to the fact that you want something more than what we can have right now.
ずっと動けなかった。
But I didn't make any moves to fix it.
待たせて本当にご
I'm
めん。
sorry I kept you waiting. We're repeating the same shit. It's fine already. You know, this is the best moment of my life.
それは現時点での一番だよな。
This is the best moment of your life, hugging me in a field next to my dead parents. Yeah, why?
これから何度も俺がお前の一番の幸せを更新していく。
I do like MCs that speak their mind. Same. I love it. Like, she should not be so passive. She needs to be more aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. B-E-H-E-G. I need her to just do this. From now on, I'll make every moment better than the last. That's a promise.
だから
So, right as he geared up to say something else, Filio showed up. The winds picked up in a whirling gust. It was so strong, I had to close my eyes. A sweet, soft kiss landed on my lips. Why aren't we getting the kissing CGs? Then the gale eased back into a gentle breeze. I opened my eyes once more. Zafora and I were practically floating, kept afloat by dozens of flowers and leaves. Whoa.
風の精霊に頼んでおいたんだ。それほど長くは続かないけどな。
This would be a way better CG than them hugging in the field, right? I asked the wind spirits for help. It won't last long, though. The spirits sent flower after flower cascading up from our feet. This is amazing. A pleasant wind, a clear blue sky, and lovely flowers beneath us. Thank you, Zafora. I'll never ever forget this. Consider it my brand new best moment. It was but a fleeting exchange. We aligned from our flowery pedestal shortly after. Wow. The moment my feet hit the ground, I hugged Zafora.
喜んでもらえてよかった。
I'm glad you liked it.
俺も
If only we could
もっ
see
と
it.
言葉で伝えられるよう
Imagine
努
the
力する。
Ghibli-esque them floating in the air look. It would have been great. I'll also try my best to express my feelings.
だからこれから先もずっと
Please be my
俺の隣にいてほ
forevermore.
しい。
That's cute.
結婚しよう。
Let's get married. Despite his extravagant act, his proposal was very simple. He also conveyed his feelings directly. Yes, I'd love to. No sooner than those words left my lips did the winds blow strongly once more. Our blissful moment was festooned with the vibrant petals in the breeze. The spirits were congratulating us, giving us their blessing. Hey Zafora, there's one thing I'd like to hear from you. You said you wanted to try expressing your feelings in words, right? What might be the first step there?
それは
He asked me to marry him, but he still can't say I love you. Zafora understood right away. He knew the words I most wanted to
一
hear.
歩目としてはハードルが高くないか。
Isn't the hurdle too high for my first step? Girl, walk away. Let him go. I want it now. I want this to be the happiest, most special moment of my life. Besides, I didn't get those words when we kissed for the first time. Clearly nervous, he took a deep breath. He slowly let it out, and then he gave me a peck on the lips. His gaze held mine. At long last, he said the words I yearned for. Leah, that's not what I yearned for.
愛してる。
Ash, I love you. I started to say it in Japanese instead. Whoops, I forgot what language I was speaking. My bad. That was my bad. Is... Okay. Is there an after story? One sunny day with a pretty blue sky. To the circus reunion show that had been in the works for us so long finally arrived. Yay! We got a full house! Sneaking a peek from the backstage, I saw the audience sitting in anticipation of our show. But it's a little sad that Pastelia and Clovis aren't here with us.
なんてったってコリブスはこの国の王子様だからな。
It was bound to happen. Clovis is the prince of our nation.
だが、ショーの時は必ず通信杯から見てくれると言ってい
Eon,
た。
you're next week. Don't you worry, buddy. I'm gonna be here for you. He did say he would watch our show through the chalice, however.
冒頭ではスピーチもしてくれるんだろ。また後でゆっくり話せばいいさ。
Isn't he also gonna do a speech at the start? We can just catch up with him after.
しかし、パスハリアはやはり心配だな。体調が優れないんだろ。
I am worried about Pastelia. I heard he's feeling unwell.
まあね。でもこればっかりは仕方ないわ。
There's nothing we can do about it.
それならさ、今度みんなでパスハリアの家まで見舞いに行こうぜ。
Let's go visit him at his house together one day.
騒がしいのは病人に迷惑だ。少しは配慮しろ、バカトカゲ。
He's sick. We're just gonna bother him if we barge in there making noise. Be more considerate, lizard brain.
このやりとりを見ていると懐か
Watching
しい気
YouTube
持ちにな
answer
るな。
reminds me of old times. Oh, Eon. Hehe, I know, right?
懐かしさに浸るのはいいけれど、そろそろ二人を止めないとまずいんじゃないかしら。
You can reminisce on the good old days as much as you want, but shouldn't we stop these too soon? I'd rather not clean up any messes. Jinya pointed at the two men who were still bickering. Provoked by Zafora, Vilio was about to change into his dragon form. Stop right there, Vilio! You're going to destroy the backstage.
ああ、悪い。つい熱くなっちまった。
Oops, my bad. I got caught up in the heat of the moment. You too, Zafora. Don't taunt Vilio just because you find it fun.
すまない。
Sorry.
おお、素直だ。
Whoa, he actually listened.
ザホラがおとなしく従ってるのを見ると、なんだか妙に感動するな。
Seeing Zafora so obedient brings a tear to Papa's eyes.
あなたってば、すっかり尻に敷いちゃってるじゃない。
Leah really has him wrapped around her little finger, does she? Hardly. Zafora's just matured, that's all.
ザフォラが丸くなったのも
The trash.
隣にいて支え続けているあなたの功績だろう。
Your presence and support have led to his maturing as well, have they not?
存分に誇っていいと思う。
Give yourself some credit. Neon was always so honest. His sincerity had me feeling bashful.
しかし、ザホラが魔法を使ってるのは未だ慣れねえな。
Still can't get used to seeing Zafora use magic.
演目以外でも何ができるのか、今度見せてくれよ。
Show me what you can do once we're off stage.
獣型のラディくらいなら遠くまで飛ばせそうだな。
I imagine he can make you fly great distances if you're in your Fae form.
お、いいじゃねえか。ふわふわ空を飛ぶプリチーラディ様で一世を風靡してやるぜ。
Sounds great. Let this pretty Brody soar through the fluffy clouds and take the world by storm.
よし、わかった。俺の持てる力の限り天高く飛ばして、夜空に浮かぶ星の一つにしてやろう。
I hear you loud and clear. I'll make you fly so high you'll become one with the stars in the night sky.
それ、俺ちゃんと生きてる？
Will I still be alive by then? Doesn't that not sound like Roddy?
それ、俺ちゃんと生きてる？
That doesn't sound like Roddy.
お、いいじゃねえか。ふわふわ空を飛ぶ。
Does that sound like him? That sounds off, doesn't it?
楽しいおしゃべり中悪いけど、そろそろ時間よ。
He's not as loud. I don't know. Sorry to cut your lively chat short, but it's almost time. Okay, let's do our thing, guys. We're gonna bring a smile to everyone's face in Kultura.
It's showtime!
It's showtime! I will say this, I won't pay attention to Roddy's after story at all. But Relita! All the meticulous preparations and rehearsals were worth it. The show went smoothly and we approached the climactic moment.
まだまだ終わらないぜ。本番はこっからだ。
We're not done yet. This is just the beginning. Filio unleashed his magic as the roof of the and sides of the tent fell away. Our show tent was transformed into an outdoor stage. Fuck 'em, not literally. But I wanna. We've done it to add wonder and pizzazz to our special show.
それでは皆様お待ちかね。
Ladies and gentlemen, your wait is
これより
over.
迷宮森の結婚式を執り行います。
We will now begin the Labyrinth Sentinel's wedding ceremony. We wanted everyone in the plaza to be able to see us, not just the people inside the tent. The other members had proposed this flashy production that had gotten carried away, firing off one idea after another. I was against it at first, considering this was the wedding of the Labyrinth Sentinel, the head of the very traditional city, and I thought Zafora would agree with me. Yet he only murmured sounds great, with a completely serious look. That was how our wedding ceremony turned out this way. Alright, let's see it. Cheers erupted from the plaza the moment we appeared. I didn't think this would work out given Zafora's position and all, but now I realize there was never be another moment like this. It was a once-in-a-lifetime ceremony only the two of us could do. Imagine you're in the middle of your wedding ceremony, you haven't even said your vows, and someone starts shouting at you from the crowd. God. Mr. Sentinel and you too, Miss. Congratulations. It's Mrs. Sentinel now.
これからもこの町を頼むぞ、お二人さん。
Taurus counting on you too.
お幸せにね。
May you be happy.
二人ともおめでとう。
You too, congrats.
またいつでも夫婦の愚痴を言いに来てね。
Feel free to come to me whenever you want to complain about your husband.
幸せになれよ。
Please be happy.
うわ、ダディ、顔の毛がびっちゃびちゃだよ。
Come on, Roddy. The fur on your face is drenched.
まったく、そんなんじゃあの子の晴れ姿もきっちり見えないだ
Won't
ろ
be able to see her in all her finery this way.
う。鼻水はいいが、涙は引っ込めな。
I don't mind your runny nose, but hold back those tears.
そんなこと言われてもよ。
Easier said than done.
つうか、スピリアも涙ぐんでるじゃねえか。
You're one to talk, Spiria. You're crying too.
当たり前だろう。あの子からクルトラに行くって聞いたときは、そりゃ心配したもんだが。
I forgot to mention this when I was ranting about Roddy's route. I don't like the trope of someone raising you and they act like your father and then out of nowhere they start having feelings for him. That's just weird. If I look up to you like you're my father, I will never look up to you like I'm in love with you. Yeah, so when he calls himself Papa and other routes, it's odd. I feel that. I agree. He's also immortal, right? So again, it comes back to the age thing as well. So his age is like infinite in comparison. I don't know. I have some moments. I have some thoughts. We could deep dive it, but like, we need a round table for that. Of course I am. I was worried when I heard she was moving to
こん
Kultura.
な幸せそうな姿を見られて泣かないわけないだろ
Seeing her smile from the bottom of her heart, obviously I'm gonna cry.
うおめでとう二人とも
Congratulations, you two.
ダディもスピレアもほら、涙は拭いて。あの子のウェディングドレス姿、とっても綺麗なんだから。
Wipe your tears already. She looks so beautiful in her
きっ
wedding
ちり見
dress.
て、心に刻んで。
Take a good look at her and carve it into your memory.
二人とも本当に素敵だね。
Oh, this makes me mad. He's an adult now. They are freaking messing with me. They said it. They said he turned into his normal size after doing this. They said they stabilized his mana and he got older. No, you can't do that. You don't lie. Don't forget your own writing. You wrote this, not me. Anyways. You're doing a collab one Thursday. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I have a collab. We're playing Monster Prom, but it's the road trip one. That's what we're playing. I'll have the details on Discord later. It's true, they are both studying. I got so distracted. Current Sentinel has finally found his soulmate. The city's in good hands.
そうだね。あの二人に任せておけば、この町はこれからもずっと安心だ。
Don't forget about your own writing. Looks like Cupid fan disc writers. The city will always be peaceful and safe if we leave it to them.
きっと今後はもっともっと素敵な町にしてくれる。
I believe it'll only get better from here on
僕
out.
も負けないように頑張らなきゃ。
I need to do my part too. Yeah, turn into your adult self that you already said you were when you did the bullets.
旅の仲間の中で愛が育まれ、こうして式にまで立ち会えるとは。
To think love was born between our traveling companions and we are able to witness their wedding.
こちらまで幸せを分けてもらった気分だな。
I feel like I have received some of their happiness.
おお、本当にいい式だ。
Like the donut place or Diamor Paradis. Yeah, it's... I know, right? The ceremony's amazing.
ところで、パスハリアから届いたこの塔のような花束は、いつ渡せばよいだろうか。
Pauselia's towering bouquet.
何度見てもすげえよな。イーオンよりでけえ花束なんて初めて見たぜ。
I'm in awe every time I look at it. It's the first time seeing a bouquet that's even bigger than you.
イーオンじゃないと運べないし、後で屋敷へ飾りに行こうぜ。
You're the only one that can carry it. Let's place it in the mansion later.
承知した。
Understood.
俺たちはもちろん、町の人も、幻獣も、精霊も、みんなが二人を祝福してる。
Aside from us, the citizens, the Fabies, and the spirits are all
こ
congratulating
こに
them.
いる全員が、心から幸せそうな顔してる。
Everyone looks genuinely happy because they're all suffering from
あいつらはやっぱ、俺たちの最高の仲間だな。
Those two are definitely the best friends we ever had. Agreed. Oh,
お
Eon.
めでとう
Congrats! We were showered with well wishes from all sides. They buoyed us with what? As we gazed at each other.
二人は生涯愛し合い、どのような時も支え合いながら幸せな家庭を築くことを誓いますか？
You promise to love each other for the rest of your lives, to always be happy for each other, and to build a happy family.
誓います。
I do.
二人で支え合い、家庭だけじゃなく、この街をどこよりも幸せな笑顔で溢れる場所にする。
The problem is, I don't want to make this my thumbnail. As we support each other, not only our families, but the whole city will be filled with the brightest smiles they've ever seen.
父にも負けない。立派な迷宮森になると誓おう。
I vowed to become an even greater sentinel than my
それか
father.
ら、
And then,
苦労をかける分を補ってあまりあるくらいに、お前を幸せにすると約束する。
I promise to make you happy, so happy that it'll make up for all the pain and suffering you've endured. By me. Aww. Flower petals fluttered down around us. The little surprises hadn't been part of our plan. It seemed like the wind spirit's way of celebrating our union as the petals danced in the wind. There, we finally kissed. Jesus, it just took forever. The two of us sealed our vows with a kiss. We were bound to bicker in the future. We'd run into obstacles, make mistakes, and disagree on things. However, when that happened, we would ask our reliable friends for help. Yeah. Yes. Yes? No, wait, she was 16. She might be 17. So she was 16 in the original story. He didn't contact her for a year, so she turned 17 in that time. I don't know how much time she spent in Kultura since then. I don't know if it's been another year in Kultura or not. So she's potentially 18. She could still be 17. At the end of the day, we would smile and make wonderful memories together. Another wedding CG, yay! Lastly, would bring much, much happier news with us the next time we visited his parents. Are you pregnant? Are you gonna be with the child? Finn! Maybe a baby. Maybe a baby. 2 hours only. What? I didn't read all that. What did that say? Alright, let's see if we have all the pictures. Because I don't know if that after story has a picture or not. Now we got 15 of 15. I'm not playing the after stories then. I don't need them. Yeah, look how sad. They only get 15, 15, 17 for Pus. Billy only has 15? 17, 16, 11. Eon. Oh, they don't like Rolita either, guys. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. And then we have 2 more pictures in this story. Interesting. Well, how are we feeling so far, guys? We will be doing Eons next. That is gonna be next week, though, because we have the finishing Cupid Parasite tomorrow. I might do a demo on Friday. I'm not sure. There's no stream on Thursday because I will be working Thursday because of my trip. I took Monday off, so I'm working Thursday instead of Monday. Did we do Colobus's ending? Yes, we did Colobus's ending first. We did it before we did Ginia's ending. And then we did Alice's ending after we did Leanne's. So we're pretty on par. We're doing pretty good. But if they are this short, that should mean I should be able to finish Eons in 1 day. Yes, yes. I liked Colobus's ending. Honestly, it made me mad. I'm also mad that Colobus wasn't an adult at the end of this one. There it is. There's Colobus's ending. Like, look at him. As a reminder, he's older than her, and they wanted to remind you with this single picture. Look at that. She could have this. She could have this. We doing good. I like that it was... like that we are breezing through it. Honestly, we'll see. It might have a standstill. But if everything only has 4 chapters, I should be good. This one was only 5.5 hours. I felt like we're dragging through the first game with Parasite. I feel like for Radiant Tale, the first game, I think it was all the world building, and I think they conveniently did not throw a bunch of world building into this. So they are like, you should know the world by now, you're fine. So I'm fine with that. And we got this. We got this gorgeous photo of Colobus being an adult. It's what we wanted. Alice over here being Alice. Like, that's also cute. Also this, where they're floating in the air. Look at these guys. But yeah, I feel like Cupid Parasite felt like they had to hit a word count and they made it really long. But this one is refreshing. It's super cute. It's keeping it simple. I'm enjoying it. I'm so sorry. We'll stop talking about them someday. But yeah, I think this one's really good. I'm liking this a lot. It's very clean. All the routes so far have been really cute. I mean, I talk smack about Zafora because of what he did to us. But all in all, he's actually not a terrible person. Let's see if there's anybody to raid before I head out. And while we're doing that, as a reminder, guys, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. And if you're watching this on Twitch, as a reminder, I upload all the VODs onto YouTube, so you can watch them over there. And remember all of our pain. We have... Let's see. We have Blurdy we can raid. She's currently playing an Indie Zatome, so that'll be fun. Alright, awesome. So we'll raid her. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you, Jay, Asia, Prim. Who else was here today? I'm really bad right now. Ninja was here at the beginning. Not Tarp. Bass was here. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you guys have a great day. Bye. Oh, she's playing Mirage Noir. Alright, so she's playing Mirage Noir. Muma, thank you, and Mama for being here. That's right. Thank you for reminding me, Jay.